You guys ready for the debate between Vaush and the TikTok communist Tankie? Okay. For those of you who do not know, the guy up there is called the Midwestern Marxist. I think I don't actually know his personal name. One second. I think I have it on my Twitter because I tweeted about him and he was like, haha, Dylan disagrees with me, therefore I'm right. One second. Let's see if I can find it. Eddie Liger Smith. So that's Eddie Liger Smith who debated Vaush. Now I'm gonna warn you, I watched like at least half of this debate off stream already. So a lot of these things are not gonna be my first reaction to it. But I'm gonna be even more honest with you and say about a third in, I basically tuned out and was playing Red Dead and tuned back in every once in a while to see where they had moved the topic into. Because about a third of the way in is when Eddie just started to show that he didn't know a lot of the basic history of what happened during the war in Ukraine. That he would, you know, basically have a dialogue tree that he would go through. And then once there was more information asked for him of surrounding Ukrainian dates, like, oh, so Russia, you know, has this agreement with Ukraine over Yanukovych. Yanukovych flees. And then his next thing is, then the Ukrainians bombed the Donbass, leaving out the Russian invasion of Crimea and also leaving out Russian FSB agents, Russian soldiers in the Donbass, the Russian shipments of weapons, and leaving out, of course, the Russian-sponsored rebellion in the Donbass, while also caring so much about a supposed American coup of the government in Kiev. So this is going to be a really interesting debate, definitely since I haven't finished all of it, so I'm going to have to force myself to listen to the parts I already listened to and listen to what I haven't listened to. So you also got to pray for me because it was already difficult enough to listen to it the first time, but let's listen to it again.
So my Zoom doesn't explode as it wants to do. And click this button. And nice! How's your day going?
Oh, pretty good. How about you?
Oh, pretty all right. Mostly been blasting Tears of the Kingdom, you know, lots of attractive furry goat characters in there for me to enjoy the company of. So that's been fun. Totally at the detriment of my content, though. The viewers are begging for more videos, but I tell them, you know, I've gotta play the Zelda game. It's a lot of fun. I didn't play the last one.
For sure, you need that relaxation time.
It is a very relaxing game. So, what's your for the fine people in my audience? What's your name and what pronouns do you go by?
My name's Eddie Liger Smith. That's what I've been going by online for the past few years, and part of the Midwestern Marx Institute. And then him. So,
yeah, I didn't realize it was a collective thing. It took me a second. I thought I was conflating a couple of things, but that's based, right? Collective's a fundamental principle of anarchic governmental organization.
You bet. Or communistic governmental organization, I would say, or party organization. But yeah, I mean, we kind of blew up on TikTok, or I blew up on TikTok. So a lot of people associate the Institute with me. But yeah, we got a handful of good people working with us.
Yeah, it's the price of fame. I'm glad that it's going well. Maybe. So yeah, what did you want to talk about this fine day?
I think we had some disagreements over who provoked the current conflict in Ukraine. As I understand it,
the conflict in Ukraine. I love precise word choice.
Side with Ukraine, which I would conflate with siding with NATO. And I think my position is that the war was provoked by NATO and Western aggression and the 2014 coup. And I think you would have some areas of disagreement there.
It's kind of a concession on your part even to admit that, right? Because if one side provoked it, that means the other side started it, right? Like if you say one person provoked a fight, what that means is they said something or did something that led the other person then to start a fight. So even in your framing, you would have to acknowledge that it's a...
The problem I always have with the word provoke and the use of the word provoke, like people can, like if you're going to use the word provoke, right? Like if you mean it in the most literal term that a lot of times people say it and it just feels like more cause and effect than it is provoke. For example, if I was to like walk down like an alleyway, and somebody took offense to me walking down their alleyway and they came out and beat me up, did I provoke them? I mean, they viewed it as a provocation, but would most rational people view walking down this alleyway, which this person just randomly decided was theirs, is that a provocation? No, but to them it was a provocation, and they could frame it as the cause and effect here. And so that's how a lot of times when we talk about Ukraine, I really disconnect with the hardcore Russia supporters, and I disconnect, of course, with the Marxist-Leninists who talk about it was provoked. The Russian invasion of Ukraine was provoked. There's a few reasons as to why I don't vibe with it. The first thing is a nation state vibing, going out for its own economic opportunity, tried to enter the association agreement with the European Union to trade with them. That's perfectly fine for a nation state to do if they decide to do that. And Russia trying to economically coerce them by stopping shipments into Russia after Yanukovych tried to enter the association agreement, forcing him to back out of it. That was a violation of the Budapest Memorandum, which the Russians had signed, and pushed protesters onto the street. Now, who provoked there? Was it Yanukovych for trying to enter the economic association with the European Union and from promising to do it on the campaign trail and trying to deliver on that promise before going back on it once the Russians, aggressed on him in that way and tried to aggress on Ukraine? Or is it the Russians who engage in the economic coercion? I guess a lot of it will depend upon where you draw the historical cutoff line, right? And so when we talk about provocation, the question should also be brought up. If they view it as a provocation, okay, but should the rest of the world view it as a provocation? I think he's going to get into NATO and exactly what the provocation is, but I don't accept that what is necessarily considered provocative to the Russians should be considered provocative to the rest of the world.
The war started by Russia.
I mean, the intervention itself, I consider more of an escalation than a start to the war. I think the war started in 2014 with the U.S. coup, which then provoked the later escalation by Russia as they...
I really hate to do this. I feel like I'm going to be doing this a lot, but it was not a coup, a U.S. coup in Ukraine. It removes a lot of the autonomy of the Ukrainian people and removes the fact that we had basically very, very little, if any, control of what was happening on the ground in Ukraine. It was done in large part by on-the-ground Ukrainian actors who in many instances would not even work with Ukrainian politicians towards their own goals when, for example, Klitschko was trying to get them to accept a Yanukovych deal, let alone the demands of American politicians, because we also wanted them to accept the Yanukovych deal and they wouldn't do it. So it wasn't an American organized coup. It wasn't America like we sent in guns and like did a coup. It's just like a Russian propaganda narrative. I'm sure he's going to give his proof for it later. We could talk about that then. Sansol, thank you so much for the raid of 33. A Vaush and Sansol raid for a Vaush debate. Man, it feels like old Twitch.
They got fully involved and launched the special military operation.
These provocations keep going back and forth, it seems. I hope one day these two people can live in peace.
Definitely.
So,
definitely.
Yeah, seems like a kind of an uphill start for you, given the whole Russia started the war thing. But if you say that it's a continuation of a previously existing conflict, and I think I agree with that. I think that's a fair framing to say the war started in 2014. So then I would just go to say, well, Russia started the conflict back in 2014 by annexing Crimea and providing soldiers and martial arms to separatist groups in the Donbass, which is a pretty literal example of a proxy war, considering the fact that Ukraine hadn't, invaded Russia prior or prompted any instigatory secessionist action in Russia. It seems pretty difficult to argue Russia didn't start that too.
I mean, Russia was supporting what has been called in the Western media separatist movements in the Donbass after years and years of provocations from the West. I mean, the West has been promoting neo-Nazism and ethno-nationalism in Ukraine since the end of World War II. I mean, so you could consider that a provocation of Russia. And there's even videos of Joe Biden himself.
I don't know exactly what he's talking about. I think it was like Operation Aerodynamics or something. I remember he says this later. I read the CIA documents on it. Basically what it said is that we were going to work with groups in the Ukrainian diaspora in order to like spread anti-communist ideals in Ukraine. It didn't really say anything about Nazism. I did talk about Ukrainian nationalism, but I didn't see anything about Nazism. So I would like to see more evidence for that.
Saying that we cannot expand NATO eastward because it would provoke Russia and it would lead to a conflict between Russia and the U.S. Or Russia and Ukraine. Yet the U.S. continued to do that. They were training up NATO troops on Russia's border. Although they weren't actually adding Ukraine to NATO, they continually floated the idea and were training troops to make them NATO interoperable, among all sorts of other regime change efforts or infiltration efforts in Ukraine, which everybody knows is just a swarm of US NGOs, and it's been that way.
Okay, so I mean, he's just saying a lot of shit. So first off, when it comes to the NATO stuff, and this is something I've never seen anybody who's, you know, on the Russian side for this war be able to answer. If NATO expansion is what provoked the war, why is it that they launched this war when Ukraine had no operable way to join NATO? The Russians already had control of Crimea. The Russians already had de facto control of 1/3 of Donetsk and Luhansk. Everybody knows that nation states cannot join NATO as long as they have a territorial dispute, which Ukraine already had with Russia. On top of the fact that the majority of Ukrainians, I think it was like 43% supported it, but the majority of Ukrainians didn't even support joining NATO. The French government didn't support Ukrainian NATO membership. The Germans didn't support Ukrainian NATO membership. The Hungarians under Viktor Orban certainly didn't support Ukrainian NATO membership. There was no operable path before the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022 for Ukraine joining NATO. It is true that they were getting more and more generally in line with NATO standards. They wanted generally this idea of being able to at least use NATO as leverage, if not join it one day. When talking to the Russians, being able to say, well, we don't have to serve you. We can always go to them. They wanted that leverage. That's part of the why the NATO path was open to them, and they wanted to keep it open. Because if the Ukrainians just said, we're never joining NATO, we're never going to align with the West, then the Russians would be like, fantastic. We've moved you further from the West. We've isolated you more. Now we can dig our claws deeper and deeper into you. That would have been the objective if they were able to get the Ukrainians to commit to no NATO membership, the inevitable objective. Because ideologically, the people in the Kremlin believe Ukraine, as it is today, has no right to exist. In fact, when the Ukrainians offered on multiple... Wait, 1 second. Sorry, I got a DM. Let me just... Oh, okay. No, I misread that. Oh, I completely lost my train of thought. Anyway, let's get back to the debate. I don't want to rant too much. I forget the other thing he said. Oh, the swarm of NGOs. A lot of countries have NGOs. The fact that NGOs are associated with the United States seems to make them very scary for a lot of people. But then when you ask them the scary things that those NGOs do, a lot of them will be like stopping human trafficking or border patrol or like stuff like it'll be a lot of stuff that is completely unrelated to, I don't know, overthrowing the Ukrainian government, which we did not do
for a very long time.
Sort of like the
I would say that
state, if anything.
I would say that the NATO project in Ukraine has always been to support ethno-nationalism, knowing that that's a way to provoke and attack Russia. And I mean, that was proven by Angela Merkel saying that
hold your horses. You brought up hold your horses.
Well, let me finish my point.
You brought up like 4 points so far, so we got to go one at a time.
No,
right?
I'm bringing up the point of Western interventionism in Ukraine that
are you starting to bring up a new point?
You said that Russia was backing separatists in the Donbass region. That was in response to all of this aggression from the U.S., which Angela Merkel admitted in 2014. The U.S. never had any intentions to sign a peace agreement. Their whole goal was build up military presence in Ukraine so that they could eventually launch an attack against Russia.
Man. So if I'm okay, I'm gonna let him talk a little bit more, right? Maybe he'll say it again, but just remember this, what he just said. Just remember that the purpose that Angela Merkel exposed was that NATO wanted to build up Ukraine's military to launch an attack against Russia. Just remember that. Stay Puff, thank you so much for the tier 1.
Russia
all right, well, hold it. Okay,
on the wall,
listen,
and got involved before the U.S.
I'm excited to talk about this too, but my God, you know, I'm getting old. I'm nearly 30. I can't remember these points if you insecurely list 7 at a time. If you trust your points, you have to go one by one, because otherwise it makes me think you want to run away from them. Now, what's interesting to me is we were talking about provocation, and then you went on this whole jibber jabber rant about ethno-nationalism and right. So.
And the evidence of
all of this framing established, we must acknowledge then what you're describing, if you get down to it, is kind of like a copy collection of excuses for Russia to start the war. Now, if you want, we can talk about the nature of these so-called provocations. I'm totally fine with that. But even in the framing you're presenting, I came here neutral, you know, but you're moving me over to the position that it must have been Russia who started the conflict. Otherwise, you wouldn't be framing all of these as provocations to justify them doing so. You would be talking about times. No, see, you don't understand.
How are they not provocations when Angela Merkel literally admitted that the whole goal of what the U.S. and NATO were doing in Ukraine was to attack Russia?
So you don't.
So I'm just gonna freeze this here for now. He's just lying. This is a lie. It feels like he probably just, you know, saw a headline and he just bought it at face value, or, you know, he saw like a single sentence out of what she said and just took that at face value and didn't read the whole thing. But what actually he's talking about here is there's an audio recording of Angela Merkel basically discussing the Minsk negotiations with the Russians, and she seems to be of the general vibe that, look, the Minsk Accords, the Minsk agreements, if anything, is most likely just going to buy time. It bought time for the Ukrainians. It achieved in buying time for the Ukrainians, if nothing else, which they then used to build up their own defenses and get stronger. That is what the call is actually about, right? It's not this devious plot of like, really what we're going to do is secretly build up the NATO super army, which shall march on Moscow and reclaim Belgorod for its rightful Ukrainian owners. It was talking about the fact that at the very least, a ceasefire will give Ukraine time to reorganize itself, reorganize its military, and get stronger in the event of a further Russian invasion, a further Russian attack, or if conflict was to re-ensue, because they support the Ukrainians. That does not mean that they wanted to sponsor an invasion into Russia. It was Ukraine that was being invaded when the Minsk Accords was being negotiated.
You're still not understanding. It's okay. I can repeat that part. You keep talking about provocations. Every time you say they provoke this, they provoke that, what you're saying is they provoked Russia into starting the war, right? That's what provocation.
Can I say something quick? And I say this in the nicest way towards Vaush. This conversation, even though I think Vaush did generally pretty well here, this conversation, I could tell that while the person he's talking to doesn't have a terribly good grasp of the issues here, he would throw out so many different things that Vaush didn't have familiarity with. So he just had to sit down and like find one part, break it down, look up information about it live, and be like, oh, there's something wrong here. I just think this comes from the fact that Vaush spends a lot of time researching other issues. He probably hasn't researched all the nitty-gritty details of that, all of the things that like Eddie Liger and all of the like narratives that he's built for this conversation. Honestly, I am not like super like upset about it, because he still did a good enough job. Because you don't even need an extremely deep history of Ukraine to see how shallow Eddie's commentary on this is. But I do think Vaush could probably do with a few hours watching Russian state television to understand where these narratives are, or where these narratives come from in advance. Because a lot of the things that Eddie was throwing out was stuff that is said a lot in the Russian information space, or comes directly out of the mouth of Russian propagandists.
Provocation means we're not talking about times Ukraine started the war,
because
right?
You're ignoring what I said. They provoked Russia to escalate the war in 2022. The war itself began in 2014 when the US allowed a very anti-Russian government to come to power.
Can you just hear that framing, by the way? The conflict started, the war started when America allowed a government to come to power in Ukraine, as if we are supposed to go in there and say, no, protect Yanukovych. Everybody, gather around the person who just tried to outlaw protesting. We must protect him for democracy. It's silly. Like, the Ukrainian people had an election after Yanukovych got ousted. Were we supposed to tell them, no, you're not allowed to do that? You're not allowed to have an election after ousting the person who was murdering protesters and trying to ban protesting because too many people disagreed with him too hard?
Occurred is occurred.
When these U.S.-backed ethno-nationalist
Planet of
groups
Hats
like
has
Rights
donated $5. Waiting for Eddie to parrot Putin's nonsense about how Ukraine is all a Habsburg conspiracy to create an anti-Russia.
Thank you for the $5. Anti-Russia Ukraine based.
When did the
sector,
war begin?
C-14, the Azov battalion, escalated the Maidan protests into an actual violent overthrow of
So
the
wait,
government
when
that
did the
allowed
war
for these neo-Nazi
begin?
paramilitaries to gain a real foothold and begin shelling the homes of civilians in the Donbass.
So Ed,
Dog, there's so much information he's leaving out here. It's hard for me not to believe. This is hard for me to believe it isn't malicious, but I genuinely just don't think he knows about the other organizations that are involved in Euromaidan or knows how Euromaidan proceeded in other locations across the country, or knows that maybe there was an election afterwards that elected a government that wasn't just the, neo-Nazi installed leader. Like, I don't know, man. He's painting it as if a bunch of neo-Nazis got on the street, paid by America to overthrow the government, while the Ukrainian people said, no, we love getting murdered by Yanukovych. Please shoot us more. Please hire more gangsters to beat us. And he says that it's escalation for groups like Right Sector or the other protest groups, which he's leaving out, that are not Right Sector, which was a coalition of different right-wing nationalist groups during the Euromaidan protests that organized in order to fight back against government violence. The government was beating people. The government was killing people. The government was hiring actual gangsters, Tutushki thugs, to go out and murder people and stab people and initiate violence. The government tried to outlaw protesting. It was the government that escalated violence at every stop and at every corner by sending out the Berkut special forces to engage in this violence.
Burns is
But when the
immoral,
protesters
morally
respond in
corrupt, bankrupt
kind,
man.
that is when we call it an escalation. It seems pretty silly to me. I mean, as an American, I would find the idea of outlawing protesting quite reprehensible. Ribo30, thank you so much for the primer. I appreciate it.
14,000 people in total and 5,000 civilians in the Donbass specifically.
It speaks to your lack of...
Also, I like, again, his time zone is there was a coup, and then those nationalists, those Nazis who couped it and installed their evil Nazi leader, then marched over to the Donbass and just started randomly murdering people for speaking Russian. Because, by the way, I do want to just throw out there that Azov is a mostly Russian-speaking organization. A lot of these Ukrainian nationalist organizations are Russian-speaking organizations, or made up in large part of Russian speakers, like Kraken, which is from Kharkiv, which is, of course, a very largely Russian-speaking city. So who when we say they went out there and started slaughtering civilians and genociding the people, who are we talking about exactly? Because they certainly didn't just round up everybody who was Russian-speaking and start shooting them. When this genocide in the Donbass narrative is pushed, there's never questions asked. There's never questions asked about, wait a second, why are all the Azov guys mostly Russian speaking? Wait, are they genociding themselves? Are they going out and finding other Russian speakers and murdering them? There's never a lot of thought put into this. Not to mention, again, there's a timeline of events here that makes no sense. So the Ukrainian evil Nazis overthrow the government. They're now in power. And then they go and just start killing people in the Donbass. It feels like there's a lot of information. Not like, why would they want to go to the Donbass if they won? It is because he's leaving out the Russian invasion of Crimea. He's leaving out all the other organizations that are not Right Sector that were involved in the Euromaidan revolution, including leftist organizations, including labor unions, which of course that pushes back against the narrative that he is trying to push here. None of that is going to be included. They're not going to include the seizure of government buildings in Luhansk, in Donetsk, of the SBU office. He's not going to include the street violence against pro-Ukrainian people in that area. He's not going to include the FSB agents, the Russian soldiers, the weapons. All of this is not going to be included because it's not convenient to the narrative. The only information he's ever going to include is information that paints the Ukrainians in the bad light because at the end of the day, you got to justify the Russian invasion because the Ukrainians are more aligned with the United States and the evil Western imperialist dogs.
Requested
Confidence
that
in
Russia
these points
get
that you feel
involved.
the need to run off with them. I asked you
I think
specifically.
it speaks to
You're
your lack of an
already
argument
getting
that you
upset.
have to continue interrupting me when I'm laying out what happened.
Ed, listen, okay, there's laying out.
Problem is with Vaush interrupting him. There's no problem with Vaush interrupting him. There's a problem that he's saying so many things so quickly that it's hard to like stop and actually like analyze what's being said and whether it's true or not.
Right, and then there's a 40-year land making project. All right, you need to slow down. We'll get to all these points. It's okay. I'm happy to be talking to you too, but you don't need to script read at me. I asked you specifically when you think the war began. So I'm saying that Russia started the war. You keep talking about provocations that led to Russia started
so
the
we
war.
want to focus on where the war began.
Yeah, when
I would
who
say
started
in
the war?
2014, the war in the Donbass started. And I would say who started the war? I mean, it was a combination of the ethno-nationalist neo-Nazi forces in Ukraine, like Right Sector, the paramilitary arm of Right Sector, Azov Battalion.
The Right Sector guys, they just like marched randomly into the Donbass and just started shooting everyone. Dude, I feel weird because I feel kind of like I'm cheating here. I interviewed a Right Sector guy who's been involved in fighting since 2014. What preempted those Right Sector guys, as somebody who's talked to those Right Sector guys who did that march from Euromaidan to the Donbass, it was after the Russian invasion of Crimea, and then they saw the separatist, the proxy separatist activity sponsored by the Russian state, the shipping of weapons, the buildings getting taken over, and they were scared that this was going to spread throughout the country and that Ukraine itself would be dismembered, and that this was just a start before there would be a Kharkiv Russian oblast, and all of this stuff would be taken over. And so they started marching towards where the FSB agents were operating, marching towards where the Russian weapons were being shipped into. And that's why these people went to the Donbass and the fighting in the Donbass happened. They didn't just randomly start going there looking for anybody speaking Russian. Again, much of the Ukrainian nationalists that I've met are Russian speakers. They went there because their country was being invaded. That's the reason they went to the Donbass.
And C-14, who were being propped up, funded, and supported politically by the den of U.S. NGOs that existed in Ukraine for a long time.
That started the war.
The coup that allowed for ethno-nationalists and militias and right-wing paramilitary.
You can answer without the addendum.
Let me finish.
But will you repeat it every time? Because I want to get through to this. We're going to take forever at this rate.
That it's if you continue to ask me questions and then interrupt me when I try and answer, it will take a long time.
If I ask you, if I tell you that I need to go to the bathroom at some point, will you tell me that? Yeah, in addition to
to start acting with impunity, start shelling the homes of civilians in the Donbass, and that's what started essentially a civil war in Ukraine.
You already
which
named.
Russia escalated and.
Listen, they just went over and just started shelling civilian homes in the Donbass. There's no inclusion of violence from the separatists. There's no inclusion of the Russian weapons being shipped in or the invasion of Crimea.
TCU got a tier 2 subscription.
It's just randomly they started shelling the Donbass.
Better pay. Take my money. Buy some beer mugs.
Hey, thank you so much, Dude Manzu. Thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. I appreciate that. We don't have a lot of tier 2 subs. If you joined an elite group, got a new job with better pay, take my money, buy some beers. I will not buy beer, but I will buy other things to relax on the weekends. Now, what was it that he just said before I got interrupted?
What started essentially a civil war in Ukraine?
You already
which
named.
Russia escalated and intervened in 2020.
You already named.
This is the interesting point for me. For him, America funding some NGOs in Ukraine is an America-sponsored coup, an American-sponsored coup, an American coup of the Ukrainian people for us to give the National Endowment for Democracy like $730,000. We didn't ship any weapons. We didn't do any secret CIA thing that's been exposed that we know of. We didn't do anything. In fact, the specific advice that we offered or talked about in private from the Victoria Nuland phone call shows that we wanted the protesters, Euromaidan protesters, to make a deal with the Yanukovych regime because we didn't think they could win. And then they didn't make a deal with the Yanukovych regime, continued to protest. Yanukovych tried to ban protesting. Then he gets scared and flees the country. If we had control and it was a U.S. coup, Why did they directly disobey what we were asking them, what we could have been asking them to do, and what was being talked about by Victoria Nuland? That's the first thing. Second thing, if that is an is a U.S. imperialist dog coup of Ukraine, how are we not going to say that sending in literal like FSB agents like Igor Girkin into Crimea to hold people at gunpoint, have them dissolve the parliament, and have a fraud referendum before doing the same thing in Donetsk and Luhansk with local proxies, weapon shipments, and again, FSB agents? How is that not a coup? How is that not an organized coup or a separatist like proxy group on behalf of the Russians? How is it not a Russian proxy or a coup on their side when they started taking those government buildings with Russian weapons? It's a coup when the Ukrainians protest against their own government and force them out. But when the Russians march in with their soldiers, FSB agents, and ship weapons everywhere, which we have proof that the Russians gave the separatist weapons, there's no proof that we gave the protesters on the ground any rocks to like murder like cops with, or pipe bombs or anything. There's a paper trail for them. There's evidence for them. There is none for American coup in Ukraine. He's going to sponsor that narrative because, again, it helps his point. And that's all that matters at the end of the day.
Like several things. So I asked you when the war started, and then you did the script read again.
2014 with the coup.
Right, 2014 with the coup. So did the coup, so when Yanukovych fled, that was the beginning of a declaration of war. I want a like specific answer. Wars are big deals, you know? Wars aren't like nebulous. It's not like a TikTok beef or whatever you guys do, social media, clout influencer. Wars are like big things. They're usually like Fort Sumter with the U.S. Civil War, for example. If I asked a person, when did the Civil War begin? And they were like, well, it began when Lincoln violated the rights of the southern states by refusing to acknowledge and enforce the Dred Scott. It's, well, okay, well, all right. Now, but when did the war begin? I ask you.
I would say when right sector took over or took hold of most of the government buildings, and their leader said that we are not going to hand over these buildings until Yanukovych is dismissed as president. Those are our demands. And at that point, Yanukovych fled, and the paramilitaries were able to essentially act with impunity and start shelling the homes of civilians in eastern Ukraine.
Oh, this is such a butchering of the history. I don't even know what to say. Number one, it wasn't just right sector that took over government buildings. Multiple groups took over different government buildings. Right? That's the first thing. Second thing is the invasion of Crimea was the official kickoff of the war, because that's when battles actually happened, when land was getting captured, you know? Because people don't say, oh, well, the actual Civil War started when Lincoln made this speech, which then started a chain link reaction. It'd be no, it was, you know, when I believe it was Fort Sumter, when Fort Sumter was shelled by the Confederates. That's when the war started. That's when the guns started blazing, right? Nobody says like, oh, when did World War II start? Well, it was during the Polish-German negotiation. No, nobody says that. It's when German soldiers crossed the border into Poland and started taking over stuff. He's trying to find some way so it isn't the Russians who started the war, even though it was the Russians who invaded with troops. It was the Russians that shipped in the weapons. It was the Russians who sent in the FSB agents like Igor Girkin. It was the Russians who sent in all these people. But somehow it's the fault of the Ukrainians. He's just trying to play word games to find a way to make it their fault. The political circumstances that led up to the war is not the start of the war. It's the political circumstances that led up to it. Like, no one would say, when was the start of World War II? Oh, the real start of World War II is when Hitler made the speech in 1937, which laid the ground. No, that's silly.
Wait, hold on.
And that's the war.
Wait, hold on. The coup.
It's civilians in eastern Ukraine.
Dylan, you should just tell him to debate you on Ukraine. You know more about it. I already said I would. He said he would debate anyone, and then I said I would debate you, and then nothing happened, and that was that. It happens a lot. I'm not really that surprised by it anymore. I understand why it makes more sense to debate someone like Vaush than me on it. Vaush has a larger audience. Vaush probably knows less about the issue. Even if I think he probably is better than me rhetorically. So I understand why he went with Vaush instead of me. It's it's lower risk, higher reward.
versus the Ukrainian government.
The way you're making it sound, it's like the guys in the Euromaidan, like they left the Capitol building and then walked 1,000 miles east with artillery pieces and started shelling like orphanages. You keep blurring things. When did the war start? Was it when they entered the Capitol building? Because, hey, listen, I love me some anti-Republican hysteria, but I don't think January 6th was a war. You know, it was an attempt at an insurrection. You think it was a war when they...
Real Civil War started when Lincoln won. You know, no one would talk about any other war like this unless you were trying to be sneaky. It sounds like when you go to the Germans. When did the war start? Well, some people would say when the troops crossed the border, but I would say it is when the Poles got their hands on Danzig. Like that, it just sounds like you're being slippery.
When they protested to get Yanukovych out?
I would say it was a war when they started taking military actions against like Lugansk, Donetsk, these places in the Donbass.
So that's interesting. So for him, the war wasn't when the Russians moved in their military into Crimea and took over territory. That wasn't when the war started. And it wasn't when buildings were seized by separatist weapons shipped in and they started scuffling with like the local police forces and stuff like that. And that fighting took place. It was only when the Ukrainians arrived in response to the Russian invasion of Crimea and in response to the takeover of the buildings and the scuffling and the violence that was going on. It was only when the Ukrainians responded that was the real set off of the war. Ah, okay, got you.
Wasn't actually...
Also, Irish Potato Farmer, thanks for the sub.
14,000 people were killed.
So it wasn't actually the Yanukovych.
Also, 14,000 people were killed. That number includes Ukrainian casualties. I don't know if we can really put Ukrainian casualties at the feet of the Ukrainian government. As well, that includes civilian casualties caused by the Russian-backed separatists, which I would also not put at the feet of the Ukrainians. You can't say, oh, a Ukrainian terror campaign, and then give a casualty that includes the people that were supposedly engaged in the terror campaign.
That's just like the predecessor to this. What we're really talking about
that
is
was
the conflict
pretext
in the
that
Donbass.
allowed for it to happen. But that, as you said, wars are very serious things. So it's important to understand not just when they started or who provoked them, but also the pretext that allowed them to happen. And the pretext of this war is a U.S.-backed coup that would have been impossible without U.S. NGOs backing these groups like Right Sector,
Joe Biden,
who first took power of the government and then waged the war against the people of the Donbass.
So I'm still really
Right Sector didn't take power of the government. The Right Sector, as well as a bunch of other organizations during Euromaidan, helped take over some buildings during the protest movement. When all the violence was going on, the Tushki thugs were fighting and they were fighting back against them. They didn't then install a government. You want to look at Right Sector's current political success for, dominating the country? Right Sector. Let's look. Let's look at their political success, guys. Let's look how many, does anybody want to guess how many people they have in the Rada? It's a fat 0 out of 450. And 2 out of 558,399. So I think they have 2 elected local officials or something. Like, I'm sorry, man. If they took over the government, then they sucked on holding on to it, man. Now, I think even in the 2017 I think it was the 2017 elections and the 2019 election. I don't think they recovered. I think it was the 2014 elections, the Zelensky election. Like, they haven't recovered. They haven't been able to build a political movement that actually has electoral success. I mean, for example, if Right Sector was ruling the country and they really had all the control, why was it that in the post-Euromaidan environment during Poroshenko's time in power, and Poroshenko, mind you, is a conservative leader. He's a conservative in Ukraine. He's a lot more conservative than Zelensky. During his time in power, they enacted non-discrimination protections for gay, trans, and LGBTQ plus employees in workplace. Now, you can tell me that, Dylan, that's not the biggest revolution. That's not the most incredible. I think it's good. I think most people would agree with me that's good. But I just bring that up to kind of show, like, it's kind of hard to imagine that the so-called neo-Nazi Reich took over the country. Because when Hitler came into power, I don't remember him walking up to the microphone and saying, "My name is the Adolf, he, him." No, he didn't do that. He hated all the LGBTQ plus people. He did not enact any discrimination protections for them. So it just doesn't match up with the picture he's painting of them taking control of the government.
Confused. So you say the war began when the right sector marched over 1,000 miles east with artillery pieces. That's fine. That can happen. But
right sector spread out. The 100% of the right sector troops weren't in Maidan, right?
Well, you were kind of blurring it all together.
The government consolidated power, not necessarily the
You can tell he just doesn't understand the timeline, man.
neo-Nazis, but like I said, they consolidated power and that they were essentially able to act with impunity after the coup. And then, yes, they marched east and began their offensive against civilians in the Donbass.
Against civilians?
Yeah.
They're offensive against civilian. You know what this reminds me of? You know what I think this is? What's that? It reminds me of the Simpsons clip. I gotta bring up the Simpsons clip. It's one of my favorite Simpsons clips.
On May 21, 1864, the men of the 9th Bearded Infantry were sunning
Right
and
sector.
fluffing their beards in the sun.
They do wear a lot of
Suddenly,
beards.
enemy troops crested that hill over
The next
there.
children.
Fort Springfield, we surrender unconditionally.
We're sick! We need leeches and hacksaws to saw off our gangrenous limbs!
But the Springfield Brigade was too brave to accept the surrender.
Come on, boys. Those white flags are no match for our muskets.
And the Springfielders heroically slaughtered their enemies.
This is live
They
footage.
prayed for mercy.
The next children. Terrible tragedy. Terrible tragedy, man. Terrible tragedy. Like, it'd be one thing if you said, and then the fighting that ensued killed a lot of civilians. Okay, that is an honest interpretation, but a Ukrainian offensive against civilians? Like, come on, man. Come on. You know, the objective of it was to retake over the territory that was then held by Russian-backed separatists. That was the goal of the operation. It was not to just go randomly murder civilians. Now, we can talk about, for example, the Russian cleansing, their own words, not mine, operations in the Kiev Oblast, where they went door to door finding Ukrainian military-age males and shooting them and dumping them in piles, if we want to talk about targeting civilians in this war.
Russia did then start supporting.
Oh, what date
Right.
did that happen? The attacks in the civilian population, out of curiosity.
It began in 2014 and it's lasted through today.
Well, I know it's happened in 2014. I'm asking you when the date was, because that just seems odd. So they're far-right people. Now, I admit far-right people are pretty evil. I wouldn't put it past them to do all sorts of bad stuff. But they just, to celebrate ousting Yanukovych, they just start shelling civilian buildings. That's an odd... Why would they... Was there a disagreement? What happened?
That's the ethno-nationalist ideology. That's the neo-fascist ideology that the U.S. That's the Banderite ideology.
Banderite ideology is if you see child, murder. If you see a child and they disagree with you politically, murder. You just go and murder them. Right sector, they were doing like military marches at Poroshenko's palace, his palace of jewels and gold, and he said, "Go to the Donetsk Oblast, and I better not see a single child unbombed, a single child." It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Like, he doesn't want the violence in the Donbass caused a lot of civilians to die because it was very heavy shelling. There was a lot of IEDs. There was a lot of violent fighting between a lot of forces that did not know what they were doing. Untrained militias on both sides by groups like Rusich, Right Sector, and a whole other organizations, including Wagner, which is known for executing people with sledgehammers. And civilians die. It's very tragic, but he's painting it as Ukrainian nationalists go to Donbass and just start killing random civilians, and it forces Russia's hand, and they just have to intervene. Not Russia intervenes in Ukraine, invades Ukraine, sends weapons into the Donbass and FSB agents, which Russia then admitted to sending in the FSB agents later in 2015 after they were captured by the Ukrainian government. And then Ukraine sends an army to respond to this. A pretty poorly organized army, and in large part made up of patriotic volunteers, or in some instances, nationalistic, right-wing nationalist volunteers. Like, the difference here is astounding, and how much a little bit of context can change the narrative that has been drawn for the audience.
I say the U.S. has backed this ideology since World War II, but even before that, during the World War, they were, I mean, more so Britain than the U.S. were backing Stepan Bandera, an ally of Hitler who was, staunchly anti-Russian, anti-Polish, anti-Jewish.
Mhm.
And they've allowed this ethno-nationalist ideology that holds Bandera as a hero.
The problem is with a lot of people with Stepan Bandera is a lot of people, their image of Stepan Bandera is for him, because this is all they know about Stepan Bandera, is Stepan Bandera in the Ukrainian ultranationalist organization, I think it's UPA or UPO. Sorry, I'm terrible with abbreviations. They are engaged in a resistance operation against the Soviets at the behest of the Nazi state, and that they joined the Nazis to fight the Soviets because they just hated the Soviets so much, and they stuck with them until 1945. Now, I do think that Stepan Bandera was a bad guy. I don't like Stepan Bandera. I also don't like the activity that the organization was engaged in and the murder of Poles and stuff like that. Bandera was an anti-Semite, but Bandera and Bandera does not speak for the entirety of the organization. Many of them did not agree with Bandera's deals with Hitler. And Bandera himself, immediately once finding out that the Nazis would not work with him to create a Ukrainian state, then refused to cooperate with the Nazis, which led to him then being put in a concentration camp for, I think, the remainder of the war until afterwards. And so it'd be one thing for somebody to think about Stepan Bandera. It's the ideology of this terrible man who did all these bad things. It'd be one thing to say that. But when you just say Stepan Bandera, Nazi, interchangeable, anybody who has the red and black flag, interchangeable, you can say right-wing nationalist or even nationalist, but it's dishonest. It's dishonest in how the UPA is talked about, and it's dishonest in how the UPA is shown in public Ukrainian society. Even if I was to say, you know what, all of the UPA, the UPA are Nazis, which isn't true, but like all of them are Nazi collaborators. Not true, but let's say I did say that. The way the UPA is shown in modern Ukrainian media is as they were the brave Ukrainian patriots who fought against the Soviets and the Nazis because they wanted Ukraine to be free. And is that leaving out a lot of information? Yeah. Does that leave out the massacres of villages and people who did collaborate with the SS? Yeah. But there is a lot of nations that engage in this type of, I'm just going to say historical revisionism. And Ukraine's no different in how they talk about their historical heroes. For example, the Soviet Union and specifically modern Russia, the inheritors, quote unquote, of the Soviet Union, they leave out the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact often when discussing Soviet collaboration with the Nazis. And when they split up Poland with the Nazis, when they got the approval from the Nazis to annex Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, and they deported German communists to the Nazis to be killed in the Holocaust. Now, do we call that collaboration? Would it be fair for me to say, if you wear a Soviet flag, you're a Nazi collaborator, you're a sympathizer with Nazi collaborators? Definitely when you consider how the Soviet Union is talked about in public culture. And if I see somebody wearing a Soviet symbol, I'm going to assume that they're probably not into Nazism for good reason. Anyway, the dialogue around Stepan Bandera and like modern Ukrainian like nationalism, I don't like far-right nationalism. I don't like Stepan Bandera. I don't like the UPA, but pretending that the UPA and the Nazis are interchangeable is dishonest.
To fester in Ukraine, and they funneled money into it until they could, or until those paramilitaries and militias became emboldened enough to where they could wage a full-scale war against the largely Russian-speaking and the largely culturally Russian people in eastern Ukraine,
of course,
who were beginning, like you said, to separate and see what was going on with the Maidan coup, this anti-Russian government take power.
Well, hold on now. Wait,
Why do they need Russian weapons and Russian equipment and Russian troops to do it? If it was so popular, just make a question. Because on one hand, you could be like, well, the force they were facing was so mighty. For example, someone could be like, well, what about Ukraine? What's the difference? It'll be like, well, they're fighting one of the largest militaries on the planet, and they have like 1/3 the size of the population. It makes sense that they would need Western support to defend against. It's like, okay, that's reasonable. But let's talk about these rebels. The rebels were fighting against the Ukrainian government, which 2014, not extremely uncorrupt, The military was not run particularly well. In fact, they basically had to recruit militias to do a lot of the fighting. But even with all of that incompetence, they still needed Russian support to be able to hold on to the region. Why? Because it wasn't supported by even the majority of the population, let alone all of them, let alone like a large percentage of them.
You added a little detail there. We're beginning to separate. What happened? You're this timeline that you keep omitting things. I just want to get a full picture. What was the date that actions in the Donbass begin to take place from the right sector?
Like full-scale military actions to where they're able to act with impunity. Because before that, there was
if anything happened beforehand.
Because the conflict between the nationalists and the Russian speakers in Ukraine has been raging for a long time, right? The 2014 coup really brought it to a head because it allowed these groups like Right Sector to act with impunity and start blowing up the homes of civilians.
Eddie, I asked for a date.
2014. Yeah,
that's
dude,
not a date,
I don't know
Eddie,
the
that's
exact.
a year.
I do not know the exact month, time, and date when the first shell was fired at civilian homes in the Donbass.
Okay,
but I can tell you that 2014 onward, 14,000 people were killed there. The majority of them being people in the Donbass. Yes,
yeah,
of course, there were people killed on the Ukrainian side. That's how war works.
The reason I'm asking, because I, a neutrally minded person who's just looking to get the straight facts, I'm reading up on this right now, and it says that on April 12th, 2014, of course, armed members of...
From this point on, by the way, I shortly after this point was made, I like tapped out and started playing Red Dead.
The Donbass People's Militia seized government buildings in Kramatorsk and Sovyansk and set up checkpoints and barricades. And the same day, former members of the Donetsk Berkut unit joined the ranks of the Donbass People's Militia. So it seemed like, now I don't know the exact timeline here, you'll have to fill me in. It seems like there was an actual armed military insurrection in the Donbass, which makes me wonder if any violence that took place there afterwards might have actually been provoked by these separatist groups.
I'm just curious.
We like talking about provocation.
Is Wikipedia the source on that?
No. Do you want like the source? Do you want to look at it?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Wait, actually,
but yeah,
wait.
Yeah.
What's your date for that though?
What?
What's your date for that though? Are you denying that ever happened?
No. Like as I said earlier, not only were there groups who were arming up and defending themselves in the Donbass, but those groups were backed by Russia. Russia was supporting these groups, right? That doesn't justify a fascist ethno-nationalist coup, right? Of course.
Fascist ethno-nationalist coup. And then who ends up leading the country after this fascist ultra-nationalist coup? Petro Poroshenko, who was part of the same party not too far before he got power in Ukraine, not too long after he got power in Ukraine. He came from the same party of Yanukovych. So are we saying that Yanukovych was part of a ultra-nationalist far-right party? Part of when he was part of the Party of Regions and the opposition bloc. I forget. Oh my goodness, I can't believe I'm forgetting. It's party of 1 second. Yanukovych. There's so many different political parties. It's very different than the American system. You got to remember the names of all of them. I know it's Party of Regions or Viktor Yanukovych. There it is. Got to see the exact name of the political party. It was Party of Regions. Okay, so I was right. He was part of the same party, Petro Poroshenko. When he was part of the same party of Yanukovych, was he an ultra-nationalist then? Was he super far right? Why would Right Sector choose Petro Poroshenko to lead their new far-right government? In fact, Right Sector, during Petro Poroshenko's term in office, kind of scuffled with him over the fact that they didn't trust him, in part because he was part of originally the same party of Viktor Yanukovych. And some of them talked about no longer serving the people in Kiev. Now, when they went that far, they lost a lot of their support in Right Sector. There was a big split in the organization. Many started arguing about, well, is it really smart for us to scuffle with our own government when we're having to fight against a foreign invader as well? And the more and more Viktor Yanukovych came out in favor of Ukrainian independence, Ukrainian sovereignty, the less this issue came up. But the idea that right sector would overthrow the government and then bring not Yanukovych power, but Petro Poroshenko to power when they have problems with him, it doesn't make much sense. It'd be like if I told you guys, QAnon just did a coup in America and Hillary Clinton is now president. It would be, what do you mean? What? You'd be confused, wouldn't you? Anyway, where were we?
Like, if you see these ethno-nationalists who have hated Russians for years, who are putting up statues of Stepan Bandera,
you're getting confused again.
This mass murderer who hated Russians,
Yanukovych was
like
ousted before this.
Continuing to seize, in these groups like Right Sector, continuing to seize more and more power. Yeah, Eddie, you're going to arm yourself. You're going to defend yourself. This is people defending their home.
You're getting the timeline confused. Eddie, you're getting the timeline confused. The coup was before this. It seems like to me Yanukovych was ousted, and then military groups in the east formed the Donbass People's Militia and seized government buildings.
As I said before, dude. As I said, I feel like you're playing dumb on purpose.
Wait, then where did Ukraine?
You're smarter than this. As I said before, the conflict. Let me finish. The conflict between the Ukrainian ethno-nationalists and the Russian speakers was going on for a very, very, very long time before the coup happened. The coup allowed it to come to a head and essentially gave these groups like Right Sector, who have always hated Russian-speaking people in the Donbass region, ethnically Russian people in the Donbass region, to act with impunity and start
confused again, Eddie.
So yes, there were militia. No, you're confused. There were militias in the Donbass who were arming themselves and preparing to protect themselves before the coup happened.
Okay.
Yes, and yeah, Russia was supporting them.
It's just
that doesn't mean I support a Nazi coup. It doesn't mean I support blowing up people's homes.
You're running.
And it doesn't mean in this broader conflict I'm going to side with NATO.
You're moving on. All right, we're pulling you back. Okay. So it's just interesting that when you initially described what began in the Donbass, you said there was a coup, and then the Right Sector marched over and started shelling civilians.
Callum, thank you so much for the primer. Appreciate it.
And what you neglected to mention was several thousand militiamen and former soldiers trying to secede from the government by seizing government buildings. So it seems like there was a middle point.
Here's the election, by the way, after the coup. Petro Poroshenko, Yatsenyuk from the People's Front, Andriy Silva. Where is Right Sector? Oh yeah, here it is down here. The Right Sector controlled. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just laughing at their election results too, man. 1 point. This is the problem with the Right Sector. Is Right Sector has had fighters involved in this war for a very long time. It's actually quite a large organization when it comes to its military wing. And it's been involved in fighting since 2014. But when it comes to its political ambitions, it has never had really any success, ever. And I don't think it ever will have any success. And at least unless it became like super moderated itself. So again, like if it's a Right Sector coup, why did Right Sector get such piss poor results out of it? Because if it was a Right Sector coup, they got a single seat in the Rada, a single seat in the Rada. If this was a Right Sector coup, you'd think they would give themselves more than a single seat.
There, where the way you described it, I thought these guys, they did the coup, Yanukovych ousted, and then they just went over and started killing Russian-speaking people in the East. But then in the middle of those two things, there were actually thousands of soldiers who seized government buildings and set up barricades. That, I don't know, Eddie, as a person who's just learning about this, I feel like that might actually warrant some kind of military aggression in response.
I mean, also these are also places that voted to become independent republics, so they're perfect. As I said, it's their own land where they've lived for years, so they're perfectly.
That's not how countries work.
They're perfectly right to take to hold control of government buildings in that region, especially when it's obvious that Right Sector and these other groups are going to want to gain control of buildings in eastern Ukraine.
That's not how countries work,
dug
Eddie.
in their heels. And
Are you
also,
familiar with the Civil War?
You're lying and you're saying that I just said everything started with the coup. No, I've been very, very clear that this is a conflict that culminated in the coup, and that the people in the Donbass were preparing to have to defend themselves from the ethno-nationalists who had been a persistent problem in Ukraine. I mean, they knew that for years, right?
I did ask you for a starting point. You said the coup, but that's okay. We can amend this as much as we need to. It's a complicated bit of history. However, I'm sorry to say, we don't actually live in a communist utopia. Just because people in an area don't want to be part of a country, doesn't actually mean that you can have thousands of soldiers seize local government positions. That's the kind of thing that does lead to military aggression. If you've paid attention
So then
to your
you're
history,
against the
Whoa,
Euro.
hold on, wait, hold on. I'm not done. Hold on. If you pay attention to your history class, there was a thing in the United States called the Civil War, where the South argued that
I don't know if I like this argument from Vaush. It'd be very easy for somebody to say, like, do we even know that the majority of Ukrainians in the East supported this? How do you know this? What makes you believe it was the majority? Was it the fraudulent referendums? Is there any verifiable polling information that could indicate this? Because the only legitimate election, a legitimate, like, sit down, we have everybody vote on this type of issue that has happened in Ukrainian history was when they seceded from the USSR and became an independent state, and 83% of the people of the Donbass voted to be part of Ukraine. So outside of that, what other metric would you use to indicate that the majority of the population there, before they were all displaced by the war and displaced by the Russian occupation, wanted to be part of Russia, or wanted to be part of the Donbass People's Republic, which has been led largely by literal thugs? I mean, like Denis Pushkin, he's like he ran like a multi-level marketing scheme. He's a criminal. These are people who have been propped up either as former FSB agents or criminals. Very few of them are actually native-born Ukrainians who were involved in politics and were like prominent political leaders before the invasion, and they were, oh, we're going to be part of this People's Republic. It's mostly criminals, thugs, and FSB agents. I mean, it has been essentially run as a mafia state. So it's a hard pitch to the average person in the Donbass. Do you want to be part of a mafia state led by a literal criminal, or the country that you voted to be a part of in the 90s? It's not a good pitch. And so I'm going to need a decent amount of evidence before we accept this, as it seems like, even if Vaush didn't hear, as it seemed like Vaush accepted that it's possible that a majority in the Donbass wanted this outcome, before we move on to the morality of secession and stuff like that. Because I flat out do not accept the fact that the majority of the people in the Donbass wanted to be part of the Russian Federation.
they had the right to secede from the Union because they had different values and goals. They were wrong, apparently. History proved them wrong. This actually happens quite a lot, you know. You can't have, like, Texas couldn't secede today. You would need a really strong moral argument for secession in order for there to be, I think, a reasonable discussion.
Yeah, like civilians having their homes bombed by neo-Nazis.
Wait,
how's that for a strong moral argument?
They formed the
Does he mean like Rusich? I assume he meant the Russian neo-Nazi group Rusich, which was involved in bombing civilian homes.
militia before the fighting started.
Yes, but the neo-Nazis had been there long before, and they had been killing people long before. But
You seem
after
confused
the coup, they
on
were
the
able to
timeline.
act with impunity and escalated greatly. Again, you're being dumb on purpose.
Wait,
come on.
I think we're both confused about the timeline now.
By the way, can I just say this entire discussion feels stupid because this war wasn't started because they wanted to protect the Donbass civilians. That's stupid. I think it was like 7 civilians were killed by shelling in 2021 before the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Why are we even talking about this? If Russia invaded Ukraine based upon 7 civilians dying from shelling in 2021, then that was the worst cost-benefit analysis of any great power in the 21st century. Because the amount of civilians that have now died in eastern Ukraine and across all of Ukraine due to the Russian invasion is tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands % more destructive, damaging, and deadly than what was happening during the frozen conflict in the Donbass, or the semi-frozen conflict in the Donbass over the last 8 years. Here is a number of civilians died in the Donbass. Pro-Russian people will be shocked. And of course, it takes forever to load. Is this just from Statistica? Oh, well, it's not loading. Ripperoni.
So there was this fighting in the Donbass before the, because you didn't even mention the thousands of people in the Donbass militia. What else are you leaving out of this? What did the right sector do?
I mentioned the people in the Donbass
East
militia, and I even said they're backed by Russia.
Thousands of soldiers rising up to seize government buildings, because as far as I can tell, that's the first violent thing that happened. Seems like Russia's provoking conflict.
That's not the first. I mean, it'd be impossible to place the first violent thing that happened, but based on my knowledge, you could go all the way back to World War II with the massacres that Stepan Bandera committed against Jews and Poles and all sorts.
This is fucking ridiculous. The war really, well, if we're gonna really look at where the war, how the war started, let's go back to the 1930s. Let's go back to stuff. Get out of here, man. Dude's been dead for like 80 years. Come on, man. Come on. You're gonna invade Ukraine to remove the Bandera statue. You're gonna kill tens, thousands, hundreds of thousands of people to remove the Bandera statues. What about the statues of great Russian murderers from Russia's history that they have sprawled around everywhere? What about the general respect for murderers like Joseph Stalin, who engaged in ethnic cleansing in the Tatar community? What about the large percent of anti-Semitism in Russian society? What about the Russian neo-Nazi militias that are being propped up like Rusich to fight the Ukrainians and who believe that the Ukrainians are below her? That they're a sub-race to them, that they're below them. Like this invasion has nothing to do with Nazism. This invasion has nothing to do with denazification. It has to do with Russia wanting more strategic power, wanting access to all the bases in Ukraine, wanting access to Ukrainian resources, and hardcore Russian nationalism, causing them to invade. And if their goal was to stop the expansion of NATO, even though we've already talked about how they couldn't have expanded into NATO under the 2021 conditions before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, that the conflict was frozen and their membership process was frozen due to the territory they occupied. They failed because Finland has joined NATO. The Russians are dragging out this process. They just need to pull out of the country. They haven't been able to achieve any of what they have stated up until now is their goals.
Sorts of
that was the first time there was violence in Ukraine?
No, I said you could go back way further than that, but based on my knowledge of Ukraine, that's where I could pinpoint, or that's where I know of the first ethno-nationalist violence happening. Obviously, there's tons of violence in every country going back all throughout their history.
Sometimes,
I feel
people
like you're
get
trying to get caught up on semantics here because you realize your broader argument puts you in support of NATO and NATO-backed.
Wait. I haven't even made an argument. I'm just really interested in the timeline. We keep finding little bits that you leave out, but that's okay. We're both learning, right? I mean, you learned about the Civil War and that you can't actually secede. I haven't learned anything
from this. You're just asking semantics debates, and I'm trying to explain
that seems like
really
a
complex
problem,
piece of history that led to the current conflict.
I'm learning. So, okay, let's reestablish it. Okay, we'll track the timeline. Yeah. So, Yanukovych is ousted, right? In the protests, Euromaidan, blah, blah. And then thousands of soldiers in the east, the separatists, seize control of government buildings, set up barricades, blockades, so on and so forth. And then in response to military occupation of government property, soldiers move east in order to fight them. Am I incorrect on this?
Soldiers who had just occupied government property in Kiev and
so many of the people who took these buildings were not soldiers. Like, it wasn't a literal, they just took the buildings and then they marched over. Whatever. Not to mention, many of it was just Ukrainian armed force or whatever.
It moved 1,000 miles east.
Who the people in eastern Ukraine, I love how you ask a question, then you immediately have to interrupt.
You said they didn't just walk 1,000 miles east right after, but I guess they did.
That's so funny. You won't even let me finish. You ask me a question, then you don't let me finish the sentence.
I just think it's funny that they walked 1,000 miles east right after the coup, but it doesn't matter. They can do that. If planes exist, man. Did you know that? Okay, so
yes, and there's also people from right sector, man, all over the country. They weren't just all concentrated in Kiev. The leadership was, a lot of them were, they seized government buildings and ousted the democratically elected leader.
We've already talked about this, man. Like, if it was a coup in their own benefit, like they're politically, they did not succeed from it. They got a single seat, which they then lost in the next election. They were one of many groups that seized buildings. They were one of many groups that protested. They were one of the more nationalist right-wing groups in the country during this time.
Who the people in the Donbass rightfully voted for. Well, the people on the Donbass saw the writing on the wall. And
by the way, in the provinces that are currently being fought over in eastern Ukraine, Zelensky actually won overwhelmingly, beating Petro Poroshenko in the last election. So if we're talking about the people who voted, wanting to have who they voted for, what about all the people of Kherson and Zaporozhye and 2/3 of Donetsk and Luhansk, which voted for Zelensky? Why do their democratic results and what they voted for not matter?
And organized themselves and got ready to defend their own territory from this neo-Nazi, undemocratically elected U.S. puppet government that took power.
At all these like addendums. I mean, just saying like, I don't know, they're rapists too. They're all like a cabal of evil satanic pedophiles. I don't know, they're all aliens. They're goblins, wolves, vampires, slavers. They're the literal embodiment of the Antichrist. Like, come on, get out of here. Like, just as many negative like additions as he could possibly add in a row. The Nazi government. Can anybody tell me when like Hitler enacted like non-discrimination protections for LGBTQ plus people? Can somebody tell me when that happened? Because I don't remember that during my history of the Third Reich documentaries I've been watching. I don't remember that part.
U.S.
and
puppet
that's what led into the
neo-Nazi.
war of the Donbass.
Okay, so let's address this. Every time I ask you a question, you take 5 minutes to remind me about all the Nazis
wars are
in
very
government.
complex, like you said.
Well, of course,
it takes
of course.
a long time
So
to explain these things.
I'm looking for
It's
an
like,
opportunity.
his thing is, dude, this is so complex. That's why I'm rambling so much. It's just so complex. And then his complexity is like, Nazis took over, and then they say Nazi bad, and they fight back. Like, that's his painting of the situation. Even though the same people he's talking about of the evil Ukrainian Nazis, they can't even win an election. They can't even close to winning an election. You would think if they could the government, they controlled the government, they would be winning seats, they'd be winning power.
To learn more on this particular subject. So it seems like in terms of organized violence following the coup, it was actually your guys who started it. Thousands of soldiers seizing government buildings is undeniably an act of martial aggression, arguably war, especially since you've acknowledged the fact that Russia backed them. So it seems like Russia both started and provoked this war. But I'm interested in the moral side of things, right? You keep talking about the right sector, the Nazis, the so on and so forth, right? Now again, I don't know anything about this whole subject, but I'm aware even of Azov Battalion, there being Nazis in Ukraine. I mean, I've heard the stories.
You don't know who Right Sector is?
No, I didn't say. I just said I know about. Well, hold on. Wait, listen. Do you want me to? Okay, that's fine. We'll keep going.
I just thought you said that. That was surprising to me. I just wanted clarification.
No. I know. I've heard stories about all this.
Okay.
You know, about the Nazis and what have you. But what's interesting to me is that when I look at Ukraine's government broadly, I don't really get the impression of a genocidal government. You know, the Nazis government, like the Nazis, right, were genocidal, of course. That was key and component to their ideology. I saw stuff Ukraine has done that I don't agree with. There was the Ukraine language law, for example. I think that's pretty cringe. I don't support that. But
you don't see that as a genocidal policy to try and crack down on minority languages. And the main thing about the language law, too, is it tries to assert the Ukrainian identity as being people who speak Ukrainian.
By the way, well, I would like to just quickly say that but he didn't get into any of the nuance of what happened in the lead up to violence in the Donbass. He didn't talk about government officials being like, okay, how about this? We offer all of these militiamen, all of these separatists, amnesty and a referendum in the Donbass on the future of that none of this is brought up. None of the actual nuance that is never brought up in English speaking press, because it's largely unimportant to the observers, the outside observers who just want like a quick kind of like cookie cutter analysis. None of that is being provided. It's the same thing repeated over and over. Right sector takes over government, then they march to the Donbass, then they just start killing everyone. It's honestly extremely shallow analysis, which I mean is slightly surprising considering how adamant he is that he's, getting into the complex issue at hand.
So it's essentially designed to say Russian speakers are not Ukrainian. They don't have a place in our country. It's a form of dehumanization.
All right, I think
it goes right along with genocidal policy.
I think that's a little hysterical. I think it's bad, and I agree that it indicates ethnic.
The word genocide means nothing anymore, man. Everything's a genocide, man. You stub your toe, it's a genocide.
Linguistic preference.
It's like just everyone needs to use the term to describe everything now. The word has become completely useless.
Many countries have national languages or have legal distinctions between preferred and non-preferred languages. I'm not defending
right, and
the
that's
law.
not what I have. That's not what experts on this issue have a problem with. What they have a problem with is
are
yes,
they
and what
experts hearing the call?
What experts have said is the issue with the Ukrainian language law is that it asserts a single identity for the people of Ukraine based on the language that they speak. Which then dehumanizes and says that the people who speak Russian aren't actually Ukrainian citizens. They don't have a place here. Which,
I agree that
starts
it
to lean
indicates
towards
ethnic
a
bias.
genocidal policy. It might be. It's definitely
a genocidal policy. Okay. Do you know how many nation states in the world are engaged in genocide? If we say that promoting a certain state unifying language around their historical, ethnic background, for the French supporting French or any country doing that, if we just say that's genocide, then the word's useless, because that means the scale of genocide is people being shoved into gas chambers, genocide, people being said you need to learn this language in school, genocide. Like it's very simplistic use of the word, very simplistic, really degrades what it means.
Hyperbolic to say that in itself is genocide.
That comes a
but
bit
it's certainly an
It is hyperbolic. Okay.
Russian policy that could go hand in hand with genocide. I also want to.
Okay, so what is if it's going hand in hand with genocide, does he believe this is a genocide going on? What evidence does he have for that? What genocidal policies are Ukraine engaged in? Is it just you should speak Ukrainian? Is that it?
Say to go back to
we
something that you said earlier that I let slip.
This
is in response to what you said. You said that most of the violence was committed by quote unquote my guys in the Donbass.
They started it seems, in terms of organized violence. Yeah,
their acts of organized violence pale. I mean, them digging in their heels and defending their own land from the undemocratically elected coup government pales.
By the way, he says defending their own land. What about the people who were taken off the streets and tortured on their own land by the criminal administration set up by the Russians in the Donbass? What about the people who were displaced? What about the people who were murdered? Do any of those people count? Just because somebody has a gun and is in an area does not mean that the majority of people support them, just because these rebel groups have guns and they're operating in the area. And it certainly does not mean that the majority of the people in the region would not support them being done away with or them being kicked out. So I don't understand how he can say that showed that they wanted to defend their own homes. I'm sure for some of the people in that movement, that's what they thought of it. But you can't say that for the people of the region.
In comparison to, say, the Maidan sniper attacks that were committed by the protesters. And we now know, thanks to the scholarship of Ivan Kachanovsky, we're being led up by these ethno-nationalist forces, right sector.
It's just a lie, unsubstantiated, unpeer-reviewed paper. I've seen the paper before. It's garbage. It doesn't provide enough evidence.
C-14, Azov Battalion, etc. Or
I'm very happy to hear that you remembered another talking point you forgot to go over. But it's kind of going backwards
the
now.
Odessa trade union building, Eddie, where trade unionists were
he's
burned
literally just jumping from thing to thing to thing to thing. We're at the trade union building now.
These acts of violence,
Eddie,
anything that the people of the Donbass did to defend
you might
themselves
notice,
pales in comparison.
You might notice that whole. Wait, are you? No, hold on. Are you reading off a script? I saw your pupils wander. Wait, are you reading from chat right now? Did somebody in your chat remind you?
I literally have. I don't even have the Zoom open. I can't even see myself.
So if we're gonna talk about like everything that they did in the Donbass pales in comparison, do we need to talk about the rape that went on in these prisons, the torture that went on in these prisons? We can talk about the mass graves that were uncovered of 440 bodies in occupied Izium, the largest mass grave uncovered in Europe since the Yugoslav genocides. Like, I don't know how he can say that the overwhelming damage was done by the Ukrainian government. What data does he have to support that? He can like list a bunch of incidents where protesters beat each other's ass and some of them died, or there was I know like the trade union fire is something I think there should be a legitimate investigation into. But also like, how is he portraying the trade union fire? Is he talking about the violence that occurred beforehand? The fact that those within the building had Molotov cocktails themselves before the building burnt down. Did he read the UN report or did he read somebody else's report? Like, there's no greater context given to these events. Which again, he said he wanted to get into the complex stuff. Let's get into the complex stuff.
self.
I
It's
saw
just
your
you
eyes
want a little
wander. It
box.
was like you had a paragraph you forgot to read, and you were like, "Wait, hold on, gotta start this." Man, it's okay. I'm here. Listen,
Why are you
this is
saying,
my job.
You're
We
just
can
lying.
talk about
this is
all
so
of this.
fucking funny.
Wait, what did I just lie about?
Hold on, you lied then and said I'm reading off a script. Let me screenshot my screen and send it to you.
Wait, but your eyes wandered off the screen though. Do you have anything
Okay,
written
my
down
eyes
near you?
wander a lot.
Show me your entire
I'm
house.
trying to think. I'm trying to think of a lot of complex
Show me your
stuff.
whole house right now.
Wars are very complex, like you said.
So we were talking about who instigated martial organized violence, and what you just said has nothing to do with it.
I'm taking a screenshot right now to prove this because that's hilarious.
Sure. Can you give me like a video tour of your house after we're done too, just so I can really check to make sure that you did all this like off the cuff?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I spent all day reading and researching because unlike you, I actually like to read the things that I talk about.
Can you take a video of you reading?
Sorry, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. The Merkel quote was not known. He didn't know exactly what Merkel said. He was either malicious or he didn't understand the quote or didn't understand exactly what she said. The idea that she was using the Minsk Accords to plan an invasion or attack of Russia is just completely filling her mouth full of words she did not say. A lot of the things he's talking about, I find it hard to believe that he actually read.
To prove it?
Or if he read material on it, a lot of times you can read material on something and you can leave less informed than you arrived because they drag you off in such a wild and crazy route that avoids telling you some of the basic facts about the event that locals or people in an area where, you know, historical events are happening, like in Ukraine, would have known by just like living there and being alive during the times.
Scathing Atheist has donated $50.
Wowza.
I am glad to hear how much more you know than Vaush about the facts. I don't know if Eddie is capable of hearing facts. I feel the rhetoric meets Eddie where he is, but your
coverage is more valuable. Thank you so much for the $50. I think the thing is, and I've interacted with a lot of this, is this feels like almost he has a Google Doc where somebody like filed in a lot of talking points of all the bad things Ukrainians did, all the good things the Russians did, and every narrative he could possibly pull out of the Russian playbook. I don't know where he's getting it from, if he just picked it up through listening to enough Russian state propaganda, if he just picked it up from, you know, just like word of mouth and some friends. I don't even know if I can prescribe malice here, because there's a lot of people I can't prescribe malice here. I think it might legitimately just be that he's gotten so captured in an information bubble that he genuinely believes the words he's saying. When he says, oh, the Americans overthrew the government in Ukraine, or oh, the right sector overthrow of you, like all of this information. He might genuinely believe it, because the thing is, he'll say every once in a while, like a real fact, but then leave out vital information. And those are the most dangerous lies that can worm their way into anyone's head, where you get some information, a tiny bit of information that is true, but does not show the full picture. For example, if I was to say the Germans gave the Soviets 10,000 casualties at this battle, I'd be like, wow, looks like the Germans are rocking. But if then I gave more context and said, but also they took 20,000 casualties themselves, then the context completely changes. And that happens, I think that's happening a lot in this discussion, where there's just a lot of information that was not made available to him because it was not convenient to the narrative that somebody was trying to sell to him, whether it be Russian state TV, whether it be something he picked up in personal conversation, no matter how he got it.
Yes,
okay.
I will.
Thank you. So
and
anyway,
then you make a video reading all the theory.
So tangents aside, we were talking about the language law. Oh, yeah, you were being a bit hysterical about it. I agree, it's very bad. I don't think it's genocidal. But apart from all of that, I don't get the impression the Ukrainian government is, well, genocidal. A Jewish president is a pretty strong argument against Nazi organization. I mean, I know that's a pretty common one, but again, it's like Jews are a big no-no to Nazis. You said yourself that Bandera...
Actually, the actual Nazis that are involved in the Ukrainian military, because there are some. For example, the Russian Volunteer Corps was founded by a Nazi. He's very openly like, I don't like Zelensky. Why? He's a Jew. That's what he'll say if you talk to him. They're very, very, very rare in the Ukrainian military, and in the Ukrainian military, they're still going to be probably somewhat more prominent than they would even be in Ukrainian general society, which a lot of people try to use these images that pop up every once in a while of, you know, one of these death's heads, something like that, to try to say, oh, this is Ukrainian general society. These types of military culture exist a lot more. This type of culture exists a lot more in militaries all around the world. Hyper nationalistic, hyper sometimes even hyper prejudice organizations flourish in a lot of militaries. Maybe it's just the militarism that attracts hyper nationalists in general. But even in the Ukrainian military, which is going to have a higher percentage of these people than in the general population, there's still a very, very small amount. I have interviewed a lot of Ukrainian soldiers. I've met a lot of Ukrainian soldiers. I think I've only met, at this point, two that I am confident are Nazis. As is, they had the Nazi iconography, or I found out afterwards that they were involved in neo-Nazi organizations. I've met two. And I've probably met more than, like, most certainly hundreds of different people serving in the armed forces to one capacity or another. That's not to say that's the exact ratio of, like, Nazis to not Nazis in the Ukrainian military. Obviously, that's just my personal experience. It's my personal anecdote. It's an anecdote, but I have seen no evidence to suggest that they make up a large percentage of the military enough to control the government, even in 2014. As in, for example, when Right Sector had their feud with Petro Poroshenko during his administration, Right Sector didn't win.
Types or pro-Nazi, anti-Jew. It's just odd that Zelensky would see not only successful elections, but like now overwhelmingly successful elections in the face of the recent 3-day special military operation.
Yeah, I would say it's a big misconception, even on the pro-Russia, anti-NATO left, that people think all of Ukraine is Nazis, or that, you know, the leadership themselves are Nazis. Like Poroshenko at multiple points, Zelensky at multiple points have tried to quell the conflict, have tried to quell the fighting between the ethno-nationalists. But there's videos of Zelensky going into the Donbass region and having talks with these leaders of these ethno-nationalist groups and asking them to lay down arms, and they essentially mock him. Right? They essentially say, no, we're not going to listen to you. We can act with impunity now. So it's not
Why
that
can they
all
act
of
with impunity?
Ukraine...
What video is he talking about? Because I know that Right Sector had a feud with Petro Poroshenko. It didn't really end well for them, and Petro Poroshenko came out on top at the end of the day there. But I don't know what video he's talking where he's like, I want you guys to put down your arms, and he like went and talked to them directly, and they said to his face, like, no, screw you. I don't know what video he's talking about. Does anybody know? It's Pashir video. If somebody could link it to me and watch it off screen, I'd be interested to see it. Because now when we're talking about a lot of these groups like the Azov Battalion couldn't even do that if they wanted to. They're too integrated with the military. They wouldn't be able, if the Ukrainian armed forces said, do this, if they were to disobey, that'd be treason.
Is neo-Nazis, or Zelensky himself is a neo-Nazi. It's that Zelensky's just...
I know, like with Right Sector, definitely in 2014, 2015, it was different because they were outside the official purview of the military, which was part of the reason why Right Sector is full of a lot of, how do I put this lightly, like rejects. And when I say rejects, that doesn't mean necessarily that they are bad fighters or that they are horrible people. It just means for whatever reason they couldn't join the normal armed forces. For example, there was one person, I remember Vice did an interview with Right Sector 2014, 2015, who was fighting at the time, and he said, I joined Right Sector, not for any ideological reasons. And I met people like this as well when I went to the Right Sector base and interviewed people and talked to them about this stuff for a piece that I'm preparing about Ukrainian nationalism. A lot of them are people who joined Right Sector because they felt like they had nowhere to go in order to serve against the Russian invasion. There's a lot of people like that. So I just find it hard to believe that even in the most doomsday scenario where Right Sector genuinely attempts to like rebel against Ukraine and like we're going to install a hardcore right-wing nationalist like Ukrainian nation state that'll purge all the minority. Right Sector isn't even full of enough people who are ideologically consistent to those types of values that it could do it itself if it wanted to. If they were to attempt something like that, they'd probably lose 95% of the organization, including the most ideologically devout Right Sector people, who would see it as not only a betrayal to Ukraine as they're engaged in a war against the Russians, but would probably see it as a fool's errand, and many of them probably wouldn't even agree with the necessarily motives of this rebellion. I always find the scenarios where like Right Sector, like we send all the weapons over and then Right Sector or Azov like overthrows the government, installs the like 1,000-year Reich. I always find them very silly because it just wouldn't work. because many of the people who make up the bulk of their organization aren't even like that ideologically committed. They just joined because it was A, the local group, or B, they would take them.
Is neo-Nazis, or Zelensky himself is a neo-Nazi. It's that Zelensky's just a NATO puppet that's allowing the neo-Nazis to act with impunity, and those are the ones who really have the power in Ukraine, as exemplified by the fact that Right Sector was the one who during the coup seized the government buildings instead, until Yanukovych is dismissed.
So
we're not going to hand back the government.
Okay, so I appreciate you acknowledging this. So you're saying that the government of Ukraine is not actually run by the democratically elected.
Is this the video? Okay. Hopefully it's a good translation. About demilitarization, the Ukrainian economy, and so on. Let's see. We want to discuss it and formalize it all, so it wouldn't be like under Poroshenko. You want me to formalize relations with me? In memorandum. Me with you. Not me with you, but all the people who are in the process who feel pain for Ukraine. What capitulation? What are you saying? Formalization. I came and said, guys, pull back the weapons. And you're trying to shift the conversation. But I'm already voicing the second moment. I heard you and said, you can't voice any ultimatums to me. You didn't understand. This doesn't, wait, I'm getting a totally different read from this. This seems like Zelensky went to them, he's telling them what to do, and they're giving talk back, and Zelensky's saying, stop shifting the conversation. You cannot give me any demands. This is what you're going to do. So let's talk normally.
Вам передали то, что происходило в Украине, то, что люди еще по Украине. Я же тебе говорю, ты мне скажи, так я вам говорю, по Украине были акции.
I'm saying that throughout Ukraine there were protests. Dennis, there was rain in Ukraine. This is what I heard. Well, where are protests? What passed to me what? So what, I think this is a bad translation, by the way. See what I'm saying?
Фамилию ты можешь мне сказать или нет? Ты что ты в самом время... хотите, Плеханов, Кухарчук, ну это по разным областям. Денис, это же так не делается. Ну, так спросили, я подожди, вышел Стадниковым Николаевичем. Ну, наш губернатор. Передал письмо. Да, или что вы ему там...
By the way, can I just put this out there for a moment? Zelensky won overwhelmingly in this race. He was the overwhelming victor. Right Sector has very, very little political influence, right? The thing that I'm taking from this video isn't like, oh, wow, they're like completely telling him off. Like, it seems like Zelensky is making it very clear here. This isn't even like a question up for debate from the badly translated English that I can get from this. But also, when you see a video like this, is the first thing that comes into your mind like, wow, Zelensky, that NATO warmonger? Or does it look like somebody who's genuinely trying to stop the war from expanding and the death and destruction that can come from it, that supposedly, according to Eddie, was already being planned in 2014 by Merkel, some military operation into Russia? Doesn't make much sense if Zelensky is doing his best to communicate directly to those at the front that you cannot militarily engage with the Russians. And specifically, a lot of it was literally just don't shoot back. If the Russians shoot at you, you have to stand there and you have to take it. Because if you shoot back, the Russians will fire at you. They'll use this as a reason to, expand the war and start another wave of violence. That was a lot of what the military culture was developing at the time. That's how we had that the Ukrainians had to reel in the military like that in order to stop another Russian invasion. And that led to a lot of resentment within the Ukrainian armed forces, which, I mean, understandably so. Could you imagine being told, like, you can get shot at and you cannot shoot back? So it's not that surprising that there is some friction here. But even if I acknowledge this friction, the way that picture was painted to me is very different than what's happening here. Anyway, let's get back to the debate.
Leader who enjoys massive popular support from the country, but rather a group of far-right militiamen who are fighting in the east. How did they do that?
Run is I mean, there's conflicting political parties in Ukraine, conflicting political ideas, and there's conflict, within the Ukrainian
But
parliament.
how, like, what
So there's no one
mechanism-
person running things, right? But these ethno-nationalists, since the coup, when they seized hold of the government buildings and dismissed the democratically elected leader, have had
Well, he
outsized
fled. They can't-
influence and an outsized power in this country.
You can't dismiss a leader like that. They don't have the authority. He fled to Russia.
Right. No, well, let me read straight from the. I have a quote here in my notes of
Your notes.
the guy from.
I thought you didn't have anything to read from.
No, you said, do I have a script? And I told you I have notes because I've been reading about this all day, and I can see that you haven't done much reading.
Eddie.
Vaush.
I didn't do reading because I was looking forward to being educated by you. It's kind of shocking that I've had to correct you on so many inconsistencies in the timeline.
Probably should have done more reading though, right? Like I feel like this debate, the thing is, the only criticism I would give the Vaush during this debate is that a lot of the narratives that Eddie is pumping out, now understandably, they're being pumped out so fast that it's kind of hard to respond to them. But if Vaush knew about a lot of these narratives, it'd be a lot easier for him to push back upon them. But some of these things are so, like, how you would say, like, obscure facts when he's talking about, like, CIA operations in Ukraine in the 1960s, completely irrelevant to the conversation, to the current war whatsoever, that I 100% understand why Vaush doesn't understand information like that. But it probably would have been 10 times easier for him to get his point across if he had more information just on the type of Russian narratives that are pumped out regularly by the Russian state. Obviously, I do this kind of like as a job, is to basically follow Ukraine at this point. So we have different standards for how we talk about this issue, most likely. And he still did well here. If anything, I would say it's a testament to how bad Eddie performed that Vaush didn't even need to know about like 50% of the things he said for him to be able to like isolate what was wrong with it.
You haven't corrected shit.
Oh.
Well, I mean, he corrected the Donbass section. He corrected, where the violence started. Right-wing neo-Nazi coup.
The agreements that were reached, this was after right sector seized hold of the major government buildings in Kiev. The agreements that we have reached do not correspond to our aspirations.
To be fair, I think he did do research, but he did research on how to prove that Russia backed the separatists, not this other stuff. Yeah, I guess that would be frustrating. That is extremely frustrating when you do a ton of research for something and then you find out like, oh, this isn't even going to be talked about at all. Unbelievably frustrating. So yeah, okay, that would make sense. That would make sense. Again, a lot of these things are just so obscure that he would probably, the only way he would know this stuff is if he debated Ukraine 24/7 or did a lot more research into it, like constantly focused on it. And it's not that this other person did do a ton of research on these topics. It just, a lot of it seems to be extremely surface level. So Vaush would have needed to go in further than what this guy did with the surface level analysis to actually, sit down and read the articles that the guy was citing.
What is this?
Right sector will not lay down arms. Right sector will not lift the blockade of a single administrative building until our main demand is met: the resignation of Yanukovych. Then Yanukovych resigned and he exiled after right sector literally seized hold of all the major government buildings after massacring a bunch of people in Maidan Square. And when Yanukovych was trying to stay,
that's a lie. Just throwing that out there. That's based off of he talked about it earlier, but that's just a lie. He's saying that the sniper attacks in Maidan was done by right sector, which is completely unproven.
In power and keep the government going. Right sector said, we're not going to lay down arms and we're not going to give back the government buildings.
Also, the good point by chat, Yanukovych never resigned. He tried to ban protesting after, it got worse and worse for him. That failed. It only made it worse. And then he just fled the country with no formal process of resignation. He just literally put his tail between his legs and fled in a helicopter and then went to Russia.
Until this guy leaves. I mean, that's exactly what we're talking about when we say these ethno-nationalist groups have an outsized influence in Ukraine. And actually, I didn't even know this so much until I was reading today. It's increased since 2014. Right. At first, Zelensky was giving speeches trying to bring peace, trying to calm down these ethno-nationalist groups, but they've continued to grow in size, continue to gain power and outsized influence in Ukraine until Russia.
What? Wait, is that his interpretation? Is that since then right sector and these other groups are like have gotten more powerful? Dude, who talks about right sector anymore? Like, right, okay, Azov has gotten more milquetoast than ever. That's not to say that there isn't still far right people in Azov. It's just gotten more milquetoast than ever through more membership. A lot of people who are not ideologically driven, as the political movement in Azov and Azov itself and its symbology and how it's viewed in the public sphere has drastically changed over the course of the war. And right sector is like barely talked about in this war anymore. That's not to say those still have sizable, they still don't have troops. And of course I've seen them, but like they've got an outsized influence. What's the outsized influence that right sector has? Like how have they affected like the legislation during Zelensky government and how it was been implemented? Because if anything, I would say that a lot of these like militias that started up in 2014 have less independence than ever because they've been reeled in by the official military. And it either had to go through integration, or these groups have either been dissolved or have not. Well, actually, no, that's really it. They've either been dissolved or they have been integrated. If anything, like all the stuff the problems that were had with right sector during the Petro Poroshenko administration and before, it's just not in the same form anymore. They could not do that. Definitely now during the war with Zelensky's War Powers Act. If anything, they're more under the control of the Ukrainian government than they have been since the start of the war.
Intervened, and then essentially, Zelensky had no choice but to
Eddie,
and the U.S. had no choice but to use the Azov battalion and these other groups as their main fighting force against Russia and just start arming them.
Eddie, you did it again. We ran off. I wasn't listening to the past couple of sentences because I don't think they were relevant.
Right. Listening's hard, dude. It's hard. That's how you learn.
It can be hard because I have to keep up with the jibber jabber.
These are complex things, so you got to stay focused.
Yeah, I agree. You really should, because you keep wandering off. I'm not saying I don't trust you, but I was kind of curious about this narrative. So I looked up this Euromaidan or Revolution of Dignity thing, and I'm really curious about this. So it seems that there were about 25,000 Euromaidan protesters present. Were those all right sector?
No.
Oh, okay. All right.
No,
I'm just curious. I was just asking.
Didn't make up a majority of them either. I just want to put that out there.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I'm just curious. I don't know, right? I'm learning today.
Right. They weren't. But
the right sector was literally a bunch of different right-wing nationalist groups during Euromaidan combines into one, right? So we're talking about, they literally had to do like the Gogeta fusion dance for them to even be known by this guy.
Those were the ones who escalated it into a violent coup, which is why the U.S. NGOs realized, needed to make bedfellows with the most.
And what escalated the violence was the Berkut being sent out against the protesters, beating them. Then that footage was seen by Ukrainians across the country. They were horrified about the brutality being unleashed upon student protesters. Then that started a wider Euromaidan protests in Maidan Square. It started Auto-Maidan to be complementary to Euromaidan, which is then responded to by more state violence, hiring of MS-13 style Berkut Tutushki thugs, which is the best way to describe it, because it's very difficult, I think, for some people to imagine, like, what, you hired like gangsters to go out and kill people? Yes, they did. They hired gangsters to go out and kill people. And then eventually, when scuffles and violence on the street got too bad and the protesting continued to increase and negotiations fell through, Yanukovych tried to ban protesting, which did not go well. And I think, as most Americans would think, that's also pretty cringe. And then he fled the country with no official resignation. The way he paints it is just like neo-Nazis come out of nowhere, they take over the government, and then they've had the government by the balls ever since, and to unleash their neo-Nazi agenda upon Ukraine and the world.
Horrible people in Ukraine.
Of course.
Right, which is what they do pretty much every time, because the only way to turn the protest violent into something that could actually oust the Ukrainian government was to support these groups who were willing to, say, shoot people with sniper rifles in Maidan Square.
You're doing it again.
And that's just a lie. That didn't happen.
Get to that, because that's a little.
Also, we don't know. This is really fucked, but it's also true. We don't know if the people at the Odessa trade union burning, if whether or not the fire started from the counter protesters, the pro-Ukraine people, or it started from people within the building throwing Molotov cocktails. We still don't know where the fire came from, and I think there should be a deeper investigation into it still.
A little bit down. So of
Well, I
course
gotta
there was a
fully
big
flesh
protest.
out these answers because they're not just simple.
Flesh
You know,
takes
you
time
can't
to
do it a
build, you know.
sentence at a
You're in
time.
the womb for 9 months, all right? Now this call's not going to last that long, but we have time to build this out. Don't worry. So Yanukovych fled. He fled, of course, because the parliament building had been seized. You know, there was like shooting at the Capitol and stuff. We can litigate the exact details of that.
So if you want to know about the trade union fire, like you can just, there's like a UN report you can read on it if you want something that is going to be somewhat unbiased. And I think there's other sources outside of like, actually, you know what? I'll see if I can find some sources for next stream, and maybe I'll talk about it then, because this gets brought up a lot, and a lot of people don't know the history of the trade union fire.
But it seems that after that happened, the person who was put in power after Yanukovych fled, sort of the next in line, as I understand it, like he was just the next big guy. And then after that, they resumed the traditional democratic process. Normally, a coup means you put your guys in charge, but the right sector didn't put anyone. There wasn't an actual leader chosen by a group of violent protesters.
I missed this. This is one of the parts I missed. So Vaush is making my argument. Let's see how he responds.
Or a militia group. Unlike, by the way, the Donbass, where the Luhansk and Donetsk autonomous spheres have been undemocratically controlled by military leaders.
And former criminals and FSB agents. Well, I say former criminals as if they're not currently engaged in criminal activity, which is not true.
How can this be a coup if they just resumed the normal democratic process?
I mean, it's not a normal democratic process for them to say we're not handing back the government buildings until you dismiss the democratically elected leader Yanukovych.
Well, it's because Yanukovych overplayed his hand. I mean, for example, how can you make an argument to a protester on the ground who has just found out that protesting has been banned? What's the argument for them that they should not remove the government or a protest for the government to resign that tried to undo one of their most basic democratic freedoms? What's the argument? Well, what would be the argument? Because if you lose your democratic ability to protest, if you lose your ability to go out and you know, express your grievances with the government, how are you going to progress forward your protest movement or your society or your democracy?
That is a coup. But like I said, it's more useful to have somebody like Poroshenko who's, you know, more center-right by Ukrainian standards, which are extremely far-right, who will allow them to act with impunity and do what they want, but who isn't.
He says that, like, by Ukrainian standards, he says that he's center-right by Ukrainian standards. Ukrainians are very far-right. Far-right by what standard? Far-right as in comparison to the United States, or far-right for the region? Because Russia, the country invading Ukraine, is more right-wing than the Ukrainian government. In Ukraine, like, you can be gay openly online and express that. You're allowed to do that. In Russia, if you do that too loud, you can get arrested for LGBT propaganda. The LGBT propaganda laws in Russia have only continued to expand and expand and expand and expand more, until not only was it, oh, well, no, you can't have any mentions of the homosexuals in any positive manner in children's content and in schools, it then expanded to just, oh, well, actually, you cannot have any positive representation of them in general, in media, all the way to social media, where if you were making positive posts online about the LGBTQ plus community, you can get arrested for producing LGBT propaganda, no matter if it's consumed, that content is consumed by a child or a grown adult. Are we really going to say that, like, Ukraine's more far right than Russia? Why? Is it because of right sector's existence? Because of Azov's existence? What about Rusich's existence? What about the Wagner group and Dmitry Utkin? What about these groups? No thought or consideration is given to them. Compared to Poland and compared to Russia and compared to Belarus, Ukraine is not exceptionally far right.
Openly an ethno-nationalist themselves, you know, who gives the face of wanting peace and wanting to end the civil war, especially before the Russian special military operation began.
But how did they?
These leaders really want, you know, Ukraine, the ethno-nationalists in Ukraine didn't want, you know, to draw a whole bunch of global attention. Well, that's hard. Never mind. I'll take back my last sentence.
Yeah, no, I get it. So how did they put a guy in charge, though?
They said they seized hold of the government buildings and instead until, like that quote I just read from you, and said until you put somebody in charge who we are okay with, who ended up being Poroshenko, who had increased.
Let me bring up an example, right? Igor Girkin. Igor Girkin is the former defense minister for the Luhansk People's Republic. He's also a former FSB agent, by the way, and was probably involved in the shooting down of a civilian airliner over the Donetsk People's Republic, killing countless civilians, and was involved in the annexation of Crimea. Heavily involved and a very influential voice in the propaganda space on Telegram, specifically in the Russian military Telegram community. This is somebody who is listened to by millions of Russians, especially those who support the invasion, and was a government official in the Donetsk People's Republic. If you ask this man about Jews, he can publish a 200-page essay on the main ways they are vile sewer rats. That's the way he will talk about them. Same thing when it comes to the Romani community, same thing when it comes to the gay community. Russian politics is full of far-right bigots, monsters, disgusting people, and people who believe war crimes, including executing people with sledgehammers, is something that's fine and in many cases should be normalized. And Russian state TV, on often occasions, will use queerness or any other minority status in Ukraine, or those existing in Ukrainian society or in Western society, as another reason to hype up the Russian population to go to war, where you have Chechen commanders speaking to the units about the shaitan in the West, led by the homos. Are we really going to sit down here and say, wow, Ukraine was just so far right that Russia had to hire right-wing neo-Nazi militias to invade the country and make them less far right? It's ridiculous. It's silly. It's silly.
Increasingly for years been shifting right and moving right for mostly for political reasons to try and appeal to these groups who were gaining a lot of power in Ukraine. They said until you put in a leader that we're okay with, like Poroshenko, we're going to maintain hold of these buildings, the ethno-nationalist right sector.
So are you suggesting that the entire government of Ukraine kowtowed to occupying protesters? How many right sector people, like the entire, like, wait, I'm just so I fully understand. You're suggesting that the guy that was in charge after Yanukovych, who was like the next in line because he had the most proportional support in the parliament after Yanukovych and such, who was only in charge for, I think, 8 months before they resumed normal democratic elections, the right sector somehow made that guy the guy?
Yeah, by seizing the government buildings, by escalating the protests into a violent coup, seizing hold of the major government.
Again, it wasn't just right sector. It was a bunch of different groups. You can look at how right sector was represented in the next government, 1.8% of the vote, one Rada seat out of 450. I mean, I guess they're technically in the government, but that would be like judging the United States by based upon simply Marjorie Taylor Greene being in Congress. No, that does not mean that everybody's Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Government buildings in Kiev, and saying until
all
you
of
put
the major government
power
buildings in Kiev, it's a big
city. Until you put, well, I don't know, a lot of the major government buildings in Kiev, until you put in power a leader that we're okay with. And, you know, Ukraine had been, you know, like I said, ethno-nationalism and far-right politics have been a problem in Ukraine for a while. So there are a lot of members in parliament and a lot of politicians in Ukraine who lean towards, you know, center-right or far-right politics.
But who would
so there were a lot
leader?
of better options for right sector in these ethno-nationalist groups, such as Poroshenko. Yanukovych wanted to get rid of
Petro Poroshenko. Dude, he has no clue what he's talking about. Right sector didn't like Petro Poroshenko. I don't know how many times I need to say this. Right sector did not like Petro Poroshenko. Petro Poroshenko was from the same party Yanukovych was in, the Party of Regions. They were extremely suspicious of Petro Poroshenko when he became president of Ukraine. In fact, they had a lot of disagreements with him that publicly flared up. This is like the second or third time I've talked about this. Again, very surface level understanding of the conflict.
Of the language laws. He wanted to remove Stepan Bandera as a national hero, who was then re-implemented.
Wait, we're running ahead. We're running ahead again. I was just asking because you didn't really.
These are
you didn't answer.
You asked me how right sector sees control of the government.
No.
And I'm explaining how.
No, you misunderstand.
He didn't.
First of all, you weren't telling me how they seized control. You were telling me how they used that control to get a person in charge. Second of all, you're telling me what they said, but people say lots of stuff. If I went over with a microphone to say the January 6th protests, right? And I put my microphone up to a bunch of people and asked them, you know, what are you here for? I would get a wide range of things, many of them delusional perspectives, threats, expectations. They say they're not going to leave until a suitable leader is chosen. But the leader that got chosen was the next up guy. So couldn't you...
It was their guy. Well, it was the guy who was going to allow them to act with impunity. It was the anti-Russian guy.
It was the well, I mean, at this point...
I'm sorry, but man, it's kind of hard to imagine that anybody gets into a position of power in Ukraine after the Russians invade Crimea that isn't going to have, in some level, like an anti-Russian invasion, anti-Russian government position. That was inevitable.
Now all of Ukraine's government
and
is
also let me say that
also,
was the leader and the
surpri-
founder of Right Sector who said that. It wasn't just some random Trump supporter that you would interview on
leaders of
January 6th.
far-right groups known for their sane statements.
Organized this and was able to seize hold of the government building.
You're still misunderstanding.
It would be like if January 6th protesters actually seized hold of the Capitol and Trump came out and said, you know, we're not gonna.
And then Trump got 1.8% of the vote in a single Congress, a single congressman. Yeah, it doesn't really make much sense, does it? To take control of the government and then get yourself a single congressman.
We're not going to let go of the Capitol until you put in power, you know, someone that we want.
It seems like, from what I'm looking at right now, the goal of the Euromaidan protesters were to oust Yanukovych, and the guy that got put in after Yanukovych was the obvious next person because he was the one with the next most support. He was literally the opposition party, and he was only in charge for a little bit, and then the normal democratic process resumed. The reason this is interesting to me is because when I think coup, I've read about a lot of coups. The United States loves doing them, huh? You should read about that sometime. It's crazy how bad this government gets. But when
I gotta read about coups. You're right.
Yeah, when
you have not watched our content, have you?
When we do, no, I haven't. Normally when I read about coups, like what does that mean? It usually means like the authoritarian, like placing of a leader in power, not just one leader gets ousted and then the normal process resumes for everything after that, which is what happened. The fill-in was the next up, and then after that, the elections
banned the Russian
happened.
Language and started to ban opposition media.
Didn't ban the Russian language. Okay, one second. Привет. Where's the police? Someone, please don't. No, I don't want to. Please, I'm sorry. I didn't mean. Don't arrest me. They didn't ban the Russian language. You can still speak Russian in Ukraine. I've heard many Ukrainian soldiers speak Russian. When I go into eastern Ukraine, many of the people, including those fighting against the Russian invasion, they're speaking Russian. The Russian language is not banned.
And Lugansk and Donetsk declared themselves independent republics, and there was essentially a war going on.
What does that
So it's not like things just, you know, went back to normal after they ousted the Democratic.
I agree. Russia made things way worse. I fully agree with that. But that doesn't change the fact that...
That's not what I said.
That's what I heard, and it's what you implied,
well, you
right?
have selective hearing, I think.
Oh, okay. Well, you know, we can get back to that. So it seems like this coup was really just the ousting of Yanukovych. You've talked about how, like, the far right has been controlling Ukraine by putting their guys in power. I don't really think that's demonstrated by the evidence we have. I mean, you also acknowledge that a lot of the Euromaidan protesters weren't even far right. What proportion of the 25,000 were right sector?
It's a great question. If they supposedly were the ones that did all of this, like you would imagine the Euromaidan movement against Yanukovych to be incredibly diverse politically, because there's many different people who are interested in not seeing Ukrainians murdered on the street or protesting being banned. Or, for example, Ukraine backing out of the association agreement based upon Russian coercion, which Russia promised not to do in the Budapest Memorandum. It's going to be an extremely diverse coalition. He's concentrating on right sector, because if he was to concentrate on everybody that participated, it would not nearly be as spooky and scary. That's why he's focusing solely on right sector.
When I take a look
the
at
ones
polls,
who are shooting people and the ones who organized themselves and seized power of government buildings,
numerically a proportion,
then demanded that, you know,
again, the shooting people. He's talking about the sniper thing again. I'd like to see him argue the sniper point. I'd like to see him. I'd like to see him do it. But I don't think Vaush knows anything about this.
the politics then play out the way that they wanted.
Well, the way that they were going to anyway,
what,
after the ousting of Yanukovych, right? Like after Yanukovych got ousted, what happened was like the
how
normal
familiar
result.
are you with color revolutions in East Europe? Because you say that coups are always, you know, just the authoritarian, whatever that means. I mean, we should lay out what authoritarian means concretely, but you know, a coup has to be the placing of a leader in power. I mean, there's all sorts of ways that U.S. coups are carried out. And a lot of times it's very subversive. It's very underhanded. It's not just the U.S. coming in or the CIA coming in, like, you know, what they did in 1951 in Iran, getting rid of Mossadegh and putting in power who they want. A lot of times it involves finding the actors on the ground who are going to allow U.S. interests to be carried out. So that's what the U.S. found in these Banderites in Ukraine, which is why they've supported them since World War II. And
I've been in this country. I've heard shit like this so long. It just feels like a meme. It doesn't feel serious anymore when I hear the word like Banderite.
You know, why they found them very useful. So there's all sorts of ways that color.
Like what, how did we give them money? How did we do the color revolution? I'd like to hear it. The answer will be NGOs. And then the question is, okay, what NGOs and what did they do? And then once you've gotten to that point, you've lost them. Because they don't know how much money, they don't know what the money did, they don't know what the money went to, like none of this. They just know that we gave money to NGOs in Ukraine, and that's it. And somehow that NGO money turned into revolution.
Revolutions and coups happen, and this is just a perfect example of one. It actually parrots
a color revolution
a lot
is
of the
when
other
a
color
country
revolutions, including
likes
the Orange
people?
Revolution in Ukraine. What?
A color revolution is when a government likes people?
A color revolution is essentially a coup.
Well, that's a circular definition if ever I heard one. I was asking, I think people of color should be able to do their revolutions if they want. You know, we're all equal. What's the
a color revolution is just a term for like when U.S. NGOs back certain groups who then overthrow a government.
That is the worst definition. That is the worst definition I've ever heard of color revolution. Color revolution is when specifically the United States sponsors money into NGOs to overthrow the government. What a very specific word for a type of revolution. Wow. Very specific. Seems almost custom designed specifically for Ukraine. Doesn't sound like bullshit at all.
Which, you know, works in the U.S.'s interest.
Oh yeah, that's happened for sure.
It doesn't mean that people of color are doing it. And
I know
trust
that
me, the neo-Nazis who took over
that was
Ukraine
a bit.
were not people of color, and they don't like people of color.
The original Nazis probably would consider them people of color, which is kind of funny when you think about the way Nazi ideology shifts and molds to suit.
Dog, does he think the Russian government likes people of color? Look, racism in Ukrainian society is a real problem, but so is in Russian society. The thing is that I don't get is that there are real flaws to critique about Ukrainian society: homophobia, racism, things that truly exist in Ukrainian society. But the idea that Russia's gonna liberate Ukraine from homophobia, racism, anti-Semitism, or all the things that made the Nazis terrible is ridiculous. Definitely when they're using neo-Nazi militias to do it. It feels like a silly thing to even bring up. It'd be like if America was getting invaded and I was like, okay, so we're getting invaded by China. That sucks. You know about the trans bathroom bill? It'd be silly because number one is, do you think China treats trans people better than the United States? And number two, what does that have to do with the Chinese war goals of securing supports or whatever they would be doing it for?
Immoral, morally corrupt.
Like this war has nothing to do with denazification, but it's what they're going to mainly focus on. Because obviously Nazis are hated in Slavic culture for good reason. So if you can paint your enemy like the devil, then you can motivate people to go out and fight. I think that's part of the reason why so many Russian soldiers committed war crimes is because their image of their opponent was the devil. They were running out of food. They were running out of fuel, running out of supplies. Mission goes wrong, unbelievably stressed, scared, and pumped full of propaganda about how their enemy is literally the same people that wiped out tens of millions of Slavs across Europe. And then you've built the perfect environment for war crimes. Treasuremancer, thank you so much for gifting a tier 1 sub to De Wolfstead. I appreciate it.
The needs of the people who use it for power. Like those Banderite types, right? No. You know, I fully agree. They're bad. I just don't know if they've had as much influence over the way things have petered out as you suggest they have. Not to speak of this nebulous claim of U.S. support. Now, would the U.S. support the Euromaidan protesters, considering Yanukovych is, let's say, Russia-friendly? Sure, fully, of course. I'm sure there were plenty of U.S. politicians, leaders, maybe even celebrities. You know, George Clooney going down to Kyiv to say, yeah, you know, protests, get that Yanukovych guy out of here. I don't know if that in and of itself can be fairly called like a coup or a color revolution, though, right? Because if that's the case, it seems like everyone's color revolutioning everyone all the time whenever there's civil unrest.
Well, it wasn't just blanket U.S. support. You know, there was a leaked phone call from Jeffrey Pyatt and Victoria Nuland where they're talking about the different actors in Ukraine and essentially plotting out together how they can escalate the protests into the actual violent overthrow of a government.
Again, there's vital context of the Victoria Nuland phone call. Explicitly, the statement was made that they thought that the protesters should accept the deal the government offered them, which was not the path that the protesters took. If we controlled the protesters, why didn't they obey America's orders?
So it's been very conniving and very strategic from the U.S. every step of the way. It's not just a blanket support. As I said, they've supplied
what came of that?
You know, logistics and information and political support for these groups as well. Based on the changing situation in Ukraine. It's not just funneling arms and weapons into these preferred groups, which is basically what it became after the war. Now the U.S. is just funneling money and arms into Ukraine as our country crumbles here at home.
Okay, wait.
Before that, we're
still in 2014.
strategic.
We're still in 2014. Hold on. What came of that phone call? It's like a call in and of itself is. I mean, who among us hasn't had a call with our friends saying, you know, I think we should plot to overthrow Yanukovych? I'm sure lots of people have done this. What came of it?
I can't say I've ever had a call where I plot out what's going to happen with Ukraine's government. I think that's exclusive to Victoria Nuland and Jeffrey Pyatt, Victoria Nuland has been overseeing U.S. policy in Ukraine for a long time.
Well, what did they do?
One of the most powerful people in the U.S. in relation to Ukraine. What was that? Sorry.
But what did they do?
You wanna pull up the call right now? I have it.
No. The call is a call.
They didn't do anything. That's the answer.
I mean,
they're always gonna say NGOs. Which NGOs? Oh, don't. That's too much. Why would I have that on hand?
What did they do?
Funneled money into preferred groups via NGOs.
There it is, man. Ah, man. It's like clockwork. And,
you know, groups like the CIA cut out the NED, and actually the CIA themselves.
I said that earlier. NED, man, $730,000 apparently. That's all it took. All it took to tell the Ukrainians to overthrow their government, and they obey their American puppet masters. It's so silly, man.
Have been involved in this too. What groups did they support? Incited those groups to violence. And escalated the.
Oh yeah, we had an NED post. NED was making Twitter posts saying, "Hey, go stab Yanukovych. Go up to him, just thank him." I don't remember that NED post, but it must have happened.
The protests and the civil unrest to the point where these U.S.-backed groups could oust Yanukovych, who, like you said, the U.S. didn't like, which allowed the U.S. to begin building up military and arms in Ukraine.
Okay,
which is part of NATO's broader effort, their broader strategy to attack Russia, which they've admitted openly. That's what they're doing right now.
Now I have more questions than I have answers. I still don't know what exactly
it's a complicated issue, isn't it?
I fully agree. Right. Help elucidate for me. With regards to the money being funneled and so on, like what did they actually, I mean, like in a direct sense, right? Because I want to keep things really concrete because I know there's a lot of broad conspiracism when it comes to color revolution talk. I'll tell you an example. Okay. Here. Okay. Yeah. U.S. history, right? Now, a lot of people back during the civil rights movement said that Malcolm X, especially Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., were actually Soviet-backed infiltrators who were trying to destabilize the United States. Now, this is false, of course, but it turns out, and we know this through historical records, there actually were a decent number of people pushing civil rights in the U.S. who had ties to Soviet Russia. They were not insubstantial ties either. Now, I personally
This is a great example of like Vaush not even knowing, not knowing enough about the specifics to challenge him on, okay, let's go into the NGOs. He said specifically, what groups were they? Question was ignored. He didn't push it. He could have gone into what were the NGOs? How much money did the NED get? How was the money that the NED spent in Ukraine? How was that money used? What did they do? Do you know? And then Eddie would say, no, he doesn't know. And because probably he's never dug that deep, just like all the other issues, he hasn't dug that deep. But instead of taking that path, he instead just plays, you know what? I'm going to pretend that what you just said is true on its face. And if that is the case, would you then say that the civil rights movement in the United States was a Soviet proxy? It was all just Soviet influence creeping into the country, when we know that it was primarily motivated by a desire for Black Americans. I like this argument. I'm not going to make it for him. He can make it himself.
During the civil rights movement, said that Malcolm X, especially.
What I mean to say is, this is a good example of him not having all the information, but still, because he's really good with rhetoric and he's really good at argumentation, finding the flaw in his logic still.
Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. were actually Soviet-backed infiltrators who were trying to destabilize the United States. Now, this is false, of course, but it turns out, and we know this through historical records, there actually were a decent number of people pushing civil rights in the U.S. who had ties to Soviet Russia. They were not insubstantial ties either. Now, I think that's fine because, shit, I like civil rights, you know? Get your money where you need to, King, literally. We need some civil rights in here. But do you think a person today could then fairly say that the U.S. civil rights movement was a color revolution meant to coup the culture of the United States from the Soviet Union? Or would it be more nebulous?
No, I think if a bunch of German fascists in 1940 overthrew their seized U.S. government buildings and said, if you don't dismiss our democratically elected leader.
Why are we moving to another scenario and not just dealing with Vaush's?
Of U.S. fascists who are being backed by Germany, rather, seized hold of the White House and said, if you don't dismiss Franklin Delano Roosevelt and put in power someone who's more fascistic, more right-leaning, we're going to keep hold of the government buildings. You know, that would be a color revolution.
But I've got it. I've got an example.
I wouldn't say the Soviet, the Soviets funneling some money into civil rights equals a coup.
I've got it then. I've got it. Not a successful one, but January 6th. We know for a fact, thanks to a Senate investigation, that the Russian government actually did deliberately promote accounts and interests that were involved in the organization of January 6th, and a lot of people who have since been arrested, indicted, whatever else. You know, there are, of course, multiple people on Trump's team who had connections to Russia to the point where it's gotten them indicted and or arrested. That would be an attempt at a color revolution. Russia tried to color revolution us. They didn't succeed, but do I have it right? Do I got it now?
This is the problem with the word color revolution. I really don't like the term color revolution, is it takes away so much of the autonomy of the people involved in such activities. To say that that January 6th is a color revolution from Russia is ridiculous, but if you were applying the same standards as is used in Ukraine, it would be factually true by the standards that the Russians give, and even in the standard that he is using. But even this standard, I still think we should be challenging the NGOs, because you could say then, under this logic, the Russians tried to coup the United States, and you push back enough on the NGOs, and you can move this conversation to, actually, the Russians tried to coup America, and we didn't do shit in Ukraine. You could try to move it in that direction, but that would depend upon Vaush knowing enough about the NGOs, which we'll see in a moment, if he does that or not.
I'm not educated enough on January 6th to comment, honestly. But you should send me the thing about Russia funding people on January 6th. I would say that January 6th pales in comparison to Maidan, which lasted for months and had far more funding.
So it's just a
Western
smaller
NGOs.
coup. See, this is the problem. Now it's like Russia's couped us. We've couped Ukraine. Everybody's couing everybody. And we've taken the autonomy away from all of these people just based upon really nothing.
Assuming January 6th, I don't know how much Russia pushed into it.
Where'd the funding come from?
Russia wasn't able to turn January 6th, into like the sniper attacks in Maidan Square killed dozens of people, right? How many people died on January 6th? I believe it was one of the protesters, right? These are not comparable events. There
was a cop and a couple of people. I think one guy died of a heart attack.
Right. So that's not comparable to, say, a fascist group burning dozens of trade unionists alive, right? In a
Yeah,
major
that does sound
symbolic
bad.
trade union building, and then marching on the government and seizing power of it and saying, if you don't.
Actually, we don't even know if they burned them alive. We don't know how the trade union fire started still. Do we have a thorough investigation into that? I think there should be. I don't believe there has been one. And then we do also have reports that the people in the building had Molotov cocktails themselves. Again, we don't know how the fire started.
Dismiss the president of the country and send him into exile, we're just going to keep hold of the government, right? That's not what happened on January 6th.
I'd still like it, though.
I don't say it's good, just being realistic.
So in terms of the threshold for a color revolution, right? The U.S. has money everywhere because we're the wealthiest country on earth. There are NGOs and private actors all around the world, literally everywhere, who have connections to U.S. businesses, even those that operate in line with government interests. So I think, like, we want to be specific here, because if you want to say, well, U.S. money was involved in Euromaidan, U.S. money was involved in everything, like literally everything. There's not a conflict on earth you can't find U.S. money. I want to know what specifically. You say that they were being funded through NGOs. So was the State Department, like, specifically allotting money to a group of, like, CIA associated NGOs to go to, like, the right sector? How did they facilitate this?
This is always the question you need to ask, because America couped Ukraine through NGOs. That's not like, is there an NGO that's just called the Coup Revolution NGO? What NGO did it? How did they do it? Because what a lot of this will amount to is actual just normal NGO work and not evil CIA actions. So let's hear it. He was the one who brought it up, right? He brought it up, so he should know the details. If Vaush brought it up and he didn't know the details, that'd be understandable. But he'd look really silly if he brought it up and he cruxed his argument on it being a CIA coup upon these NGOs, and he didn't know where the money went. He didn't know the specific NGOs, and he didn't know what was even done with money given.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know the exact details, but that's why things like the leaked phone call help, where Victoria.
And there you go. He doesn't know anything about what money was given to who. He doesn't know what group got the money, and he doesn't know the relationship between the NGOs and the people who participated on Euromaidan. Why? Because that information doesn't need to exist. All you need is a general picture. All you need is America, NGOs, coup. If you have these 3 points, you don't need to fill in the spaces in between them, because you've got a pretty picture that allows you to blame the Russian invasion on the United States.
Victoria Nuland and Jeffrey Pyatt are literally talking about, okay, here's the situation in Ukraine. Who do we funnel money into now so that we can see our interests carried out? And I mean, to ignore that NATO has marched eastward and has made it their goal to threaten and attack Russia.
So you've more evidence
just to be ignorant.
You have more evidence.
So we
than
know.
just the
So
phone
let me
call,
finish
right?
though. We know that this is part of the U.S.'s broader strategy, right? We know that it's their project to attack Russia. We know that the CIA has supported ethno-nationalists in Ukraine since World War II to do this, right? Now we have a leaked phone call.
Since World War II? What does he mean since World War II? I don't think we supported Ukrainian nationalists during the Second World War. I think we did like a CIA op in the 60s or something.
As U.S. NGOs are very active in Ukraine, and as Maidan is going on and it's becoming increasingly violent, there's a phone call between the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine where they're talking about reorganizing Ukraine's government, how to control.
What actually is being talked about in the interview is where the government's going to go after this, because it was a very chaotic period on the ground. And one of the people they talk about is Petro Poroshenko, of being the new leader of Ukraine, because he was one of the few options for who was probably going to take the spot. For example, if Joe Biden was to die, we all have a few ideas on who would probably run in the Democratic primary. And if I was to say, like, oh, Kamala Harris would probably be the option, or, oh, I'm with Kamala Harris, not saying that I would be, but just saying for this example, if Kamala Harris ended up being the next president of the United States, it doesn't mean I chose her. It means I looked at a short list of options and I chose who I thought was the most likely option to win. And who would have thunk it? Who they thought the most likely option to win was the person who ended up winning in a democratic result in a democratic election hosted after the Euromaidan revolution. So I don't know how they chose them, because it was the Ukrainian people who voted them in, unless he questions the democratic results of the election.
Ukraine's government. And this isn't some just random person in the U.S. This is Victoria Nuland, the person overseeing U.S. foreign policy in Ukraine. right? So the main U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, the main person overseeing U.S. foreign policy in Ukraine, is talking about how to reorganize Ukraine's government as U.S. NGOs are funneling money into their preferred groups that they have been propping up in this area forever.
So
again, doesn't know any of the groups, just saying money funneled to preferred groups. That's all the details you need to know. And the reason why it's so shady is because if you say dark money being funneled to NGOs, it's like, oh man, that's so mysterious. That's so, it's you know, a fear of the unknown. You don't know what it is, so it's probably some pretty shady stuff. The same argument is usually made by the same people who say that the aid to Ukraine is a money wash, it's a money laundering organization. They don't look at the details, and they're convinced by just the mystery of it, and the lack of knowledge is what's convincing them, because there has to be something going on, you know? It's just, usually it's people of a generally conspiratorial nature that's going to fall for stuff like this.
And, you
that's
know,
very
I mean,
concerning.
Going back to the thing Angela Merkel admitted, Angela Merkel said this: the U.S.'s goal and NATO's goal has always been to build up military in Ukraine so that they can attack Russia.
No, she didn't. Just a lie.
Right, the coup fit right into their broader strategy,
Eddie,
which is, I know you want me to just hyper focus on something.
well, I mean,
right,
on
but this
evidence
is part of a broader
concept.
and a longer history,
a broad and very vague one.
And we need to bring in
seems.
like evidence for the 2014 coup. Doesn't have to exclusively come from 2014.
I mean, you've laid out
all the
a
way
pretty
back to World War II.
No, I don't think money going to Ukraine in the 40s.
We don't need to go back to World War II, man.
This means that the U.S. or
like, if you wanted to do a general rundown of Ukrainian history and the formation of the Ukrainian identity that led to the geopolitical landscape, then yeah, you could go not back to World War II. You'd have to go back to like the 1800s or beforehand. You'd be like, oh, well, you could see the formation of the Ukrainian identity as Voltaire wrote about it in his book. You could talk about the Ukrainian government that existed from 1917 to 1921 before being pushed out by the Soviet Union. Like, you would have to talk about a lot of stuff. But we're having a basic debate about the war in Ukraine. There's no need to talk about that. It's not that relevant.
Orchestrated a 2014 coup. Wait, I'm so. You talked about
That's
this.
not
So
what
wait.
That's not what I said. I said that is a factor that matters.
So
that if you were
Eddie,
a dialectical material,
I'm trying to understand.
The historical development of Ukraine.
Eddie, I want to understand.
Led to 2014.
Eddie,
so we need to be certain, and we need to lay out the facts.
Eddie, please. Eddie,
leading up
Eddie,
to that.
please.
No. I'm gonna finish.
Would take his righteous indignation about needing to lay out the facts more seriously if he wasn't lying about what Angela Merkel said, which is also a point he brought up. So it's not like Vaush brought it up and he misremembered. It's a point he brought up and then lied about.
Yes.
And it's either a malicious lie or he just read a headline and didn't, do his due diligence.
You don't get to interrupt.
Okay, well, wait. So the points being finished now, as they are. You have to tell me, you've made so many confident statements about the U.S. involvement in this. Then you just said we don't have the details. Do you have a detail? Any specific?
Yes. So you just hyper focus on that part?
No. Like anything. Literally any.
It's not crazy to focus on like, hey, America couped the Ukrainian government. Oh, what's the evidence? We gave money to NGOs. Oh. What did the money do, and where did the money go to? That's not important. All you need to know is we gave money to NGOs. We give money to NGOs in tons of countries. Tons and tons of countries. Doesn't prove anything. But he doesn't know the finer details. He didn't do the deeper research. And so he's like, that's not important, but I still need to build my narrative. So just accept the general premise. Just accept it.
Part about the NGOs funneling money.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking about.
Training troops in Ukraine. No. I'm
asking about the NGOs funneling
you ignored
money.
the fact that Victoria
I'm asking.
Where she said where she talked about how she was reorganizing the government of Ukraine.
Eddie, I'm asking you about that.
She was talking about what candidate she most likely thought was going to win. And also, by the way, can I just say, a government official who represents America talking about how they would like to see the government in another country form or how they would like to see it turn out is unbelievably typical. You don't think Russia talks about, we would like this person to win this candidate. Not only do they talk about it, they actively pursue that outcome by expressing disinformation through the Internet Research Center in the United States. Benjamin Netanyahu in the United States favored Mitt Romney over Barack Obama due to a confrontation that Barack Obama and Netanyahu had over Israel and over Obama's Middle East peace plan. He went and he basically campaigned for Mitt Romney, like shaking his hand and like taking pictures with him on the campaign trail, right? And none of this is even close to what we did in Ukraine. Silly, man.
Reorganizing their government.
Eddie, that is what I'm asking you about.
To hyper focus on the part where I said we don't know all of the
No,
details.
Eddie, I'm asking you about the money
I just gave you a whole
being
plethora
funneled
of evidence
through
of
NGOs.
US involvement in Ukraine,
Eddie,
in the lead up to the 2014 overthrow of the government.
I just asked for any evidence and you got upset. I'm asking you for anything regarding the financial transactions. I know about the phone call, but like anything you're talking about, you spoke so confidently.
His main point was because nobody could use, well, America did a CIA operation in 1966 called Operation Arrow. You couldn't use that to back up the idea that America overthrew the government in 2014. Everything else is just pivoting. He does not know about which NGOs were funded. He does not know what the money was even used for. How can you say that American funding to NGOs caused the coup if you don't even know who the NGOs were, where the money came from, where the money went to, what the money was used for? You don't know anything about it. How can you make such a bold statement that the vast majority of the world would disagree with? So you're challenging the consensus, and you're challenging the consensus with zero knowledge
on U.S. involvement and multiple fundings and right sector connections and so on. I know the U.S. has designs for Ukraine. We're an imperialist country. I fully believe that. But you've talked about it being a color revolution. And surely the fact that the United States has designs here can't mean it's a color revolution. If that's the case, then everything everywhere is a color revolution, because you know there are State Department ghouls drafting up plans for Botswana, like, statehood one day, you know, just in case. There are people in the government doing all sorts of crazy stuff like that. It's the job of U.S. ambassadors to other countries to talk about our interests relative to their country. I just need something specific, some CIA front that was set up in Ukraine that allowed them to funnel money, some like evidence found there were like 16 SWAT.
National Endowment of Democracy. That's the only one I ever hear or the follow-up on. And then I asked, what did they do with that money? And then they don't know. I have yet to meet somebody who actually knows where the money went.
SEAL teams that were at the Kiev on the day of the coup, then actually they got funneled out really quick. And here are some photos.
There were the recent leaked. There were recently documents showing the CIA's long and storied history in Ukraine.
I don't want a long and storied history.
Directly funneling money into preferred groups in the lead up to 2014. Also, we have the leak.
Okay, when he says, do you want to know how unbelievably dishonest this is? In the lead up to 2014, when he says this, he either is talking about the NGOs that he doesn't know about again, so he's just saying preferred groups, which could mean a group that's against like human trafficking, or he means something else, which is the CIA operation in 1966. If that's what he means, that's just malicious. The idea of like, well, we know the CIA was involved in the 60s, so like, yeah, I mean, that's evidence of the 2014 coup. Like, he has nothing direct. He has no evidence. It's just like all like vague, like, well, America once did this thing in Ukraine 80 years ago, so maybe that means they did it again. That's nothing. You could do that with any country. America did a coup in 1927 in Mexico. I don't know when we did coups, but I'm sure we supported coups in Mexico. That means the recent elections in Mexico was illegitimate. And that was actually, like, you need more. You need evidence.
Leaked documents from the kid who leaked the documents that he had access to on Discord.
So the leaked documents. So what did we do?
That U.S. Special Forces have been active in Ukraine. So that not only are there 200 plus NEDs in Ukraine.
So what did they do?
Who are giving political support and give
200 plus NEDs? What does that even mean? 200 NEDs. I think he means the National Endowment for Democracy. What does he talk? What's 200 plus NEDs? I think he means the National Endowment for Democracy, but the National Endowment for Democracy is an endowment. So I don't know what 200 NEDs would be. It'd be like 200 Social Security services. I don't know what that means. I think he meant maybe 200 NGOs, and he like had a slip of the tongue. I don't know what it means.
Giving actual funding to the U.S. preferred groups and
where's the funding?
Preferred groups.
Eddie, what funding? We don't have evidence of a single direct
from
connection.
The NGOs, non-governmental
Which NGOs, Eddie?
and the NED which was created as a private CIA.
There is the NED. There it
A
is.
cutout because it's easier for them to be clandestine about their activities.
Which
funneling money
NGOs?
into the
To be clandestine about their activity. The reason the NED was created is because the CIA wanted to like support organizations that America ideologically agrees with, but funding them directly through the CIA through private accounts could actually cause a lot more issues than was necessary. If you support an organization and you do it through like a private CIA account, then that can obviously cause problems if that gets exposed, because then you just look like a government stooge. And so the idea was that the NED could be created and then allocated like funds by Congress. It's no longer like a CIA, like we control where this goes, where that goes there. It's allocated funds by Congress and then supports like stuff around the world that is like agrees with democracy and freedom. That's like the general idea. So a lot of times it'll end up being like money given to journalist organizations and just like a lot of different stuff like that. For example, a Bellingcat, which people really hate on the Tankie left and amongst the Russia supporters, they actually get NED funding, and that's something that's endlessly used against them as to delegitimize the journalism that they do. But that's what the NED actually is. Don't know what he meant by 200 NEDs, but how did the NED support a color revolution in Ukraine? The National Endowment for Democracy, like, as much as it can, you know, get money to organizations that America likes or agrees with or thinks is promoting democracy, quote unquote, it's not a CIA like clandestine overthrow government. Like he's calling it like that. The whole reason the NED exists is because they wanted it to be transparent, and they wanted the transparency to help protect the groups that get this money from critique about being a CIA puppet. Because they're not getting it through clandestine means, they're getting it out in the open. It's the transparency that was supposed to help them. It wouldn't make sense for them to use the NED to overthrow the government of Ukraine. If they wanted to overthrow the government of Ukraine, they would just use the fucking CIA. They wouldn't use a group that's an endowment that's used to fund like journalists and like news publications. This doesn't make any sense. That's not how the CIA operates.
The U.S.'s preferred groups in Ukraine.
Okay, where
giving support to them, and that was revealed.
Where's
in
the evidence of that?
And like again, right now we're just kind of going into the speculation. Like, how would the CIA do such a thing? Again, how did the NED use this money? Because I remember it was like $730,000. How did it turn like $730,000 in Ukraine into a revolution? If all it took was $730,000 to overthrow the Ukrainian government, that government was going to collapse sooner or later.
In Ukraine.
Okay, where
giving support to them, and that was revealed.
Where's
in
the evidence of that?
Showing Operation Cartel and Operation Aerodynamic.
Eddie,
this is the evidence.
He's saying this is the evidence that we overthrew the government in 2014. Operation Aerodynamic was in 1966. It's not the governments that was done against don't even exist anymore, and he's using it as evidence for the 2014 revolution being a coup. This is just silly, man.
I'm telling you.
No, you're just telling
you.
But like, wait, do you think it's evidence when you say a thing happens?
I'll literally send you the articles right now.
Please, yes. Just any evidence of like leaked financial transactions or like direct engagement, something. Because so far, the only thing that you have evidence for is the fact that we wanted things in Ukraine, and we're America. We want the world, man. We want the moon. But that's not evidence of a color revolution. If a document leaked that the United States actually like really...
Snowflake 69, thank you so much for the tier 1. It beats up for 12 months. Hey, been a sub to the channel for over a year. I appreciate it.
Like it wanted the 2037 dissolution of Kazakhstan, and then it later happens. Like you would need to connect something, you know, something direct, something material. It's called material dialectics, right?
Yes, you need to use evidence on the ground. I'm trying to find something specifically about money being funneled.
I know.
Oh,
Link,
wow. I can't find anything
a second
specific.
during talking. Do you want to move on, and then like if you find it, I can look at it then when you bring it?
Yeah, I'll just say, have you watched the movie Ukraine?
He's never gonna send it.
On Fire, because that's where most of the evidence about the NEDs and the direct funneling of money.
I can watch it.
Wow, what a surprise! Ukraine on Fire, a garbage documentary, is the basis of his knowledge on the war in Ukraine. Big surprise.
Oh. Ukraine on Fire is a propaganda film.
I didn't.
Imagine, by the way, imagine citing a movie when you're trying to talk about this information. Could you imagine if there was like a presidential debate and they're like, sir, you recently said you'd erase the debt in 4 years. That's a ridiculous assertion. It doesn't seem to have any evidence. Well, if you just if you go to my website and watch my 1.5 hour long movie, like you couldn't just like cite the direct information. Like why do you need to cite a whole movie?
Have any sources pulled up for today directly about NED money going directly to a group, although there are tons of specific cases, and there was the leaked document.
I'm sure there's specific cases. Of course there's specific cases. We gave money to groups, but how did those groups then take that money to then overthrow the Ukrainian government? That's the question. If we gave money to like an anti-bullying NGO in Ukraine, how does that turn into revolutionary fervor?
That showed Operation Aerodynamic, where the CIA was directly giving money to preferred groups in Ukraine in the lead up to 2014. And
listen to that. Listen to how diluted that is. Operation Aerodynamic, that's from 1966. That's in the lead up to the 2014 revolution. If that's the case, if this is the game we're playing, where we're just like, we could take any two distant facts and try to tie them together like that, then okay. The Ukrainians will take Moscow. Why? Bonaparte did it. These two things are connected now. Like these things are so distantly connected. 1966 to now. How can you use that CIA operations to say that the CIA did this in Ukraine in 2014? Why can't it just be that when you beat protesters and try to outlaw protesting after going back on a campaign promise to enter the association agreement and caving to Russian aggression, caving to Russian coercion, that would be enough to piss off your people so much that they'd kick you out of government? Is that really that crazy? Or is it more likely that the American government, through NGOs, overthrew the Ukrainian government? Which NGOs? I don't know. Where was the money going to? I don't know. How much money was it? I don't know. Come on, man. Sometimes the simplest explanation is also the correct one. And you don't need to, start like pulling up the string board where you're like connecting pictures to picture and trying to discover the deep roots to the conspiracy.
The recent leaked Pentagon documents that show U.S. Special Forces were involved in Ukraine. So that's a perfect example of the U.S. giving money to preferred groups.
How is the fact that since the start of the 2022 invasion of Ukraine, that we have, according to the Jax Texera leaks, 14 special operators in Ukraine prove that we overthrew the Ukrainian government in 2014? These things are completely unrelated. He's run out of space to move, so he's trying to grab onto anything, just even if it's completely unrelated to 2014. Just be like, see, America has done things in Ukraine before. Nobody said that America's never done a thing in Ukraine in the entirety of Ukrainian history. No one's ever said that. But you said that the Americans overthrew the Ukrainian government in 2014. Prove that.
Groups in the lead up to the violent overthrow of this government. But if you watch this movie, Ukraine on Fire, it'll give much more evidence than that and lay out things in specific. It's very good.
Yeah, hold on. There's Oliver Stone interviewing pro-Russian figures surrounding the revolution of dignity, such as Viktor Yanukovych and Vladimir Putin. It interviews Yanukovych and Putin in a...
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. They got all sorts of direct interviews with people involved. And they have that leaked phone call from Victoria Nuland. And they have a leaked speech of Victoria Nuland where she says that we have funneled $3 million into Ukraine in the last year alone to destabilize their politics. So she admitted that herself.
What was the quote? They funneled $3 million, considering that he said that Merkel said that the real reason behind the Minsk agreement was so they can start an invasion of Russia. They could start an attack of Russia through Ukraine, right? Considering that was his interpretation of what she said, I'm not going to take his interpretation of what Victoria Nuland said about funneling $3 million to destabilize Ukraine. By the way, a tremendously small amount of money to destabilize a country of 44 million of people, by the way. I'm not going to take that at face value.
So I forgot that was in this movie. So that's perfect for what you were asking.
Do you think it, out of curiosity, if somebody like me with no preconceptions about this conflict were to watch this,
Burns is
and
an immoral,
I were to see that they were bragging about interviewing Yanukovych and Putin, do you think that might maybe lead me to believe this is a biased source?
Ravajon, thank you so much for the gifted tier 1 sub. I appreciate it.
I feel like you should want to listen to the main people involved in the conflict. Like, what, do we just bury our heads and not listen to Putin because we think he's a bad guy?
No. What if we listen to more than just
because we
one
think he's
side?
a bad guy?
No.
They interview many pro-Ukrainian people too, right? It just features interviews with Putin and Yanukovych, which is interesting because you never get that perspective from Western media because they put you in an echo chamber where you don't even hear the Russian side.
I see.
This movie allows you
I do think we should hear the Russian side more, because the Russian side is schizophrenic. If you actually turn on Russian state TV and what they say to a Russian audience, not what they say to a Western audience, because that's what he ate up. He ate what they said to a Western audience. The message that they serve up to a Western audience was perfectly crafted in Ukraine on Fire. But if you go and you watch Russian state TV, I think Western media should show that more, because it shows it to be absolutely diluted and insane. And completely separated from reality. And I think it would unite people more around Ukraine if people saw how bad it was, how bad the narratives and how bad the information space in Russia is right now.
Hear the Ukrainian side and the Russian side, and then make your decision.
What prominent pro-Ukrainian leaders do they interview for this film?
There's Klitschko. There's a handful of the leaders of like right sector and ethno-nationalist forces. I believe there's interviews with Poroshenko. Yeah, give it a watch. You'll learn, like for real, if you are genuinely interested.
I mean, by the way, this guy is a perfect testament to how bad Ukraine on Fire is, that he doesn't know any of the history of actually how the violence in the Donbass kicked off, that he doesn't know any of the specifics about the NGOs, just like the vague strokes. Like, I think that's a testament to the weakness of the documentary.
Interested in learning about this conflict, this movie is the best way. It's like
really,
yeah.
I can see why there were gaps in the timeline I got from you. It says starring Oliver Stone, of course, Vladimir Putin, Yanukovych, Vitaly Zakhar. Oh, that's tough for me to pronounce. Vitaly Zakharchenko. There we go. I hope that was okay. And Robert Earl Perry.
Robert Perry's the man, by the way.
You like him? Okay. It's interesting. This starring section doesn't seem to feature. Let me see. Who's this Zakharchenko person? Previously served as Ukraine's Minister of Internal Affairs until he was suspended from his duties on the 21st of February 2014, shortly after signing a decree authorizing the use of live ammunition against protesters. Oh. None of the pro-Ukrainian people you mentioned are in the starring feature of this film. I guess I can give it a look and also listen to the guy who was ousted.
I mean, even if there wasn't, wouldn't it be interesting to hear the other side, since like we're blasted in the West?
But I mean, I guess even listen to him right now. Okay, well, maybe it doesn't prominently feature the Ukrainian perspective, but wouldn't it be nice to listen to the other perspective? That's not how he pitched it, though. He didn't pitch it as listen to the other perspective, what the Russians have to say. He pitched it as listen to this to give you your perspective on the war, the truth about the war. Even though that documentary left him terribly under-equipped for this discussion, even though I think he probably knew more tidbits and fun facts than Vaush did, even if they were incredibly surface level.
With, you know, the pro-NATO, pro-Western narrative. Like, even say they don't interview Poroshenko or they don't interview any Ukrainian leaders in this movie, which they do, right? Wouldn't you still want to hear from the other side?
Do you think that would be an argument in favor of, like, watching, say, not to compare Russia and Nazis, I'm not saying they're the same, but in terms of people I disagree with, right? There are Nazi propaganda films, and it's like, oh, well, this is the side of things they won't tell you. And that's usually because they're lying and awful, right?
Right. That's not what this film is. It's very good.
Okay.
It gives you both sides, and it features interviews with independent journalists as well as a plethora of sources, and it features a lot of interviews, videos, and talks from people like Victoria Nuland, who have been, you know, deeply involved in controlling Ukrainian politics and orchestrating the coup. So it's also, it interviews and talks about and lets people who I deeply, vehemently disagree with on the pro-NATO side, it gives them a platform to talk as well. And then, like I said, it lets people make their decision. Yeah, I'm sure there's a narrative, right? The movie's clearly in favor of the idea that the U.S. Helped orchestrate a coup in 2014, because that's what the evidence on the ground shows.
Does it? But whatever. Don't let me get in front of your narrative.
But it's more so that the movie just presents the evidence rather than it tries to shove this narrative down your throat.
Why, if it just presents the evidence, why does he have none of it?
They certainly don't portray Putin in a glowing light, which I wouldn't either, obviously. So.
Yeah, I have some mild criticisms of him, I'd say, based on the little that I've learned today. I was also looking at this call between Piat and Nolan. There's quite a lot of text here. It's really hard to read and talk at the same time. Is there any content to this? Like, where do they say, like, I have, like, I have done X? It seems like a lot of this I'll just have to watch the movie on.
Yeah,
so I feel like there should be some evidence.
The phone call's in the movie. We could play it now, but I mean,
that would take a little while.
It would be a little bit boring. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
I think the guy Yachts is the guy who's got the economic experience, the government experience. What we need is Klitsch and Tiani Hook on the outside. So they're orchestrating a coup, orchestrating the violent seizure of this government by picking out their players. So yeah, like we don't have to go into the call specifically.
Right, there's always so much. We can
revisit.
Right? I can watch the movie as well.
I know we've been going for a while now.
Yeah. So okay. So we've talked a lot about 2014. It was a great year. I was 3 years out of high school. I don't know what I was doing in 2014. But so we're in the modern day. All right. Now I hear a lot about this NATO group. Now,
yes,
I know that in the past people have said we're not going to move NATO over that far. Personally, I don't care. People say everything every direction. What I care about is what's morally right now. If we listen to every promise.
Again, it feels like Vaush relies a lot on rhetoric in this debate, and he does fine, because I just don't think Eddie's knowledge was very surface level. So all Vaush really had to do was just like ask 3 questions. And then Eddie would show like a lack of knowledge about the topic that he should have if he's trying to present evidence on it. But man, I feel like he's very heavily reliant on rhetoric here. That's a dangerous game. That's a dangerous game, man. Because if it came down to it, and Eddie was good on rhetoric too, as in like trying to pivot, he was better at pivoting out of it. Vaush could have got caught in some stuff here, man. If Eddie was I don't know, like 90% more competent, he would be in trouble.
That's right. I'm pretty sure that like Lincoln said, we will promise you.
He's playing dumb, right? I know he's playing dumb, but some of the information I genuinely don't think he knows, which isn't. I don't necessarily think that everyone needs to be as studied on Ukraine as me or experts or anybody else, right? But I do think that if he was having a conversation with somebody who was sharper or somebody who was more deeply informed on the pro-Russian side, that it might have been more difficult for him.
Freedom from slavery, but not equality for the N-word, or whatever he went on about, right? If we follow every promise ever made, it's like, well, okay, I don't know. Maybe we should reevaluate. So in terms of this NATO thing, okay? Yeah. NATO, maybe they've done some bad stuff. Some people have said the opposite. I don't really know. But countries that want to join NATO asked to join NATO. Ukraine is asked to join NATO multiple times. We keep saying no because there's an internal conflict, and that is, one of the prerequisites is that a country has to be stable in order to join NATO. Now, I guess my question is, doesn't it kind of validate the desire that Ukraine had to enter NATO that Russia would go on to invade them? Because the whole thing they wanted to be in NATO for was protection from Russia, because Russia can't invade a NATO country, obviously. That would be a...
Right. The argument from Russia was that if Ukraine is allowed to join NATO, the U.S. is going to, and their NATO allies are going to use that as a launching point to attack us, which could escalate towards nuclear war. Now, you could, debate whether that's correct or not, until Angela Merkel came out and admitted in 2014 that there was never any plans to follow Minsk agreements. The whole idea was for NATO to build up.
That's not true, by the way.
Military.
Even that's not true, which is the more reserved version of the lie.
Forces and military capacity in Ukraine.
It is true that she said that the Minsk agreements could be used to help Ukraine arm itself and get itself ready for future Russian attack or future aggression.
With the explicit purpose of threatening and attacking Russia.
Wait,
it's not true. Again, this is like the 5th or 6th or 7th time he said this lie.
What does that
And so the explicit purpose, according to NATO leaders, was to build up military capacity and attack Russia. So it's perfectly reasonable for Russia to say that's a red line. If Ukraine joins NATO, we're going to do something. So we know that means attack for us, which Joe Biden himself, like I said, not that we have to believe everything he says, but he himself said that he knows this. If NATO moves eastward anymore, we're going to provoke a potential nuclear war. So yeah, Russia, let's talk. Which would be catastrophic. I think we both agree.
Right. Well, it's just obviously we can debate whether or not Ukraine being part of NATO would work as a staging ground to attack Russia, which seems like a dumb thing.
We don't have to debate that because Angela Merkel admitted it, right? Okay. The leaders of NATO admitted this. They said it was just a way to attack Russia.
So wait, we'll get to that. I'm going to ask. I'm leading into that.
Going on the training up of NATO troops right on Russia's
right.
border.
We'll get into that. So a couple of things. First of all, Russia did invade Ukraine, so that's
holy shit, dude. That's me. I need a shave, dude. This guy didn't know anything he was saying, Vaush. Vaush is in my chat for anybody watching the thing on DylanBurnsLIVE, the YouTube channel. He didn't know anything. He didn't know anything about the NGOs. He didn't know anything about Merkel's statement. It feels like everything he knew was not only like just like the usual dialogue tree bullshit, but it was the most surface level version of the dialogue tree, where you start asking him more specific questions about even the war in the Donbass, which he brought up the war in the Donbass. He said it was the start of the war. He didn't know the basic events that led up to the violence. Man. This guy was not that bright. I gotta be honest. And I don't want to be too mean about it either. He just did not do a lot of research. He had fun. I will say, you played the fool in a lot of this, and I can tell you played the fool in a lot of this. Your rhetoric, though, I feel like made up for like 90% of the work here. You debated this as almost as if you knew nothing about the war in Ukraine. And I don't mean that as an insult necessarily. Well, I mean, maybe slightly, but not really as an insult, but as if this guy's level of knowledge was so low that you didn't even need to necessarily engage him on the factual basis of much of what he said, besides saying, do you have evidence? Do you have proof of that? Is that true? Well, that doesn't sound logical. Why would the Russians do that if we know the Ukrainians did this? And that's the thing. If he was maybe a Russian propagandist and he studied this and he had the direct sources from Russia cooked up to the Kremlin himself, maybe he would have done much better. But this is the problem with English-speaking propagandists for the Kremlin. English-speaking people who favor the invasion is they can't access a lot of the original material, and so they get a lot of it secondhand, and they don't read even the secondhand resources that they get. So it just leaves to a very surface level, generally narrative driven argument. For example, every single time he tried to get into specifics, he tried to bring it back to the general. And the few specifics he could give were things that were completely unrelated, like the 1966 CIA operation in Ukraine. Yeah, of course, it's the only way to handle people like this, 100% intentional. I'll come on to tell you why if you like. Sure, you can come on to tell me why. Yeah, sure. Let's have Vaush on. Let's have Vaush, also known as Vaush Vidya, Irish Laddie, the heroic horse. Any other sayings? Should I just call you, or should you call me? Because I'm a very big. I would go about this debate in probably a different way, right? I debated Alex with Playing with Fire recently, and the way I approached it was, I wanted to get as specific as possible. I wanted to drag somebody into the deep weeds of it. Because a lot of times when it comes to people like this, all you have to do is just drag them into the deep water on specifics, on like, well, how much they actually know, and they can just drown. You don't even really need to make much of an argument yourself if you just know enough about it that once you hear certain talking points, you're ready, right? Which I do this 24/7, so I can't really expect you to like know as much as I do, since I'm living here. I'm constantly surrounded by the Ukraine space. I'm constantly absorbing news about Ukraine. But I will say, if Eddie was a little bit better, he was a little bit more on his toes, he knew a little bit more, could have been a problem. If this guy was genuinely interested in finding out the counter arguments, then the normal Dylan approach would probably be very effective. But this guy is absolutely not willing to do that. Oh, how I would talk to somebody I genuinely, I mean, I talk to some people knowing they're not that good faith. I never try to be bad faith. I really try to never be bad faith in a conversation. But if I know somebody's going to be bad faith in a conversation, I will talk to them differently than if I know somebody's being 100% genuine. The thing that gets me about this debate is that I actually think that he believes the things that he's saying. Anyway, let's call Vaush. Hello.
Howdy.
Hey, man, how you doing?
Doing good. How about you? Having fun?
Oh, I am having a real blast over here. A real blast.
It's not sarcasm. So you wouldn't do that to me, would you?
1 second. Your connection's kind of dog doo-doo right now. 1 second. Let me call you
Is
back.
it?
Yes, it's you're breaking up. You sound like a robot.
Oh, 1 second.
Let's try this again. Let me try to call him, maybe. Maybe that'll work. Hello?
Is that any better?
Let's talk for a little bit.
Is this any better?
Now it's better. There we go.
There we go. Yeah, no, I actually did a lot of research going into this, but this is primarily a rhetorical thing. People like that lie, and they know they're lying. So you have to find ways to dominate the conversation, even when you could, you know, pin them down on whether the sky is blue, right? Did all this research on this and that, but it ended up not coming up. You know that conversation I had with Jackson Hinkle a while ago?
Yes, I'm familiar.
All right, the Syria thing, Assad, the gas bombing. Well, I did a lot of meticulous research about the nature of the explosion, the way it damaged the buildings. I mean, I got into it. And it didn't matter that much for the debate because at the end of it, after presenting my narrative, the only consequence of that was that he would sort of smugly retort with, well, this expert shines doubt on that in Western propaganda, you know. So presenting my own narrative didn't help. You can make an affirmative argument all you want, but affirmative arguments only really give them a staging ground to set up one tiny potential weak point, right? There's always something they can exploit. So I think the better thing to do, let them construct the narrative, you know, put them in the position where they have to lay down concrete facts and then trip them up as much as you can the whole time. It's not a matter of being dishonest, of course. That guy, it's not, you said he doesn't know what he's talking about. You're totally wrong. He's a knowing liar.
I think he's a knowing liar because I really just feel like he's just like, I don't know, like a naive meathead. That's the interpretation I got off of him.
No, not at all. 100%. Like an anti-empiricist, full grifter, doesn't care about truth. 100%. Just empty up there, you know? I mean, ethically, not intellectually. He could be a smart guy for all I know. I don't really know. But it's because you can tell because when people who sincerely believe something get flustered or frustrated, which he spends a lot of this discussion, like obviously off kilter, they get upset, but he kept a neutral tone through the entire thing up to and including the end. It didn't actually matter what I said. It wouldn't have an effect on him because he's as attached to these beliefs as I am to my, I don't know, t-shirt. So the best thing you can do, I think, let them construct the narrative because it gives you something to attack rather than do the opposite.
Yeah, I guess for me, as somebody who, you know, spends a ton of time in the Ukraine information space, I hear a lot of, like, every narrative he said during this debate, I've heard probably 10 or 15 times over, right? And so I have, like, already, like, a response, like, in my mind for things that I've heard. I've done a lot of digging into these things that he said. When he started trying to, like, use the 1966 CIA ops and all this other stuff, that was completely unrelated to Euromaidan. I get incredibly frustrated, but I know what I have to say in response. But a few of the things that you didn't respond to, you know, worried me slightly. For example, when he started saying, like, the right sector guys murdered protesters as a sniper, that was a lie. He's basing that off of an unpeer-reviewed review by one scholar. One scholar. That's all that's based upon. Has not been proven.
I've read the report.
You've read the report. Okay. So I guess my main concern here with playing the, oh, you know, I'm just going to sit back and be like a nice actor and just let you lay it out and I'll pick it all apart later, using, you know, just their own logic against them, is sometimes a lot of stuff can slip through the cracks here that you don't catch because he's just shooting off so much stuff. It was really hard to hold this guy down. He says a lot of stuff really quick.
I disagree, actually, because keep in mind, you've had debates before. You know, types like this, they'll say 16 wrong things in a breath. You know, you can't hold them on everything they say because anytime you pull them on any of these points, it turns into an interminable hour-long conversation. I mean, with guys like this, do you ever actually, like, reach a conclusion on a point? Never. This never happens.
That's
Of course
true.
not. You just you bicker and you meander and you litigate for as long as you can. Eventually, you know, maybe one of you gets tired or one person feels smugly satisfied they made the point. I think that it actually shows a lot of weakness from his perspective, that he's like insecurely trying to belt out all these points every time, which is why I was kind of laughing along with it. You know, there is no actual way to respond to all those points, because in literally like 1 or 2 seconds he could lay out what might end up being 2 hours of conversational debunking necessary. But that's their goal. What they want is to turn the conversation into this infinite back and forth where you feel pressure to factually correct them on every obvious lie they leave. When I think the best thing you can really do is hit them on heavy emotional points. To give an example, I don't know if you're at the point in the debate yet, but there's an article he'll provide that disagrees with what he described in the article. And
Is it the Merkel phone call?
It was after the phone call. It was was it the Merkel phone call? It was some statements about Ukraine that was it that? Whatever it was, I forget exactly. I've got a bad memory. Whatever it was, he said a bunch of wrong stuff, and I'm like, oh, that's so interesting. Pull up the article. I want to see. Can you show me? Can you show me? You know, he shows it. Of course, the article shows he's lying, obviously, right? But if I had just responded with, no, you're lying, I have this article, and gone over it, then it would have immediately activated his defense of like, oh, you Western imperialists are just falling for the lie, blah, blah, rather than him kind of like rushing to justify the difference between what he said and what we're looking at. You know, I think keeping them flustered is the best you can do, because it's not really a battleground of facts. It must be frustrating for you because you know so much on the subject, way more than I do.
It's frustrating because like a lot of the description of right sector and the prominence of right sector, he treated right sector as if it was like the all-powerful seeing eye of Sauron, like sending the forces of evil to just murder every Donetsk child, and you can see like the gaps, and you saw the gaps as well of the information he's leaving out. A lot of the lies are lies by omission, where it's like, oh, you know, there was an evil coup, which is already a lie, evil American coup, and then they just went to the Donbass and just started randomly murdering people. It doesn't even make much sense when he said it outright, which I think that was the main problem he ran into, is the narrative he laid out didn't even make sense in and of itself. It left too many gaps that anybody, even somebody with not a deep knowledge of the conflict, could start ripping and tearing into those gaps. But I think you're generally right that it's probably better to stick on the bigger points and try to like hit back on every single point. That's what the debate reviewers afterwards go in and scowl over every, you know, go over every point.
Oh, no. You go over all of this, please. You know way the hell more than I do. Absolutely tear through it. I'm just explaining why I played the fool there, and not just because I found it very fun, which I did, of course.
You did look like you're having a lot of fun during this debate.
Right. Well, what they want, I think, is for me to be this like puffed up defender of NATO or something, where I have to affirmatively defend everything. And he clearly wasn't like prepared for the argumentative style, because he never actually called me on it. Like, he knew that I was bullshitting when I was like, oh, I just heard about this conflict yesterday. Obviously, and everyone knows that. But he didn't really have the tools prepared for it. Because what can he say without looking like some kind of stick up his ass Puritan? You know, like, oh, you know more than this. Fight me. You know, like I feel like it would have made him look kind of put upon.
There's also something that, and I think I know Destiny kind of does this as well, where you just kind of let whoever you're talking to lay out the entirety of what the argument is going to be, just kind of let them establish it, and then you can choose where to fight them on. Where if they make a bunch of points that are not really that important, but could maybe have a significant contribution to whatever point they're trying to make, you just choose the weakest areas. And this is a completely just rhetoric based, not like talking about the substance of the issue. But doing that has always been a safe bet for me, and it certainly was a safe bet in this conversation. I guess the main difficulty I would find here is just choosing what to respond to, because there is just so much bullshit. Why do you think that he is malicious and he's not genuinely misguided?
Well, I used to think that there weren't that many grifters, that it wasn't like that common of a thing, but I've totally moved off on that. I think that like a significant portion of the people that I argue with or see online are either grifters, and they know they're lying, right? They're just taking money, or that they are anti-empiricist. Like, ideologically, they don't really believe in truth. They believe in some kind of underlying truth. There are roots of this in, say, like Nazi esotericism, right? The idea that like material reality can be sort of bent and interpreted willfully in ways to suit your political ideology. To an extent, every human does this, of course, but there are people who actually believe in it affirmatively. With him specifically, I think it was the way he carried himself, the emotional state, and I think it was the pauses with the way he would respond to a lot of the stuff that I said. I don't actually believe a lot of these content creators believe the stuff they're talking about. Take their contemporaries, right? Haas. Haas just makes stuff up like on the fly, like whatever. He, you know, oh, today I'm this ideology, that ideology, right? It's all nonsense, jibber jabber, you know, nonsense. And then you take Jackson Hinkle, who's like a diehard Hillary Clinton supporter, and then he just whiplash between every ideology all the time, making sure that whatever he was in was like the most griftable, profitable possible venture. Not to say that wanting to make money makes a person a grifter, of course. I mean, if you're a content creator, that's probably on your mind somewhere, but man, it is like overwhelming with a lot of these guys. Also, no spoilers, but at the end of the conversation, he's going to start gloating about how he's going to get so much attention off of this. If a person really sincerely believes in like something like ideological, like say for me, if I had a conversation like that, but from his perspective, you know, I would be, I don't know, maybe not conciliatory. I'd feel pretty bad at the end of it. I don't think I'd start hooting and hollering like a monkey. I just don't think a lot of these guys believe the stuff they're saying. You know they lie, right? A lot of them literally took RT money. Not this guy, but like, you know, a lot of people in this space. Like, we know historically there's plenty of precedent to suggest that politicians are fully aware of the fact they lie constantly when talking to the public. I just think it's the easiest explanation, and it's way easier for me to believe than they just ignore reality the way they do that consistently all the time in a way that perfectly aligns with the narrative that they make money from.
I think that there's a lot of money to be a contrarian. It's a lot. Number one, you get a lot of attention. You can be an attention seeker by being a contrarian. And definitely when it comes to an issue where there is vested interests in whatever that contrarian position could be, which would be, for example, supporting the Russians in this barbaric invasion, you can profit off of those interests as well. And the Russians have worked hard to build an audience for those who would oppose sending aid to Ukraine by working with white nationalist organizations, far-right groups around the world, and trying to establish some base of support, which currently exists. And it's existing, these pro-Russian, pro-invasion content creators. I think, though, when it comes to people like this, that I don't want to discredit the effect that information capture can have on people. That if you're just reading from certain publications or getting your news from certain social media accounts or following certain streamers or content creators on what information is served to you, that can capture you so bad and just rot your brain. It isn't impossible for me to imagine that some meathead wrestler got information captured in very far extremist Marxist Leninist information space. And
is he a wrestler?
And he was a wrestler, yes.
Okay.
And maybe, you know, add a few concussions here, add a few brain damage here. He gets captured in the information space, and he genuinely believes a lot of this. Now, a lot of people, I think, will point to the points where somebody will say, will have reality face them, and they'll just look the other way, and they'll completely not acknowledge it. It's very difficult for people in a moment in front of an audience to ever reflect on when they're wrong, either because they don't accept it personally, or certainly don't want to accept that they were wrong in front of an audience and get embarrassed, especially when it's an issue where hundreds of thousands of people's lives at stake. And if he was to accept he was wrong, holy shit, he'd look like a terrible fucking monster. In fact, he would have to accept that the position he was advocating for over a year now was pretty horrific. So I don't think it's impossible for this guy to genuinely be caught in the information capture.
Out of curiosity, you know how there were email leaks recently where it's indicated that the entire current anti-trans culture war that is the backbone of the modern conservative movement is actually dreamt up by conservative strategists? They're fully aware of the fact that they're lying. They manufactured this for political gain. Like, we know for a fact that the entire mainstream conservative movement at this point is predicated not only on a lie, but a willing, knowing lie. Like, all these politicians, all these pundits, a lot of them were directly in on the creation of the narrative. Same with critical race theory, right? The Rufo guy, he admitted on Twitter. Right, yeah, he admitted on Twitter. Like, yeah, this is like for the narrative. Like, our goal here is to construct terms and make association that people will like connect in ways that are negative. Like, truth has nothing to do with it. I feel like it's liberal presumption, not to call you the big L, but
So you're breaking up super hard again.
Why?
I don't know. I don't know what it is, man. Oh, he's gone. Oh, he's back.
Okay, sorry. The cell is taking up too much of my. Like, that's not even being processed on my computer. I think that like I not everyone believes in truth. I actually think that one of the core components of fascist ideology is like anti-empiricism, a rejection of truth as a fundamental principle. Liberalism is tied to truth. I mean, liberalism socially, economically, ideologically is tied literally to the beginnings of modern science. But prior to that, the idea that people had to maintain like an empirically correct worldview, is it really a thing? Like, not holistically, at least. People try to be right, but they didn't have these ideologies oriented around like the rigorous accumulation of facts and science and evidence and form your opinions based off that. What we're talking about right now, the idea that people would tell the truth and believe it ideologically important to do so, this is a modern phenomena. And it's not one that every ideology equally agrees to. I just think it's a lot easier to understand that people like that know they're lying and they just don't care. Not all the people who follow, mind you. I'm sure the vast majority of Republicans, the voters, people who follow the particular guy, the wrestler, are just caught up in all of it. But as an active disinfo spreader, far more often than not, I think they're just, I think they're in on it.
Yeah, I guess it's very hard. I think something I try to do very hard to identify where is the honest and dishonest actor, or when somebody is being genuine and when they're trying to convince you and they are just ignoring the inconvenient facts and just like bulldozing forward because they legitimately just don't care if they're telling the truth or not.
Have you ever moved over any of these RT wannabe guys? Any of these like content creators? I mean,
content creators, no, and content creators are directly tied to them being financed by their opinions. If somebody was to completely go from like an RT wannabe to supporting Ukraine because they were presented the information in front of them, they could lose their job. And I do think that is one of the major motivators towards these people being lying and being dishonest. And I think the majority of them are. It's just hard. This guy, can I just be honest? I just kind of feels really fucking stupid. And it's kind of hard for me to think that there's like an evil plot behind those eyes. And it isn't just like just an uninformed, just like somebody's just really uninformed on the issue.
I think he was actually relatively smart, and I think he was quite well informed. I mean, it's not like when I caught him on his lies, he didn't know about the stuff I talked about. Like a well-trained propagandist, he keeps his emotions level. He shares the information he feels is advantageous, and every little bit of truth that we have to pry from him has to be done so, slowly and painfully. But he did quite well. Compared to Haas, who's way too esoteric to be an effective propagandist, like to a broader audience, and Jackson Hinkle, who was so delightfully, gleefully malicious that he was grinning as he talked to me about how there's totally no way that Assad carried out those gas attacks, because he knew he was lying then, of course. I think he's actually relatively well trained. I would say he's the best of the three. Not necessarily the smartest, but definitely the best at that particular kind.
I think he had his dialogue trees most clearly planned out. I think that was the main thing he had. But once it got off the dialogue tree, I don't think he had much behind him. I think the thing that most makes me think that he could be a dishonest actor is the definition of Ukraine as like a Nazi state. When I see people describe Ukraine as a Nazi state, if you've ever been to Ukraine, if you've ever studied Ukraine for long enough to think that the current government is a Nazi government or trying to portray it as a Nazi regime, or Petro Poroshenko was installed by right sector, when Petro Poroshenko and right sector would have beefs during Petro Poroshenko's term in office. And Petro Poroshenko came from the same party that Yanukovych was from, the Party of Regions. That type of stuff is so blatant that it's hard for me not to believe that there's some malice, there is a dishonesty behind that. Because it would not take much digging outside of your information space to find that out and be convinced otherwise.
The trans stuff too. I mean, here in the United States, right? Like a lot of the stuff they promote on a mainstream level is so obviously dishonest, so like fundamentally, obviously incorrect. that I don't think there's a way to believe it knowingly. I think you have to, because I mean, I hate to bring this infrequently trotted out comparison. There was this government back in Germany in the 30s, published a lot of knowing lies to get ahead with their agenda. But I don't think in retrospect we look back at that and go, oh yeah, well Himmler and Goebbels, well maybe they were misled, right? Like, well, obviously we knew they were lying. So the question is, how far down does that go? Okay, if the guys at the top know they're lying, like say the Kremlin, sure. People working at RT, do they know they're lying? I have to assume. But what about like the content creators beneath them, the people who aren't even necessarily financially connected? I don't know if there's a hard line on this. I do think the average person who promotes disinformation is probably pretty sincere about it. Just like that guy.
It's just, I guess for me, it's like, it's not a hard barrier to become a content creator on the internet. So it isn't hard for me to imagine that people who generally buy the bullshit and have been misled end up becoming content creators, just repeating the same talking points they were told and garnering an audience. It isn't hard for me to imagine that. I've met a lot of people who behind closed doors will say the same nonsense that they say in front of people in public, and they genuinely believe it. It's just hard to imagine it a lot with these Americans, because these Americans have full access to the information that is not allowed to be shown in Russia.
Let me leave and rejoin the call. I don't know what's going on with. I assume it's a Discord thing, because I just got 1 gig up, like 200 down. So 1 second.
Vaush is being sabotaged by the FSB.
I don't know why Discord's being disagreeable. What was I saying? No, yeah, I know. I mean, there's no way of knowing.
It's now worse. You came back, and it's worse now.
Try again. 1 moment.
Cyborg Vaush. Vaush.
Wait, am I? Am I still here?
Yeah, I can hear you right now.
I just closed Discord. It's closed on my computer.
Well, that's that secret CIA magic, man. You gotta stop working at the FBI ATF.
Look, a lot of my more frustrating debates have usually stemmed from what I now perceive to be a misconception that they were operating in good faith. I can't know whether a person's lying or not. Even the most egregious lies could theoretically be cognitive dissonance. But I think that I've had a better time, and I have a better understanding of it, assuming bad faith on their part. If nothing else, they're certainly not giving me much reason to believe they're operating in good faith, right? Lying like constantly nonstop. One of the big tells for me is that when they're trying to make a point, rather than simply make the point, they will throw in every possible buzzword and adjacent point they can to everything they say, which he did with like anytime he had something to say, he was like, which of course is why like Azov right sector,
Azov right sector Nazi, yeah, the whole
right, like with buzzwords, which normal people don't talk like that. That's trained. I don't do that. Normal good faith interlocutors don't do that. We don't do that. If we have a point to make, we talk about that point. But with him, every moment to speak with another moment to rehash every buzzword. And I mean, again, it doesn't necessarily have to be explicit dishonesty. It could just be a style, but it totally reads that way to me. So anyway, I feel I've belabored the point. I don't mean to bother you or anything.
No worries.
With that particular subject, I did have a fun time with the debate. It's been a while since I've had like a proper lunatic on.
There's not a lot of good Ukraine debates anymore. Do you know, it is so difficult for me to get debates on Ukraine or get to people who disagree with me to talk to me about Ukraine. It's really difficult. Gonzalo Lira, when he came out and he said he'll debate anyone on Ukraine, I offered, got blocked. This guy right here, when he was like, I'll debate anyone, I was like, I'd be glad to, and I'll talk to you about, and I gave him the specific thing. I told him what I wanted to confront him on in his video that he lied about Ukraine in. I told him exactly what I wanted to talk to him about, and he wouldn't talk to me about it. It really feels like it's the high risk, low reward option talking to me about it, because I don't have the gigantic audience.
They might kind of see the writing on the wall a little bit. Not to say Ukraine's going to win tomorrow or anything, but yeah, their job defending the war, it's not getting easier with time,
No, it is not getting easier. The fact that they're working so hard to scrape up Bakhmut into a propaganda victory after 10 months of grinding combat Only to
took us like 100,000 dead to get this fucking like ruinous concrete pit.
They don't have a lot to be happy about over there, man. They don't have a lot to be happy about. It does feel like every day that they're grabbing shorter and shorter and smaller straws every day.
Yeah, I assume you've covered what's happened with the Russian Freedom Corps movement.
Yeah, the Russian Free Legion and the Volunteer Corps. Man, I wish it wasn't I don't really like the Volunteer Corps. They're literally just led by a Nazi. Like they were founded by like a football hooligan Nazi. But at the end of the day, man,
denazifying Ukraine.
This is a Russian civil war. It's not our business at the end of the day.
Oh, right, of course. Obviously, we just respect the wish for independence as held.
Yeah, I mean the Belgorod People's Republic must be established soon. We need to move in to protect the people.
Much like Luhansk or much like the Donbass region as well, also being led by Nazis. So it actually all kind of fits together if you think about it.
Absolutely, it is being led by dude. The thing is, when people talk about like they fought to defend like the Donetsk People's Republic, I want to hear about like who. I want to hear from these people. Just ask them like who rules the Donbass, because it's like Denis Pushkin, like who's a fraudster, just like a common criminal who's involved in a multi-level marketing scheme, actual murderers. FSB agents. It's just like you couldn't design a better a better example of a proxy state that just exists to serve Russian interests.
I noticed he didn't actually have a response to that because he was talking about the wish for independence from the Donbass, whatever. I pointed out that it's not a democratic structure over there. They're led by military leaders. Like there's no civil representation over there. It's like the civilians don't even matter. And he didn't actually have a retort to that, which maybe I should focus on that more if this comes up again, because that is pretty optically damaging. Like if you go, for instance, to areas of Turkey or Syria where Kurds want to form Kurdistan, it's not like there's one military boss just sitting over everyone. There's like this rich culture of civic democratic engagement, where they're hoping and planning for a better future.
One of my favorite points I like to bring up is that the majority of Luhansk and Donetsk voted for Zelensky. It's true.
Oh yeah, everyone, because he's such a lovable guy.
He's just so nice. He was just so cute, and they're like, "Oh, what a cutie pie," and they voted for him.
No, you don't understand. The only reason the votes turned out the way they did with the Russian language law, it was because all the Russian babushkas couldn't actually cast their vote for against Zelensky in the election. So in reality, he would have lost there.
He grabbed all the Donetsk children, and he held them by their ankle over like a pot of acid, and he said he would drop them in. They didn't all vote for Zelensky in the next election.
That's true. I was there for that.
Yeah.
Enjoy what remains of the debate. It only gets stupid.
Thank you. Yo, do you think Ukraine's gonna get canceled when it's revealed that in order to enter the country you have to Zig Heil the border guard?
Well, I mean, not over here in the West, because we love aiding and abetting Nazis all around the world. Historically, it's all we've done.
That's true. Like that Obama guy.
Well, hey, I mean, he did engage in Nazi apologism by going live in Russia after the annexation of Crimea. So I guess we're all complicit.
That's true. We're all complicit. Hey, by the way, you're familiar with Scott Ritter, right?
Wait, that sounds really. Is that the
Scott Ritter? Yes, the triple pedophile. Triple pedophile, actually. Most people don't know. Okay. The first time he actually tried to message 2 separate officers, and the third time he messaged another. Yes.
Damn, this guy's like a Fed magnet. Holy shit.
Yeah, no. So it's actually 3 times. Did you ever actually listen to his defense? Nobody did deeper research about the trial. Do you know what his defense was in court?
No, I did not.
His defense was that he was so bullied from opposing the invasion of Iraq that he got just so depressed that he went and diddled kids. So really, it was Dick Cheney's fault.
Now, just the follow-up question. Yeah. Did it work?
No, he served 3.5 years. Which he now claimed during his recent book tour in Russia. He was arrested for 3.5 years for his political beliefs, for standing up for what he believes in. which
well,
was
I mean,
technically,
that is true.
I mean, yeah, and technically.
Fucking horrible. They're all horrible.
You have a good
He's
one.
so bad. I remember him being so bad that like his presence at that one fucking pro-war conference they were doing actually got controversy.
I went to that
from
rally.
Really?
I went to the Rage Against War Machine rally. I filmed there. I've been working on a piece about it for a while now. I've got like 11 pages done. I got to get it to like 20. It's a really big piece about how Russian propaganda. It's going to be about how Russian propaganda affects American audiences.
Presumably now it seems through content creators. Now that
I'm going to be focusing on a lot of the content creators. You'll be surprised how many directly take money from like pro-Assad lobby groups or have been involved, like how wrong they have been. Nobody, I think, has made a comprehensive list about how unbelievably wrong these people have been time and time and time again.
I hope you don't catch my financial ties. Have a good time and stay safe out there. Okay.
Thank you. Oh, and I'll be in contact with you about the fundraisers thing. I still plan to do that.
Please do. Now you'll have to leave call because my Discord is still closed and I don't know why.
See you later. Ukraine to do the big funny with the nuclear stockpile. Time for the big funny. The funny that nobody wakes up from. Okay, we'll watch a little bit more and I'll quit when I get too angry. Okay, because we've already gotten through, I think, the lion's share of this debate. And you know how I am. I want to make sure I respond to basically everything. So we'll see how much longer I can go with this, but I'm getting tired. It's like 7 a.m. here. And I only want my sleep schedule to be marginally screwed up, not completely destroyed. So let's watch a little bit more.
That side of the thing is kind of settled. It's really ambiguous whether, like, you could argue we would have gone into Russia, but like we know Russia did go into Ukraine, so that's settled. So the desire for Ukraine to join NATO, like that is at least from Ukraine's perspective, that's a solid thing to get at right there. I can't blame them for wanting that, especially in retrospect. But the thing, okay, so this Merkel thing, you said there was never an intention to follow the Minsk agreements, something NATO troops into Ukraine, which confused me. The Minsk Accords were an unsuccessful attempt, there were two, to stop the fighting between the Russian-backed separatists and Ukraine's government. But what does that have to do with putting NATO troops into Ukraine? We couldn't move troops into Ukraine. They weren't a part of NATO. Like, if we weren't following, if Ukraine and Russia kept fighting, it would prolong the conflict that prevented Ukraine from entering NATO.
So they don't actually have to be a part of NATO to train up troops. So what was going on was the Minsk Accords were framed as a peace agreement, a way to end the fighting. But as Angela Merkel has now showed us, it was not. It was a way for NATO to build up military capacity. So despite not adding Ukraine to NATO, they were training up troops right on Russia's border, thousands of troops to be NATO interoperable, which means those troops can go anywhere in the earth where NATO troops are stationed, and they can work together. They can be in the same battalion.
It would also make it easier for the West to support them logistically, as we're seeing in this war.
They're trained up to NATO standards, which is very high standards. So Russia then began, lining up troops along there.
By the way, I like how Russia and Ukraine both agreed to the Minsk Accords. And Ukraine, by merely continuing to arm themselves with the assistance of NATO, was preparing for a great crusade against the Russians while the Russians were actively invading their country. Man. No matter what, Russia's the victim, man. Victim nation.
Wait,
how many NATO troops do we have in Ukraine?
So the point is, I just want to be clear here. My point is, despite Ukraine not being added to NATO, NATO was still building up military capacity in Ukraine. And the point of that was to eventually attack Russia and eventually probably add Ukraine to NATO, which they kept floating.
None of this is true. He has no clue what he's talking about. We have no evidence that the reason why we were sending aid to Ukraine was so we would hopefully sponsor an attack against Russia. I mean, like, Ukraine has yet to attack Russia. We sent them aid. They didn't invade Russia. Russia invaded them.
How many NATO troops did we have in Ukraine?
It was thousands. Not NATO troops. Sorry. They were training Ukrainian troops to be NATO interoperable.
Okay,
so that they could launch military operations alongside NATO, which, as Angela Merkel said, would give them the ability to attack Russia.
That's a very different.
Use Ukraine alongside NATO troops to attack Russia.
Okay, so hold on. This doesn't make sense in a couple of levels. First of all, every country in the world, with the exception of those that don't like NATO, want NATO troops training their troops. because we're NATO. I mean, we're the US, right? We're the best.
I don't think every country in the world, I don't think Russia and China want that.
No, except for countries who don't like NATO. I mean, like, if you're not ideologically aligned against the United States.
I would say most of the world doesn't like NATO anymore after what they've been seeing.
You can litigate that if you like, but there's no denying our military capabilities, right? We certainly have well-trained, well-armed soldiers. That's not a moral statement.
Which is why Russia was threatened by that NATO training.
So, okay. So NATO training Ukrainian troops. The reason that Ukrainian troops were being trained was because somebody started a war in the Donbass, and Ukraine, because it's a poor, at least it was a poor country, didn't have soldiers to fight against it. That's one of the reasons the Azov battalion grew to the prominence that it did. You have these like ultra-nationalist, like blood and soil types who form militias because Ukraine literally has no organized military to fight in the Donbass. Now, obviously, that doesn't make what they're doing right. I mean, I'm glad they're fighting against Russian aggression, but I don't agree with them being ethno-nationalists.
Like, do you really think the people of the Donbass were like about to like march into Western Ukraine and start attacking them?
No, I think they were trying to secede with East Ukraine, which they did. That's what they tried to do.
The people of the Donbass, a selected group of Russian nationalists in the Donbass, but whatever, that's besides the point.
They had
Yeah. So you just said that these groups didn't have a lot of power in Ukraine, these ethno-nationalist groups, but they were able to seize hold of the Ukrainian government. Clearly, they had a lot of power.
No, they were able to seize buildings.
And then there,
wait, you're doing it again. We've gone over these points.
Shelling the homes. It was absolutely Western Ukraine.
We've gone over these points.
The US ethno-nationalists.
We're backsliding.
Were being offensive towards Eastern Ukraine.
We're backsliding.
Right?
No.
So you're making it seem like they were defending.
Stop reading.
Like the Azov and them are defending.
You're reading chat. I can see your pupils, man. Every time you talk at length, you go.
No, dude, I don't care about any of this. Like, oh my god, you're reading. I don't give a fuck about any of this. What can we? Is there like anything left that we need to examine that was said during this debate? Is it what have I missed? That's so important. This is garbage. This is all garbage. Okay, well if it's garbage, you guys love it, so I'll play through it.
Up and to the right.
Look at what I'm looking at.
Oh, room tour.
That is literally a tick that I have when I'm thinking. Look,
are you accusing me of being ableist?
Look. There's maps up there. Do you think that's what I'm using?
Do you think?
What do you think I'm reading from?
Looking at the people of Africa and their anti-colonial spirit gives you strength.
Look, I have this article from Consortium News about there's Ukrainians marching with Stepan Bandera, and then there's you. Where's the script, Vaush? Where's the script that I'm
kind of taken aback by seeing myself there.
I wish I had.
I'll just assume you quickly closed it. We visited a visited these points.
You can think whatever you want.
We were talking about.
I just know this issue well because I've actually read about it,
and I'm learning a lot about it today.
None of this age well, man.
Hey, this is my education. So we don't want to relitigate here. We were talking about like NATO troops in Ukraine. It seems like there was a pretty good reason for the Ukrainian government to want their troops being trained up because of the whole war in the Donbass thing. So I want to know what was this plan to invade Russia? You said from Merkel, right? Merkel.
Yes, the plan was to build up NATO capacity, military capacity in Ukraine.
By the way, her quote was literally, again, I've said this a million times. I feel like we're just rehashing old points. But her quote was like, what the Minsk agreement helped Ukraine do was build up its own power. That's basically it. That's what she said. There was nothing about we're going to launch attacks against Russia. It was this country, which is invaded by Russia, needed to reorganize itself. At the very least, if the Minsk agreements didn't bring peace, they at least bought Ukraine time that it utilized to improve its defenses, which is true. This is true.
Ukraine.
Invade
so
Russia.
It could be used to launch an attack against Russia or even just to provoke and threaten Russia and contain Russia. Like the US right now is surrounding China with their military bases to try and
China's completely encircled.
And trying to control countries around China like Thailand so that they can contain China, so that they can stop China from growing as an economic superpower, which gets to the point of what this whole thing is about is the U.S. doesn't want Russia to reassert themselves as a superpower after they...
The reason we're talking about Thailand right now is there was an election in Thailand recently where a very generally considered somewhat pro-Western candidate won. Somebody who's very anti-Russia, not very favorable towards the government in Beijing. And since there's a military power sharing agreement, there's like negotiations on whether he's going to actually become president, even though he won overwhelmingly, because power sharing with the military is terrible. It was terrible for the people of Sudan. It was terrible in Myanmar. It's terrible in Thailand. So that's why people talk about Thailand again, because there was an election there.
Essentially broke the Soviet Union in 1991.
People don't like that. Maybe some countries would like to vote to, align themselves with the United States.
Yes, I know that the U.S. deeply fears Russian economic hegemony. Hold on, I'm reading this.
Right, so
Merkel
the idea
thing.
was to build up NATO capacity in the region so that they had a foothold at a essentially neo-colonial outpost in Ukraine, which they could use to attack Russia.
Right, okay, I'm trying to find that, though. Hold on.
And I don't agree that the Ukrainian citizens would want to become part of NATO, because I think they're smart enough to know what that means. They're smart enough to know the target that puts on them from Russia, who have repeatedly in the lead up to 2014, said that adding Ukraine to NATO is a red line, right? We'll take that as an act of aggression and a threat towards us.
Wait, I can't.
So I think the people of
saying...
Ukraine knew that becoming part of NATO would put a target on them.
I can't find the thing where she says that we're planning to attack.
The majority of Ukrainians before the invasion did not support NATO membership. Then the Russians invaded, and now 83% of Ukrainians support NATO membership. That's the most recent polling that I'm aware of. No matter what the number is, it is a vast, vast majority of Ukrainians who are now in favor of NATO membership. The Russians pushed Ukraine into the arms of NATO, Finland into the arms of NATO, and Sweden into the arms of NATO. It's their own fault.
Attack Russia. Can you find that? What do I need to Google to find that? That's pretty important.
I'm sure I have it.
Because my perspective is that it'd be pretty dumb to attack Russia for a couple of reasons. First of all, it's broke. It's not like there are much in the way of material wealth to see.
I'm saying Swinland, okay? I mispronounced the word. No bully. No bully.
Natural resources. Second, it would prompt the end of the world. That's not good. I've noted that on my notes, and it says that the end of the world.
That's why it's so fucking insane, dude. That's why I'm so against this war and why I talk about it so much.
Me too.
Because they're literally provoking World War III. They're provoking nuclear destruction for all of us. That's why Merkel's statements were so insane. That's why it was such a bombshell.
Find me those statements.
It was such a bombshell to say that it's good that Ukraine wasn't conquered and has the means to defend itself. Such a bombshell.
Please, where she said that they were planning to attack Russia.
Yeah, hopefully I have it in my notes here.
I hope so too.
The nothing burger. Also, this also all accepts Angela Merkel at her word, as Angela Merkel is actively trying to redefine her history because her term as leader of Germany is now its foreign policy agenda is being put into question due to the fact that it wanted to, have diplomacy through economics with the Russians, and that failed at deterring them from invading Ukraine. And so now she's trying to go back and redefine her history. She's like, well, actually this, actually that. I'm not saying that it isn't true. I'm just saying it's also strange how quick everybody is taking Angela Merkel at her word when she's saying the Minsk agreement was really meant to buy time for the Ukrainians. It could have been, but I also don't know why we're just taking her at her word. And also, it could have been intended to do something else, or that was part of it. But then its major contribution, because the Ukrainians and the Russians were unable to reconcile their differences, was buying the Ukrainians time to mount their defenses, which, they did.
Seeing Merkel invade Russia, war, Russia. Merkel interview Russia. It's a Washington Post article. I'll never give those freaks my money.
So I got two.
Somebody in my chat just said that I won't find it because it didn't happen. But you'll prove them wrong, right?
Here you go.
Okay.
There's an article from Patrick Lawrence on, I sent it to you on Zoom, that explains Merkel's revelations, which were a further escalation of the hostilities with Russia.
All right, hold on. Hold on. Consortium TM News bias.
I sent it to you in the chat.
I see. Yeah, I just want to see on
Okay,
the.
I don't care about the bias of the
Pretty easy to tell.
I want to hear you confront him on the fact that he got it wrong. That is just a lie. Angela Merkel did not say the Minsk agreement was part of a plan to attack Russia or anything like that.
Bias with mostly factual.
Okay. With what's going on in the, it's one of the main ways that I keep up to date with what's going on in the world.
Okay, let's see. Interviews.
It was founded by Robert Perry, actually, who we discussed earlier, and who's in that movie Ukraine on Fire.
I'm sure I would like him a lot in that movie. Hold on, Merkel's comments. Yeah. Sorry, just a moment. This seems pretty important, so I want to cover it. Merkel's interviews with Der Spiegel. Oh, that's not a good look, being German. Right off the bat. Ukraine conflict, something. With Russian attack. Merkel described the Minsk talks as an attempt to give Ukraine time to become stronger. Okay. There are various interpretations of Minsk's remarks. They are generally taken at face value as an offhandedly delivered admission of her duplicity in her dealings with Russia on the Ukraine situation. Wait, that's it? Her saying the Minsk agreements would give Ukraine more time to fortify? Wait,
Yep, that's it.
where's Russia here?
That's it.
Right. So the Minsk agreements were intended and framed as a peace agreement that was going to end conflict with Russia.
Where's
and
the
Merkel
invading?
is saying that Ukraine was building up military.
Also, can we just say, are we under the idea? Are we under the delusion that when the Russians signed the Minsk agreement, Vladimir Putin like leaned back in his chair. He leaned back and he was like, "Ah, yes, peace at last." No, man, you don't think the Russians were still preparing? We're not sending in agents into Ukraine to try to infiltrate. They were not drawing up invasion plans and trying to think of the best way to conquer Ukraine, thinking of when would be the next time, waiting for the heat to die down so they could go in again. Like, come on.
Capacity.
Where's the thing about invading Russia, though?
They were I'm not sure if she explicitly said, I guess we're going to invade Russia, but that's kind of implied in the fact that the Minsk agreements, like I said, were framed as this is going to bring peace. This is going to bring peace between Ukraine and Russia. And then Merkel said, no, it was just a way for us to build up military capacity, meaning NATO military capacity.
Where does she say NATO?
So I guess I made a mistake in saying she said we're explicitly.
She doesn't say it, Vaush.
Going to attack Russia, but that's implied because, like,
it's not implied.
I said Russia
it's not implied. Ukraine was invaded. You don't think that a nation, while under invasion, can think of any other reason as to why they should build up their military forces outside of invading the neighboring country? Maybe to beat off the invasion? Come on.
Said multiple times, more NATO capacity in Ukraine is a threat to us, and that's a red line. And it's going to push us closer to nuclear war.
Where does she say NATO's military capacity? It looks like she's talking about the Minsk Accords giving Ukraine time to fortify, which, you know, it didn't, because the separatists violated it like immediately. So it didn't even do that. So where are we? Okay, did you lie to me? I don't see, where's the mention of building up NATO troops or invading Russia? That was a pretty big thing. You predicated the entire legitimacy of Russia's act of purported self-defense on the idea that NATO has admitted that it has plans to build up troop capacities and use Ukraine as a staging
NATO
ground.
was literally training troops, thousands of troops on their border.
Training troops doesn't make them NATO troops. That's number one. They could be training troops for Ukraine to defend itself from an invasion, which Russia would then go on to do. That doesn't mean that they were training troops to invade Russia, to attack Russia. It could be to defend from the nation, which has a tendency of invading Ukraine.
So you lied. This doesn't say that at all.
What military capacity did you fucking think that Merkel was talking about? Germany's a NATO member country. Obviously, she's referring to NATO's military capacity in Ukraine as they're training NATO troops on Russia's border.
It's a conflict between Russia and Ukraine. She obviously is saying...
We all know it's more than that. We all know it's a conflict between NATO. We all know it's a conflict between NATO and Russia.
You're in deep. Okay, so you completely lied about this. You said that she said that they were going to invade Russia, and it doesn't even mention NATO troop capacity. And the only evidence you have is that, well, read between the lines. Obviously, she means the Minsk Accords that were violated 8 seconds after they were passed would give NATO, the strongest military alliance on Earth, the time to defend itself against Russia. Okay. Wow, I can see why Russia rushed to invade Ukraine up the back of evidence like this. Clearly, they had no choice with the immeasurable threat levied at their doors.
Imagine if this was happening in Mexico, if Wagner Group was training up troops right on the border of Mexico and the U.S., and then there was a peace agreement that said Mexico.
To be clear, it would first be America invaded Mexico, declared that Tijuana was rightful American clay, set up 2 different proxy like autonomous Yankee zones in Mexico. Then the Wagner Group operates in Mexico. And we're talking about the Wagner Group, which is honestly per capita is probably committing a lot more war crimes than American NATO military trainers in Ukraine. But putting that aside, that circumstance, no one would really blame Mexico for probably having those Wagner guys in their country. Just like nobody blames Ukraine for accepting NATO support when they're being invaded by Russia.
Mexico was going to demilitarize and we were going to have peace, and Russia was not going to be involved in Mexico.
What?
And then 7 years later, we found out that Russia was continuing to train up troops in Mexico. And Russia said, guess what?
Wait.
We never planned to follow the peace agreement. We were just going to keep building up troops.
Wait, hold on. Wait.
Don't you think that would imply that they were building up troops to threaten, contain?
Wait, they never said they wouldn't follow the peace agreement. Having low confidence in a peace agreement succeeding isn't even necessarily not being generally in favor of the peace agreement. Most peace agreements and ceasefires fall through. Most are unsuccessful. For example, the American government negotiated a ceasefire in Sudan. The ceasefire fell through. That doesn't necessarily mean that even if the American government knew that the ceasefire would most likely fall through, that there wasn't any genuine effort there, even if they were also thinking, well, even if the ceasefire falls through, it could help the Sudanese people this, and that way. Just like Angela Merkel did when it came to the Minsk agreement.
Or attack
no,
the US.
There's no relationship between
Right?
the NATO troop training and what she's saying about the Minsk Accords. The reason she's saying this about the Minsk Accords is because she didn't
She's
think
a
Russia would
NATO
follow
leader.
them.
As NATO is
No,
training
you
up
are
troops in
reaching
Russia,
so
and she's
hard.
saying we're
You
going
were
to
like,
build
yeah,
up
she
military
admitted she would
capacity in
invade
Ukraine.
Russia. And
What
then I look
fucking
at this
military do you
article
think
and
she's
you're like,
talking about if not NATO?
Ukraine.
What military do you think she's talking about if not NATO?
The country that was in the war, Ukraine.
That was being trained up directly by NATO.
Yeah, that's not a secret,
Ukraine's
obviously.
Ukraine is essentially a puppet of the U.S. and NATO.
Wait, wait, don't run away from the point.
I'm sorry. Is this how? Okay, if the standard is, if you are trained, have soldiers trained by country, you are a puppet, then a ton of countries in this world are puppets of other countries that we would never consider it, and we call it ridiculous. Call it absolutely ridiculous. The idea that just because Ukraine accepted military training, that they're a puppet of the United States, ignores how they didn't go with the American agenda during Euromaidan, ignores how much the Ukrainian government is pressuring the American government time and time again to give them different types of military aid when the American government says, no, we don't want to give it for this X, Y, and Z reason. Like, for example, F-16 jets, which they would continue to push for. If they are a puppet, it doesn't make sense that we, according to our own intelligence reports, we know more about the Russian military than the Ukrainian military because they're not sharing information with us due to fear of leaks. It doesn't sound like a puppet to me. They're not operating as a proxy puppet would usually operate in accordance to like the master and the servant relationship that exists with proxy puppet states.
Completely lied about this, man. I am so happy I asked you for this article. No, and now you're talking fast because you know that you were caught lying.
And you don't.
You know you were caught lying.
Angela Merkel was talking about building up NATO capacity.
Where in this article? Capacity. Wait, can you control?
Okay,
I'm control F-ing. Can you find it?
Who is she talking about if not NATO and
Ukraine? Listen to the quote. Listen to the quote. Okay, listen. I'm going to read it out loud, and we're going to see. Okay, listen. This is from Der Spiegel. She believes, she is Merkel, by the way. She believes that later during the Minsk talks, she was able to buy the time Ukraine. I spoke that one louder just so that it was clear. Needed to better fend off the Russian attack. She says this is also Ukraine, is now a strong, well-fortified country, Back then, she is certain that's Ukraine, would have been overrun by Putin's troops. Any reading of this that involves, yeah, we prompted bad faith peace talks so NATO could build troops to... It's incoherent to begin with, because NATO can train outside of Ukraine, and we also don't need Ukraine as a staging ground. We have the Baltic states, 3 of them, that hate Russia right there.
Well, hypothetically, if we were planning an invasion of Russia, having Ukraine on our side would make it easier. That's just like undoubtedly true. That doesn't necessarily mean that we were planning it. And plus, in an age of nuclear warfare, it's kind of, you know, it's kind of silly to think about, but.
And Alaska, I guess, if we really wanted to, Alaska, but no, clearly by this, she meant that and now Finland, we would need NATO to have more time.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to deny that NATO building up troop capacity right on Russia's border isn't an act of aggression because the U.S. also has NATO's troops stationed in the Baltic states, if you want to act like that, and if you want to act like a phony peace agreement that they admittedly said was just to allow them to continue building up their military in Ukraine, which Russia constantly said was a red line.
I'm sipping the
If you
Kool-Aid.
really want to act that naive and act like NATO wasn't threatening Russia with that,
you,
and like Merkel
you
wasn't
didn't
talking
remember
about
what this
building
article
NATO
said at all.
capacity,
Was
if you want to act like the Western imperialist countries in NATO,
was your
were only
memory of this
concerned with
article
building up Ukraine so they
the
could
Ukraine
defend
on
themselves,
Fire
the great liberal
documentary?
Dude, I don't
democracy
even
of
know what he's responding to anymore, dude. I think this conversation has completely lost the plot.
Ukraine.
Was
If
wait,
you want to be
wait,
that
wait,
naive,
wait.
that's
Do they
fine.
mention this in
That's
the Ukraine
fine. I
on
don't think
Fire?
I'm going to get through to you if that's how naive you're
Do
gonna
they
be about
mention this in
issue.
Ukraine on
If
Fire?
you don't think that NATO was building up capacity to threaten and contain Russia, I mean, try putting the shoe
How
on the
many?
other
I'm
foot.
sorry. Wait. How many
Imagine
NATO?
Russia was doing
How many?
How it's moved from threaten and contain. Originally, it was attack and invade Russia. Now it's threaten and contain Russia. I'm gonna put forward a radical idea. Is it a bad thing that Russia, as a country, is contained to Russia, as in is not annexing its neighboring states? Is that such a bad idea?
NATO
Mexico.
troops did
Like, I understand, like, if you encircling Russia and making military bases all around it, threatening it, like, that could be scary. When we're talking about an invasion of Ukraine, a foreign state that doesn't want to be, you know, part of Russia, that is rejecting their occupation, them being contained from invading them is a good thing.
We
Imagine
have in total.
Russia was
Wait,
doing
wait,
this
wait,
in
Eddie,
Mexico.
you're jibber jabbering.
Would you
You're
not
running away.
consider that
You're
a
running. You're
threat?
gish galloping. But it's okay. We need to come back down to earth. How many NATO troops do you think we had in 2014 that you think Angela Merkel is saying the sole reason of a quote-unquote phony peace deal between a war that is exclusively being fought between Russia and Ukraine is actually a time for us, the largest military alliance on earth in history, to build up our forces? What do you think?
How many did? How many?
What do you think?
No, it
like,
wasn't a way to
hey,
build up
we need
our forces, it was to
10,000
build
more
up our forces
ICBMs?
in Ukraine, which until 1991 was part of the Soviet Union, so we weren't allowed there, right? I mean, we did.
Why would we? Why do we need
underhandedly.
Ukraine as a
But they were
staging
only-
ground? We have the Baltic states.
With Serbia as a buffer, also, who's more pro-Russia, but I mean, because Ukraine is right on the border. There's if you look at a map, there's no better way to attack Russia than
not
through
Balkan,
Ukraine.
Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia.
Oh, sorry, got you. Those tiny. Ukraine is a much larger.
It's hundreds of
country than that,
miles
for
of
one.
borders shared with Russia. Why do we don't need a shared border?
Oh my God, I could actually, you know, I'm gonna nerd this out right now. Okay, I'm gonna nerd this out. Actually, guys, if you are going to, oh, 1 second, let me do Google Maps off screen in case it shows where my address. Okay, it doesn't show my address. Fantastic. Well, actually, guys, if you look at Google Maps and you looked at this area right here between Kaliningrad and Belarus, if the Russians worked with the Belarusians to cut off this area, this is one of the biggest NATO security risks currently existing, is that they could actually cut off, if they were to take over this tiny little piece of territory between Belarus and Kaliningrad, they could cut off the Baltic states and isolate them for an invasion. And NATO war planners have to think constantly about this scenario. So there is good reason, if you were to actually plan a invasion of Russia, that you would want Ukraine on your side. Actually, there you go. Okay, there's the nerd knowledge about NATO war planning. But again, Russia was invading Ukraine. You can like draw up scenarios and guesswork and speculate about secret meetings in Washington for an invasion of Russia. But we have no evidence that the United States or any other country is planning an invasion of Russia. In fact, we've seen, as American officials have done their best to avoid any quote-unquote escalation with the Russians, holding back F-16s and tanks until it was almost politically, not politically suicidal to do, but politically dangerous to do, where they were getting so much international pressure and the domestic call for it was increasing and the strategic call for it was increasing. They were pushed to do these things, pushed to support Ukraine by not only the international community and Ukraine, but its domestic population as well. Why is it so hard to believe that the Americans and the European Union want Ukraine to simply win the war and the Russians to leave? Because their support for Ukraine in this way escalated after the Russians invaded. It's just the easiest explanation. Why is that so hard to believe?
To stage a fight with Russia. We're both nuclear countries.
Russia through Estonia.
No, we don't want to
Estonian
attack
army
Russia.
there.
There's no plan to attack Russia.
Have NATO attack Russia?
There's
through
no plan to
Estonia and
attack
see how well
Russia.
that goes.
It
You're
would be
seriously
nuclear
acting like you
annihilation.
don't understand the geopolitical significance of controlling
nuclear
Ukraine.
war?
Are
The
you really
only
gonna play
one who
dumb
talks
and
lightly
pretend that
about
you don't know
nuclear
the
war is
geopolitical
Russia.
significance for the U.S. to control and NATO to control Ukraine? Are we going to be that?
Can you really
that
quickly, out of
naive?
curiosity, how would NATO stage an invasion of Russia without prompting global thermonuclear war?
I don't know. That's why it's so
whoops,
disgusting.
then. Try your buds out. Wait, hold on.
It would.
He's not going to stop talking.
Because Russia says if there's an existential threat to the Russian state, they're going to use nukes.
Okay,
it would push us towards nuclear war.
Okay,
and
so
apparently the people in charge of our government still don't care.
Quick follow-up.
Yeah, they don't. They just all want to
Hey,
die.
quick
They
follow-up.
continue to sanction. They continue to dump
follow-up.
weapons.
Eddie. Okay, so if you don't know a way that we would do war with Russia without ending West,
Putin wasn't going to nuke the world, but then Biden instituted another tax on Russian metallurgy. Oof, that was the final straw, the final escalation before the world exploded.
Western capitalism in nuclear fire, why would we do it?
I don't know. The people who run our government and run NATO are sadistic. They're doing it right now.
They're doing
oh
it
my
right God!
Now.
Nothing. Your conspiracy theory doesn't even have a narrative. 9/11 conspiracy theorists have better narratives than this.
Us to nuclear war.
They needed a 4-second peace deal to build up troops. We only had 4 billion trillion troops and all the military might in the world, but we needed 5 extra seconds to defend against so we could build up against Russia, and we already had the Baltic states, but we needed Ukraine as well. And our plan for doing this was to give a 4-second Minsk agreement.
We're ignoring the geopolitical significance of Ukraine.
Guys, if we can just oust Yanukovych, we can finish our Star Wars
I honestly, while I understand the argument Vaush is making, I think you should stick on why would the Americans do this, and is there any evidence that America is planning to invade Russia? These would be the things I think we should be concentrating on, and he's somewhat concentrating on it.
ICBM, nuclear laser beam. What the? No.
Getting caught in the theatrics a bit is all.
No. Well, I'll tell you, man. I didn't know I was arguing against
attacking Russia through Latvia.
I didn't realize I was arguing with a NATO fan. You have more faith in NATO than I do.
Significance of the country of Ukraine.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna be for real. I don't think this guy knows how an invasion from Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania would go. Neither does Vaush. And to be quite frank, neither do I. I don't know why we would even be debating this issue. None of us really know. We can guess, and I can nerd out about the tiny bit of information that I do know about that, but none of us are war planners.
You're like the biggest NATO fan I've ever talked to. You're like, yeah, NATO is actually capable of amassing the military might in order to single-handedly defeat Russia. And that's why they had no choice but to defend themselves by invading Ukraine and crippling their economy doing it, leaving open Finland and the Baltic states and also the rest of the world. And also ICBMs don't need a shared border. What? Okay, no. It's fine. So how's your day been?
It's been all right.
Mine has too. I talked about Tears of the Kingdom, right?
Huh?
Tears of the Kingdom, the Zelda game that
How much longer? Did they actually keep talking about this for any much longer?
Well, I mean, we got to debate these important issues, like we said, NATO and the U.S. are pushing us towards World War III and a global conflict with Russia. So, you know, we got to tease these things out, even if we have disagreements
Crazy that Russia invades Ukraine and threatens nuclear war, and it's our fault. It's our fault.
on them. It's very important.
I actually think they're stopping World War III.
True.
How is that?
Because we're awesome.
Do you want me to answer sincerely, or do you want me to take the same, like, disaffected, I'm pretending I don't know as...
Can we
Real opinion.
Real opinion, okay.
I don't think that Putin is a rational actor. For the most part, I think leaders tend to be. I think North Korea, you could say, rationally acted. I think that their strategy of provoking conflict unnecessarily is actually an effective deterrent to regional conflict.
Man, I think I disagree with Vaush on that. I do think Putin is, to an extent, a rational actor. I do think, of course, Russian nationalism and stuff like that, irrational, to me, at the very least. I do think that affects his mindset, but I do believe he has a logic to how he negotiates, a logic to how he operates. That isn't to say he won't engage in barbarism or horrible atrocities, but I do think there's a logic to how he negotiates, a logic to how he operates. It's just a lot of times when you surround yourself with yes men, who tell you everything's going to be okay, you'll make a lot of really dumb and stupid decisions, like invading Ukraine. I think if he knew what the outcomes of this invasion would be in advance, he would not have pulled the trigger.
I don't think Putin is that.
I don't believe in the madman theory, the idea that at any moment Putin could snap and hit the nuke or hit the button. I don't believe in that. I believe in part because of Putin's, I think, rationality on a basic level. That is one of the reasons why I'm not that concerned about Putin, you know, snapping and hitting the button.
So he is an authoritarian leader. He is, after all, pretty much singly in control of the country. And he doesn't come across as a very stable person to me. Smart, but not stable. A lot of machismo going on in that guy's brain. I don't know if the
I don't know. I would want Vaush to expand on that. Man, Vaush was in here earlier. I wish I asked him this. God, what does he mean by he's not acting rationally? He's not acting stably. He's acting as an unstable actor. What does he mean by that, actually?
Rumors say his cancer, he's dying. I don't know if those are true at all, but I think
it's not true.
Well, I mean, we don't know. I don't think they're true, but
true. I guess I don't know.
I think that authoritarian leaders just have a tendency to get expansionist and militaristic. He made blood and soil arguments when he gave his televised speech regarding the invasion of Ukraine when the 3-day special military operation began. I think that he needs to be ousted. I think he's a threat to the world. I think that under him, the Kremlin has escalated its constant threats of nuclear conflict.
Vaush is more of a anarcho-Bidenist, NATOist than I am, man.
Even before the war with Ukraine. And that the only thing that we can do right now is provoke conditions that lead to him being ousted so that a more sane, probably still bad, but still more sane oligarch in Russia.
His point is that one irrational actor is more dangerous than a coalition of states like NATO. One irrational actor in a position of power like Putin is, yes, I do agree with that, high progressive, but I still don't agree that Putin is an irrational actor in the way that Vaush is saying. I don't agree with that.
Russia can take power. I mean, hopefully they can have a democracy again. I think that'd be great, you know, like a transformative thing, but realistically, even a better oligarch. And him humiliating himself with this conflict in Ukraine, I think is our best bet. I think if we didn't help Ukraine, if we let them just wash over Ukraine, which he would have if there was no help given to Ukraine, that he would just be up against even more NATO countries.
No help given. I guess it depends when you ask no help given. I don't think that Russia could have ever captured all of Ukraine. I just don't. The idea of Russian occupying Lviv, I don't think that's possible. But I do think with less Western aid, they could have maybe made it all the way up to the Dnieper. They could have made it all the way up to these other locations. Maybe they could have captured Mykolaiv. Maybe they would have captured Kharkiv. Maybe they would have gotten further and they would have actually fought for the streets of Kiev, you know?
And things would just escalate and escalate because he's not a rational actor and he would provoke and provoke. And that, I think, that's like the real World War III threat. So my hope is that he gets ousted before then, and then we can all live in peace. Apart from that, I don't give a shit. I don't care if Russia has its own economic hegemon. I don't care if they keep the Kazakhstan and the stands and the Belarus or whatever. I don't, you know, like their business is theirs. They're their own country. But in this specific respect, like,
I disagree with that, by the way. The idea, like, I think that the people of Belarus should be able to choose their own destiny. I don't think that they should be strong-armed into a union with the Russians if they don't want it. Same thing with any other Central Asian state that have partnered with them. If they want to, that's their business. But if they don't want to, They should have the ability to leave and choose other options. They should not be kept hostage by the Russians, economically or geopolitically, strategically, militarily. You get the idea.
Like this degree of bloodthirsty imperialism, I think this needs to be held down. And I think this is the best way of doing it.
I think if you use the word authoritarian abstractly like that, and this is a huge, propaganda tool of the State Department when they're trying to overthrow a country, you could pretty much justify the overthrow of any leader, right? Just say that they're authoritarian and they're not a rational actor and they need to be ousted. And then I would also say, I think you're underestimating the strategy of Putin. I think he is in a conflict with all of the NATO countries, like you mentioned, because all of the NATO countries are funneling money and arms into this conflict now, which I think NATO sees as an existential conflict with Russia, and Russia sees it the same way. So by doing that, the NATO countries are already running out of arms and weapons. So Russia is achieving what one of their main goals of the special military operation has always been, which is the demilitarization of not only Ukraine, but also the whole of NATO.
This is silly. The idea that NATO is going to give so much aid to Ukraine, they're just going to run out of military gear, is silly when you compare just the size of just the defense budget altogether of all these NATO states, the arsenals that they currently have, the production capacity that is within their borders. Russia does not have the ability to take it all on at the same time. It's just not possible. If America's good at anything, it's making things that kill people. We're really, really, really good with that. And I don't think we're of any real concern about long-term them just completely emptying our stockpiles. There's definitely some short-term instability when you need to make a bunch of large shipments of weapons to another country unexpectedly, like what happened in 2022. But I don't believe that Russia is achieving the long-term demilitarization of Ukraine or NATO. If anything, I would say Ukraine's more militarized than ever and has the most competent military force that it's had since its formation as a state. Its modern iteration of its statehood in 1991.
And the entirety of the West, they're
getting F-16s, they have the HIMARS, they got the Storm Shadow missiles that can strike anywhere in occupied Ukraine, including possibly being able to target the Kerch Bridge. The Ukrainians have been able to engage in operations no one ever thought they could have, pushing back the Russians from Kiev, from Kharkiv, from Kherson, carrying out daring operations all across the country. I don't think they've achieved their demilitarization goal. If anything, they've pushed more weapons and funds and directly and indirectly into Ukraine than anyone else. What I mean by indirectly is they've encouraged all these other states in reaction to the Russian invasion to give them weapons, and they have directly given Ukraine weapons by retreating and abandoning their tanks and armored vehicles. The number one tank supplier to the Ukrainian armed forces is Russia, with Poland being a somewhat close second.
Basically expending their military industrial base. Brian Berletic of the New Atlas was talking about this on his show today. I recommend people check that out, talking about how the West funds and the capacity that they have to continue sending weapons into this conflict is dwindling, which has been Russia's goal from the start, more so than the seizure of territory. If you don't think that's true, that's fine, but we'll see in the coming days as the NATO countries start to run out of money.
Doesn't that mean
and as the conflict starts to come to an end? Because we're now reaching a conclusion where Russia's not going to get everything they want. I think Zelensky will probably still be allowed to stay in power, but largely we'll see the demilitarization of Ukraine and a huge blow to NATO and the weakening of their industrial military base.
Okay, are you one of those people?
I think that's diluted. No matter what happens, the Ukrainian state that'll exist after this war is done will be very militarized, unless Russia as it exists today is gone by the end of it. Whatever Ukrainian state is formed will have every reason in the world to have a strong professional military with advanced technology and a strong air force. They'll have every reason in the world. The idea that any Ukrainian government would accept the demilitarization of their state, considering what's been happening over the last 8 or 9 years, is absolutely ridiculous.
In February of 2020.
Sorry, what?
Were you one of those people right before the war began in Ukraine, who was saying Russia's not going to invade, State Department is being hysterical, All the Western media is freaking out, and you were saying like, haha, they all want to provoke war with Russia with this concept.
Yes, he was. I think I vaguely remember him saying something along those lines, that they weren't going to invade. He didn't believe they were going to invade.
And posturing, and then the war did begin, and you never like apologized for it. You were like, oh, well, actually, it's not a war. They're just responding to defensive action. Like, you're one of those people who will never recognize reality.
So this is
right?
this is actually what happened.
Like, you're in a different world.
So what I said was Russia's going to launch a special military operation just to protect the Donbass, and then the West will portray it as an intervention, right? And they'll say that
even if it was to protect the Donbass, quote unquote, that would still be an intervention. That's by definition what the word intervention means. That's the first thing. Okay. Second thing is, even if that is the case, their operation was outside of the Donbass. They tried to take Kiev. So therefore, it wasn't just to protect the Donbass. And lastly, if it was to protect the Donbass, they've done a pretty shitty job. The Donbass has never looked worse.
That is objectively that was my coverage before the war, because Russia was lining up troops on the border of Ukraine. It looked like they were going to go in. Right now, it's saying they're just going to go in and secure the places in the Donbass, make sure that people stop having their homes shelled. Now, clearly, since that point, it's escalated into, a full-scale intervention.
Dude, but what do you mean? Oh, since that point, it escalated. They didn't just go into the Donbass and then said, never mind, we have to go over the whole country because Ukraine's invade. No, they attacked the Donbass and Kiev at the same time. They advanced on Kiev. So it wasn't just an operation in the Donbass. It was an operation to conquer the entirety of the country, which failed.
Very successful.
Nobody can accept. It feels like nobody who is supporting, who is supporting the Russian narrative here seems to want to accept what the original Russian goals were.
And reducing the death and destruction.
And I've been honest about that point, and I said I got that wrong, right? It's fair to call what Russia's done an invasion, right? It's fair to call it an intervention. And I was saying before the war, they were only going to do this small little military operation. It's been far more extensive than I could have predicted. And I was honest about that.
Protecting all the ethnic Russian speakers on the road from Belarus to Kiev, of course, the road where all the ethnic Russian speakers are known to be. I just, when you say stuff like, NATO is running out.
By the way, again, 2021, 7 people, I think, died from shelling. 20 died total in the Donbass. 2022, 2023, tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of people dead. It doesn't feel like they're protecting the Donbass to me.
Out of money, stuff like that makes me wonder if
not money per se.
Political will.
The West has a lot of money because the West in their current imperialist state is a financial oligarchy. But what they don't have is the same kind of manufacturing base that can be used to produce weapons of war that Russia and China has. And the U.S. for years has been involved in all these smaller conflicts like Iraq, Yemen, Syria, all around the globe. And that is what our military and NATO's military is built for, is maintaining a bunch of smaller conflicts all around the world. They're not built to, for a long, sustained, maintained conflict between another superpower like what the war in Ukraine is devolving into. So yes, the NATO's manufacturing base and their ability to produce weapons is being depleted.
This is what I mean,
and that's going to become more obvious in the next weeks and
this
months.
Is what I mean about reality. Like,
dude,
Russia was.
Is this going to age? If the Ukrainian counteroffensive succeeds, how bad is this going to age, man? I couldn't imagine making a prediction like that. But anyway, he made the prediction. Good luck, man. Good luck with that prediction, man. I'm sure the Russian production lines, which can't even be properly staffed, and they won't pay enough to properly staff it, no longer reliant on Western shipments for its high-tech material, will do fine.
Running out of fuel in their invasion like 2 weeks in. The reason they still have so many
Western media though has been
wait, let me finish. Let me finish. They didn't. First of all, they're lying. Second of all, the leader of
also, can we talk about, they took Bakhmut after 10 months, a city of 70,000 people. Did he know what Bakhmut was before this invasion? Nobody in the world knew what Bakhmut was before this invasion. Hell, I don't even know if the Russians knew what Bakhmut was before this invasion. They probably didn't even think about it. It would just be like one step until their conquest of the country. And then every city became a fortress that they had to march through. This one, on the large in the large scheme of things, a small fortress that took them 10 months. 10 months, what should have taken them a week, because of poor coordination and them resorting to human wave tactics to take the city itself, taking massive casualties to take an area of territory incredibly small in the grand scheme of things. If they were to try to conquer the country at the current pace of their advance that they were taking in Bakhmut, it would take them till the year like 2090 to conquer all of Ukraine. They just don't have enough. Even Russia doesn't have enough manpower for that.
The Wagner group just threatened, just a little while ago, threatened to sell out Russian troop positions in his beef with the head of the Russian military leader. I really wouldn't be claiming that guy. Listen, the reason why Russia has been
that's Western. You know, there are Western.
You
sources
know the
reporting that
reason
Bakhmut
why
fell, right?
we're
It's
both
not just like
we're
Kremlin
both Western
propaganda.
sources. The reason why Russia has been able to continue supplying artillery shells is because the Soviet Union overproduced back during its heyday. They're emptying out storehouses. It's not modern productive capacity. This isn't even a secret. You can ask, like, you can look, where are these supplies coming from? It's like, oh yeah, well, these are like, what is it, 144 millimeter? I forget the exact size. Like, we just have a million, billion, trillion of these shells because, you know, we made a lot of them. We keep them in warehouses. Over here in America, like, obviously, we don't keep giant stockpiles of old munitions. That's the reason why with stuff we've spent over to Ukraine is so expensive, because it's newer hardware. And by newer hardware, I mean 1990s.
We're not prepared for a sustained conflict like
there
this.
is no sustained conflict. It would end the world. There is no war anymore. There's no war between Russia and the West. Neither side has a way of stopping the nukes from falling. You think
nuclear war is inevitable at this point?
I think that it would take a remarkable amount of discipline and planning to prevent it. But with Russia specifically, I think the best thing that we can hope for is Putin being ousted. They can maintain antagonistic relations with the West if they want. It's Putin specifically who I think is instigating the worst of this escalation. There is no...
I still find nuclear war to be incredibly unlikely. I've had this conversation so much, it's honestly become somewhat boring to me.
Nuclear war that NATO will instigate. You know why? Because NATO isn't run by bloodthirsty lunatics. NATO is run by thousands and thousands of soulless bureaucrats, puppet men dressed up by those oligarchs that you hate so much. This is neoliberalism, okay? This isn't the same kind of system. We don't have one guy making all these decisions. We have thousands of committees that argue with each other and never get anything done. And all of these committees are centrally focused on maintaining Western imperial hegemony, which, mind you, nuclear war would not help with. We have no interest in nuclear war with Russia.
That's the thing, is they're so committed to maintaining this hegemony that they will push us to the brink of, or even over the brink of, nuclear war in order to protect that hegemony. And these groups of people running NATO and both political parties in the U.S. are neocons. Neocons are running the show now.
Russia isn't a threat.
It's not what a neoconservative is. I think some people in their mind, they just think neocon equals hawk. Like that, they don't, whatever.
To our economic hegemony, Russia has less GDP.
Neocon is when you're aggressive on foreign policy.
Than Texas. China is a threat to our economic hegemony.
That's the new...
China's a bigger threat than Russia, but
no,
Russia's
nothing. Russia's GDP.
1991, when the U.S. broke Russia's back, they have rebuilt themselves, and Putin has cracked down on the oligarchs and said that you guys you can still,
because he's
run
the top oligarch.
Rebuilt themselves in what way? Are we really saying that, like, if we look at the modern Russian military and how they're performing in Ukraine, would we say, oh, that's rebuilt? They rebuilt their Soviet glory. When we talk about the modern Russian economy, which its unequal distribution of wealth is unbelievably horrendous. What about the lack of development? There's a million issues with Russian society. I mean, is it doing better than the 90s? Yeah, but it's not doing good enough that it should be invading its neighboring countries to spread the love, so to speak.
And be oligarchs, but you need to invest in Russia. You need to invest in our industrial base. They built up their industrial base. They've nationalized.
You're literally talking about fascism right now,
which we're trading with Europe, which is why the U.S. blew up Nord Stream. But Russia has
you are literally
their economic base since 1991, and the West can't have that. And the West is willing to push us towards the brink of nuclear war.
The idea that the West, no, because you've said so many incorrect things. The idea that the West, the idea that the West. the
you spout
West.
literally
Yes,
mainstream
okay.
media, Western propaganda.
Wait, can I say one quick thing? One quick thing.
And now I can't respond and explain what's actually going on here. Where NATO is trying to destroy Russia's industrial base. They're mad that Russia's rebuilding themselves.
The difference
once
between
again becoming
me
an
talking for a while and
Dude,
you
I'm
talk-
sorry. His current argument is no different than why are the terrorists attacking America? Because we're great. Because we're awesome. They want to come and destroy us because we're just so good and we love freedom so much. Why are they coming to destroy Russia? Because we're building ourselves back up. They want us. They want us destroyed and all that because we're just so cool and amazing. It's silly. This is silly. How much longer do we got on this? Like 2 minutes, okay, and then we're done, and then I'm going to sleep.
Talking for a while.
Ed,
you're so insecure about your points.
That's NATO pushing us there. That's not Russia.
You're so
Russia only
insecure.
has
Oh my
two
God,
situations in which
Ed,
they'll use
Ed,
nukes.
it's over. No performance now will make anyone think you did well in the first 9/10 of this conversation. Okay, the most you can hope for is healthy reconciliation.
But I'm gonna gain so many followers and subscribers from this debate, just like I do every time we interact. Because every time we interact, people see that I'm an honest actor and you are full of shit,
Ed,
and you always end up in.
If anybody's interpretation from this is that guy in the top left-hand corner is an honest actor, I mean, I think you deserve to be taught by him. You deserve it, honestly. And look, if your interpretation is he's not, oh no, he's an honest actor, he's just a fool and he doesn't know what he's talking about. At least that I can respect that position. I can respect that position because I'm teetering on the point when it comes to this guy.
In the pro-NATO, pro-imperialist
That's because
position.
Ed, this is the first time we've interacted.
It's always this enemy country of the U.S. is
Ed,
bad
so you're saying
you're saying
that
Dude, just is the reverse thing for him. The enemy of the United States is good because they're not the United States. All
you're authentic, but you're admitting it's a clout shark.
Good. NATO is run by rational bureaucrats.
Ed, so you're admitting that it's a clout shark, but he knows that he's lost, so he literally will not stop talking now. Ed, you won't stop talking because you know every moment I speak, I sound
fucking Yugoslavia, dog.
More rational than you. You've admitted you're a clout shark. You have no investment in this besides the clout it gives you, and you earn your audience. I know that you lie. What you don't understand is that I don't have to, and I feel confident.
I really don't like, and I criticize everybody do it. I don't like at the end of a debate being like, I won so hard. I think it just looks insecure, and I think Vaush performed generally pretty well here. I mean, there's a few things I would do differently, obviously. I would have relied a lot more on the specific information, challenged a few of the guy's statements more. But like, honestly, I never think it looks good at the end of the debate when you just try to like talk about how hard you wreck the other person. Because it always, to me, comes off as insecure, like you have something to prove.
About my points, which is why I shut up.
That is an inversion of reality. That is an
good luck. You said every time you brought a source, to Twitter, it showed that you lied. Every time you brought a source, you were wrong about it.
Except for
every source that you've brought showed that you lied.
Ridiculous Western talking
jibber jabber. He talks because he understands. He knows every source you've brought didn't say what you said it did. You were coping for 10 minutes after that Merkel thing. You have nothing. But one day, hopefully, you will realize that you can't live a life on lying for clout. And when that happens, I will be far more willing to accept you in reconciliation than your people ever would me. Okay?
Yeah, I'm so uninterested in this now. That felt like a waste of time. Well, at least we got to talk about some Russian narratives. We got to debunk a few Russian narratives. We got to be the debunkers of the hour. At least we got that.